director of the Waters Life Festival. I want to welcome everybody. I hope that you enjoy the day, and thank you for tuning in. We have lots planned for you regarding water equity and community, which is our theme this year. I have several esteemed speakers and lots of people that are contributing. We have lots of sponsors and supporters for this year's Waters Life Festival. I want to thank all my cohorts in the planning stages of making this possible. Because of COVID-19, we have chosen to live stream this year, and it was a challenge, but as always, I end up learning lots and lots of things about myself and my relation to other people and the world in which I exist. I wanted to first of all thank the creator for giving me the intention to do this. And we started last night. I always try to start with prayer and ceremony because I believe that the water is that important. I view it as our relative. And when I say that we need it to exist, that it is, our body is over 50% water. Everything that we do in our everyday life depends on that water. The four-legged, two-legged, the winged, our plants and our other relatives depend on this water to exist as well. So it's very important that we have clean water for us to be able to have access and also for future generations. So I wanted to, I have with me today Seth Bernard. So if you could wave, Seth. All right. And he is with Earthworks Farms, and Calvin Harwig below on the screen there. So if you could wave, Calvin. Calvin Harwig. He's with We the People, and he is a citizen of the Sault Ste. Marie tribe. And I feel like we're like the Brady Bunch going on the screen. Where's daughter Cindy? No. Hillary is below me there, and she is with the Permaculture Network. And then Madeline with Wallstrom Marina. So if you can wave, Madeline. And she's going to be talking about Going Green boating initiatives with us today, and with the Michigan Boating Industry Association, which I knew nothing about. I came to find out with talking with Hillary and Madeline in a conversation. So it's really important that we do go out and enjoy the water, but at the same time to be environmentally responsible and good stewards so that we can enjoy the water. I wanted to thank my elders and the wisdom keepers in my community that also encourage me and enable me to do the work that I do. And my grandchildren and my relatives, my aunties and uncles and my family and my clan brothers and sisters. I am Turtle Clan, and which is one of the water clans. So, and I also am thinking about all those water clans that depend on this water. I'm very fortunate that the watershed that I live in, I'm going to talk a little bit. One of the themes that I wanted to emphasize this weekend is your water address. Our theme is water equity in your community. Your water address personalizes that water for you. And I look at the water as my relative, as I was saying. And if you look at the water as your relative, you're going to be emotionally connected to it. When you emotionally are connected with something, you will care about it, love it, nurture it. And I kind of picture the water as a baby. You know, if you have a baby, you're going to love and nurture it. And, you know, as a mama bear, you will fight tooth and nail to protect it and make sure that no harm and danger comes to it. So that is kind of my philosophy of how I look at the water and in the work that I do. So it was really important to start these doings and these whole events with water ceremonies. We had people in Minnesota. Pumpkin Shenaniquit was down by Grand Rapids, and she went live with us last night to share some of her water teachings. We had Christy Byer, who is going to be one of our esteemed speakers today. She was down in Detroit. Mona Stonefish over in Canada. Lots of communities participated. And then at the Petoskey State Park, which lies in between Petoskey and Harbor Springs, and it was absolutely beautiful. It was absolutely amazing. The sun, the clouds, the water was so powerful. There was lots of waves crashing, and we even had a couple. We had a Benoji there, and that is one of the reasons that I do that work. So I shared those pictures as well. So um, I wanted to thank the sponsors and the contributors and supporters. Let me see if I can bring up that. I don't know if you could bring up that photo for me, Seth. I mean, Dewan. Looking. We have We the People was a major contributor. We have Home Depot, Tractor Supply, Bliss Fest, Shorts Brewery, Wallstrom Marina, the Michigan Boating Industry Association, the Great Lakes Center for the Arts donated a couple of tickets. We have, did I leave any out, Hillary?
We also have the Bay Mills Indian community,
Oh, correct.
the organizations of Sunrise Movement, UPEC, Folk, and Nests.
Yes, I really wanted to like thank everybody. I didn't want to leave anybody out. So without everybody's help, I this would not be possible. I just have a vision. I just had a thought of how I envision this. But when I have people like that you see on the screen here, that expands my vision 10 times exponentially. So I would say chi miigwech to each and every one of you for sharing in my vision and making that happen and expanding it 10 times exponentially. So that is about me. And so I would like for each of the speakers on here to share what brought them to the water's life. I know, Seth, you have been with us for the past 3 years and supported. And so I'd like to hear a little bit about that, your water address, and the work that you do and related to water, and maybe some of the water equity and your community issues that you see that you can bring to the table and make people aware. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Janan. Thank you so much for including me, and so honored to be here in this virtual circle with all of you amazing human beings. And um, I'm here on Earthwork Farm where I was born and raised, and Hillary's here too working. And we are really close to the headwaters of the Muskegon and right on the cusp of the big Manistee River watershed too. So kind of right in between these two beautiful watersheds of these mighty veins that run through the lower peninsula here, the Muskegon River and the Manistee River. Um, so water is just right there. It's just at the center of my life, always has been. It's something that I'm grateful to have been brought into relationship with at a young age by my parents, understanding the power of water. And um, I think all of us here in this part of the world have our own relationship with the Great Lakes. And so at a pretty young age, I was brought into work to protect the Great Lakes and to raise awareness about local and regional and global issues. Also through the power of music. I'm a musician and started the Earthwork Music Collective and the Earthwork Harvest Gathering here back in 2001. And so we started doing the Water Festival in 2006. And the first one was at Conkling Park, where the Water is Life Festival started. And it was this way for us to raise a call to action in a celebratory way and to build community and to have folks come together. And there are people in all of our communities who are working to protect the water and to protect the human right to clean, affordable drinking water. And really, if you start to look at communities that are threatened and where that basic human right is violated, that's where you start to realize water equity is a real need, and that environmental racism is a real problem. because these are BIPOC communities. These are Black communities like Flint and Detroit, where the basic human right to clean, affordable drinking water has been completely violated. Right here in the midst of 21% of the world's fresh surface water here in the Great Lakes Basin. And then in indigenous communities as well, and really all people of color and indigenous folks in our society are disproportionately harmed. And then culturally, I have learned so much and have been so blessed personally by the Native folks in my life, and to help understand about being in relationship with the water. And that's a slightly different framing than stewardship. You know, and so being in relationship with the water to me is about acknowledging that not only is water life and the source of life, but water is alive. Water is not that, it is a living thing, right? And so I'm still in recovery as a colonizer, as a settler, and I'm learning all the time, and it's a healing path to walk on and to learn how to be in community in a way that's positive and healing, and how to be supportive. And Janan, I'm so grateful to you, for calling me in and inviting me to be the MC and to perform at the Water is Life festivals. And I want to say too that another hero of mine, a woman that I've learned so much from, is Monica Lewis Patrick, and she's going to be a big part of this online Water is Life festival. And she earned the nickname the Water Warrior, and she's the CEO of We the People of Detroit, major leader in the water equity movement in the country. And Monica and I sit on Water Equity and Climate Resilience Caucus through PolicyLink, that's nationwide, and she's respected as a real leader of the people. And she has helped shape policy that has benefited people, millions of people across the country, building water equity into the HEROES Act, and she does this work of really being on the front lines, of being in the community and delivering water to people and giving speeches and shaping policy, doing whatever is required. And so there's a tendency sometimes for us, when we behold someone who's a true leader, who is doing the work, to be in this sense of awe. And I've come to understand that, it's great to be in that state of awe and respect. And it's also really important for us to recognize that we have to do that too. We have to find a way to step in and use our power and our energy, like you said, Janan, to nurture the water and be its fierce protector as mama bears and papa bears. And so this is all of us, doing this work at this time, and it affects everything that's important to us. If you care about climate change, if you care about racial justice, if you care about tourism and economic development, all of it comes back to having clean water. We have to have it. It's the most important thing at the basis of our existence here on the planet. And so I think that it's also a refreshing thing to come back to, just in closing, in these wild times where things are upside down and sideways, and a lot of people are scared and don't know what to believe and don't know what's true. This is something we know to be true. Water is life, and we're here to lift that up and celebrate it through building these cultural bridges. And so I'm here for it, and grateful to be in this circle.
Thank you kindly, Seth, for that. For those words. Yeah, it's really important that we lift it up, and that we're here to celebrate. We're here to celebrate the water, and to do that collectively, which is really important. I'm just one person. I can't do that by myself, but collectively, a group of people really have a lot of power. So, and in a discussion that I had with Doreen Day yesterday, I got some water teachings from her, and she was sharing me one of the prophecies that Indigenous have, is that water is going to be worth more than gold. And I hate to I hate for that to come true, but it is already. And one of the issues that we're going to be talking about with Monica Lewis Patrick is privatization, um, and the pros and cons with that. So I look forward to hearing and learning more about that. I started to learn about that in the last year as well, all the water doings and conferences and things that I went to. But that's another issue that's going to be coming up, and I feel in the near future. So all right, next to Calvin Hartwig, citizen of the Sault Ste. Marie tribe, and we are featuring his film this weekend, so looking forward to that and some discussion with that. And so, Calvin, if you could tell us a little bit about us, your water address, and what that brings you to the Waters Life Festival.
Miigwech, Janan. Bonjour, bonjour, Kikinugwea. Calvin Hartwig, Indigenicas. Minawash, Mishkudasina da Nishnabe Noswin. Makwondo dem. Awodo and Ninendo. Oh, Jim Miigwech, Bizinamak. Greetings, everyone. My English name is Calvin Hartwig, but my real name is Mishko Desi. I am Bear Clan from the Sault Ste. Marie tribe of Chippewa Indians. And I thank you all for coming, for listening, and I especially thank Janan for acting on her vision and welcoming us to support her. And just like her and Seth were saying, for me, supporting the water it's supporting our relations. How I've been taught is that water and those trees, the rocks, the animals, and others, those are our relatives. Those are our non-human beings, and we have relationships and responsibilities to them. And so, to be a good Anishinaabe person, we need to be actively supporting them. I live in Sault Ste. Marie, where I was born, and our Anishinaabe name for Sault Ste. Marie is Bawating. Bawating refers to, there's a few definitions, but one of which is placed by the rapids. So I live on the St. Mary's River, between the shores of Lake Superior and Hay Lake. We had some significant rapids at the St. Mary's River, but and historically we had a year-round village here at Bawating, which is relatively rare. A lot of our villages might break up in the winter, and we might separate into smaller communities, so that way we could have better access for food resources. But in Sault Ste. Marie and Bawating, we would be here year-round, in part because the fish at the rapids, the whitefish, were so plentiful. We could feed ourselves even in a village. Some people still went off to winter camps, but we were able to do that. It was said we could walk across the river on the backs of the whitefish. There are that many. But then the Soo Locks were built, and it took away some of those rapids and changed the waters, so the whitefish, they went down in population. So we need to be mindful when we're doing things, and how our relations are with nature, with the water, with the fish, because the whitefish population went down significantly. And of course we can't cross that river on the backs of the whitefish. And that had such a big impact on our food source at Bawating. So what brings me here is of course wanting to go up to that responsibility to the water. But I work for We the People Michigan, which is an advocacy organization based out of Detroit, statewide, and they've had a relationship with Janan and Waters Life before I came along. And so as the Nugdenmudge Kukamikwenanina, that's my job title for We the People Michigan. And how I understand how that translates in Anishinaabe-Moan. It's a man who is supporting and taking care of Mother Earth, eh? And the activities that he's doing are coming from the heart, and he's inviting others to do as he is, to help take care of Mother Earth and have those activities come from the heart. So that's what Nagdinmaj Kukamekwinanina means. In English, my title is Environmental and Energy Issues Organizer of the Upper Peninsula. So a little less detail. But I'm really grateful for Janan and other water protectors for doing this really good work, this really hard work. And I thank everyone here that's been supporting her, and everyone here who's come to this awesome festival to have some fun and to learn about water equity. I hope you stay for my short film at 4 o'clock. It's a really, really good little film. Screened at several countries, indigenous communities in 3 continents. And it's about a young Anishinaabe woman who is feeling lost in the city, hey? Getting overwhelmed by being away from her community and the hustle and bustle, all the concrete. And she's wondering what she should do. And she's wondering what her ancestors should do, would do in that situation. And after a short series of events, she realizes what she should do. So I hope you come 4 o'clock and enjoy it with me. Hello, Miigwech. Thank you. See you.
Thank you, Calvin. Yeah, I'm looking forward to your film and the discussion. And yeah, Chimagwechta, We the People, and the work that you do on behalf of Shkakamikwe and our waters. Very, very important that we have the Nini stand behind us and support the Anishinaabe Kwe as we do the work that we do for everybody, that we stand beside each other, not in front of someone or behind or whatever, that we support each other in that way. So Chimagwech for that, and We the People art. I wanted to mention Megan Hess at this time. She was our social media rep, and she did lots and lots of work. I guess she was not able to be on today, but just so that you can tell Megan we were talking about her. And so that we honor her, and she was a big part last year, and she is a very, very, very comfortable, easy person to work with as well. So, and I hope that, blessings to her and her family and the work that she does with We the People as well. So I want to thank her, and thank you again, Calvin, for being part of the Waters Life Festival. I really appreciate your support. So next, Hillary, you're on deck. So if you could share with us a little bit about what brought you to the Waters Life, the work that you do in your everyday life, and what you identify as your water address, and some of the things that we might expect from the Waters Life Festival today. Go ahead.
Hi everyone, my name is Hillary. I also go by Scotty in certain circles. I right now am at the water address, as Seth shared, of we're kind of nestled between the Big Manistee and Muskegon River watersheds. I'm still becoming acquainted with these places, as I'm a freshie here. Well, first of all, I'm very honored to be part of this organizing committee, and I'm really I'm grateful for Janan bringing me on board. Janan heard me speak. I was invited to speak at a sustainability class at the college in Petoskey, and I went last. And I shared about the undeniable connection between environmental justice, environmental sustainability efforts, and understanding racial justice, and how that bridge is incredibly important for any environmentally based movement to succeed. And Janan came up to me after and asked me what water equity meant to me, and that was where we started and where I started my involvement with this year's movement and festival. So yeah, very sweet memory. And let's see, I work with the Permaculture Action Network. I've been taking a little bit of a step back from them this year as I've been focusing primarily on full-time farming in the state of Michigan. But the Permaculture Action Network works with musical artists around the country, tracks their tour, and then will connect with community gardens and community centers in each city that the performing artists are going to, and come up with a big plan, a series of projects that the community center would like to see accomplished in order to better serve their community. So we will help to bring in resources, mobilize people, and have a big celebration with the performing artists there present. And usually there are about 100 to 200 people present that help us to do various things like build outdoor classrooms, paint murals, water catchment systems, and people get a chance to skill up and learn some things about carpentry, learn some things about tree systems and what symbiotic relationships, what that concept even is. And so that's a bit of the work I've done in the past. I've focused primarily on food access work since I was young. My parents started a food shelf. I spent a lot of time in it, and the evolution from getting people boxed and canned foods to understanding that there's so much more to explore there, and that the connection of people being able to put their hands in the soil and pull their own carrot out, and engage with all the microorganisms in there and have that spiritual and physical connection, how healing that is. And so then became involved in community gardens. And then the Action Network is really centered around community gardens as well. And since then, one of the most influential projects in my life thus far has been to help with the Indigenous Wisdom Permaculture Skills Convergence out of Pine Ridge Reservation, which is it is hosted by Brian Deans, who lives there, and he has various regenerative technologies that are easily recreated so that people on the reservation can go see them and duplicate them on their own, on the land that they're stewarding as well. So they're brilliant food cultivation techniques being used, and he's able to extend growing seasons in really remarkable ways. And so I've been blessed to be able to go out there a couple times and work with him and work with an incredible community there as well. I landed in Michigan via Soul Springs Permaculture and engaged in some full-time farming for almost 3 years, including a pastured chicken operation, which took a lot of my time. We're still involved, and it's been really wonderful, a lot of hard work. And now I am located at Earthwork Farm to focus on organizing and being with community here. Currently sitting on the cedar stage with two of my wonderful friends, kind of holding space for all of this. And so things that I've been involved in for this festival that I'm excited about. We've been able to work with Rosebud Schneider. Rosebud's an incredible person. She works. She's a farmer as well, and relocated from Detroit recently and has moved up to Mackinac City area. She'll be hosting a farm to table conversation about food and the importance of water when producing food, and how the fluctuations in water availability impacts our ability to eat. And far beyond, she has a guest from Detroit and also Oregon, I believe, joining her. It's also been a pleasure to work with Madeline Wallstrom and see how her journey has been evolving with with the Michigan Boating Industries Association. Really excited to see where that all goes in the future as well. My friends, really wonderful friends, the Swiftbird family are joining us today. They'll be singing and bringing forward some practices, some meditative and mindfulness practices as well. They'll be joining us from New Mexico. And we have also we'll be joined with Thrive Choir tonight at 9 p.m. And they're a really wonderful, I know, I'm so excited. They're a wonderful.
They're going to be live. Sorry.
It's okay. Janan's really excited about it. They are based in Oakland, California, and they have they'll give you a bit of a deep dive into who they are and why they do what they do at 9 p.m. We'll also be lucky to view their recently debuted music video. It's their first music video. They just put it out, and we're gonna screen it at 9 p.m. tonight. So try not to miss it. It's really moving and focuses a bit on water as well. Yeah, and then last shout out for me right now is just the kids activity that's been moving around out there. I was really blown away once I got into the kids activity and read through everything that was being gifted forward for people to participate in. And that's, that was designed by Megan Strom, who is a co-founder of the Indigenous Wisdom Permaculture Skills Convergence, and also our friend Lizzie from Tip of the Mitt. And yeah, I'm really excited to see what they share as well. So yeah, thank you. Thanks for bearing with me. I know there's some traffic that's been passing by. I'm just excited and honored to be here, and really grateful to be working with this team, and excited to see where all these relationships go in the future.
Oh, Hillary, yeah, I'm really happy to have you on board, and yeah, I mean, the water equity in your community started when I saw you at North Central Michigan College at Seamus Norgard's class. And here we are today continuing that conversation, and hopefully that will be one of the takeaways, is that people in their communities will start talking about water equity and be more aware of other communities that do not have clean access to water. And yeah, I wanted to thank those ladies for all the documentation, all the calls and everything that I've done. The youth are going to be our future stewards, and the work that we're doing today will have a ripple effect on their lives. And like I said, I do this for my grandchildren, my children, and they are going to be directly affected by the decisions and the things that we do today. So I want to thank those ladies immensely for bringing the youth on. Also later on Sunday, we will have the Pellston PFAS and the youth student science. Through student science, the students were discovered PFAS in the water in Pellston. So we do have some LTBB tribal elders that live there, and right now they cannot use the water out of their faucet. They have to have a filter. So, I mean, these are many, many water equity issues that are affecting different communities that I hope to bring to the forefront and start conversations. And they affect us all, because all this water is connected. So once again, I want to give kudos to those ladies, and I totally look forward to hearing the youth and their testimonies at 8 o'clock. And I understand that they're going to be wearing costumes or something fun like that. So I wanted that event to be engaging, to involve critical thinking, for them to say what their water address is, so that they feel connected to that water that surrounds them or that they're with. And then also for it to be fun, and part of my skill set is not working with youth. I appreciate the youth and, value their voice. And that's what I was hoping that would happen this weekend, is that they would bring their voice and they would be connected with their environment. And it was a challenge with COVID-19 to make this happen and to involve the youth. So thank you to those ladies again for doing the awesome work that they did. To my left or right is Miss Wallstrom. Okay, and I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about your session, what brought you to the Waters Life Festival, and what your water address is, and what we can be expecting from you today.
Sure. Thank you, Janan, so much. Yes, I am up in Harbor Springs, Michigan right now. And so, yeah, I'm in the Little Traverse Bay watershed. And I am just very, very excited and extremely honored to be here and surrounded by such inspirational and knowledgeable human beings and organizations. It's amazing. It's beautiful. So thank you. A little bit about my history with everything here. I was born in Harbor Springs, and I was born into a community that was constantly surrounded by the water and boating. My grandparents, grandmother and grandfather started a marina in Harbor Springs, Wallstrom Marine. And so long before I was even born, that was kind of integrated into my life. But it kind of all evolved once I started becoming conscious of different issues. I went out to University of California, Santa Barbara, and started becoming aware of the big issues that are facing our water and our environment today. And that was kind of where I got struck with this juxtaposition of I had this strong passion for boating and the water, but that's also kind of harming it at the same time. So it all of a sudden became this really beautiful opportunity for me to start addressing some of those issues. So everything came together when Hillary actually contacted me. Shout out to her, because I was expressing to her my vision for what the boating industry should be and my excitement for all the opportunities that are coming to it in that way. And she also had a vision and said, oh man, kind of bridging the gap between these two communities that weren't initially talking. So I'm really excited to be learning from you all and learning from all the different topics that are going to be discussed in this festival this weekend, and then also bringing to the table some of the things that I've been finding in my research as well. Being with Wallstrom Marine for most of my life, and then going around the world and working on boats all around the world, I think has put me in a decent position to have a pretty wide range of what the boating community looks like from a different perspectives, as far as like the charter community, the private yachts, or just the average everyday boaters that we have all around northern Michigan and the Great Lakes. So I will be talking in my segment a little bit about the manufacturers, how they can get on board. We're kind of touching on a few different issues, I guess. I teamed up with MBIA, which is Michigan Industries Boating Association, or Michigan Boating Industries Association, and talked to Danielle. She's going to be presenting with me on Sunday. And they developed a program called Clean Marina with my dad in 2004. Kind of pioneering this idea that if we are going to be continually using this resource for boating, we need to start figuring out how to protect it and have a facility on this, edge, this water's edge, that is promoting the health of our water as well. So they put together this amazing program called Clean Marina Program, and it's all over the United States now.
Right.
And it's starting to expand, but it's exciting to see what they've got going for the future. So they're touching bases with the marinas on that side of things. And then My segment is a little bit more about how we can take all of those issues, all those topics, and then just blanket the entire marine and boating community as a whole. I think a lot of the things that are issues are people just aren't aware as much, and they don't know where to go. When they do become aware, they don't know what's available to them. And so I'll be talking about how manufacturers can be more green, and then also sustainable engines and propulsion systems like eco, a lot of solar power, a lot of electric stuff is happening. And then the large issue of fiberglass recycling that we're going to have to be dealing with. There's a lot of boats that are washing up in these different superstorms that we're seeing that are just destroying our environment and the waters. And nobody really wants to talk about it as much because we don't really have that good of solutions yet. But that's why I want to talk about it and address these issues and show people that there are different people that are making some headway, but we need to just start really supporting them and lifting them up. So I'll tell people about that. And then also connecting all of this, as everyone was saying, to educating the community and educating our young ones and taking the children and really, really telling them about everything that we're finding and linking it all together through that way. So I've teamed up with a few different organizations in Inland Seas down in Suttons Bay, and then a local community or a local woman out of Harbor Springs. And then also there's a company called Connect Ocean out of Costa Rica that I've been really excited to connect with them and bring some of their ideas that they're doing to create an environmentally protected area off the coast of Costa Rica and bring that up here and integrate some of that into our community as well. So it's been a really beautiful process that's been evolving kind of very recently. But I'm very excited, and I appreciate you all, and I thank you all so much for just letting me be a part of this conversation and wanting to hear what I have to say, because I'm very excited for the future, and I think this is just the beginning. So we got a lot ahead of us. I'll be doing my whole talk on Sunday tomorrow at 12. Danielle and I will be on. We are promoting the United by Water org. That's just go to unitedbywater.org website, and you can find out all more information about, if you don't have time to see the presentation or whatever, just head there and that'll give you all of the information we talk about. So I'm very excited. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Janan.
Yeah.
Yay.
All right, right on. Oh my gosh, that is like so much. There's so much information to learn. The Little Traverse Bay Band of Odawa Indians, we did a boat washing station up at, oh shucks, where the heck is it? Larks Lake, I think it's called. I'm not sure if it's called that anymore, but I was there for the opening ceremony for that. And that's another way in which the boating industry can be responsible about like not transferring milfoil and invasive species or whatever from lake to lake. So, and if there's anything that I could do to further help you with promoting those types of things so that we are good stewards with, when we purchase a boat at the end of its life, what is it that we do with it? Is it going to go and sit on some concrete blocks or in a junkyard or whatever? And people, when they purchase a car or anything in our life, it's like, making conscious decisions about, okay, it's like, am I going to be environmentally responsible when I'm done using this boat and I've enjoyed the water and all of that. So I enjoy fishing and going out with my friend on her pontoon boat. So I look forward to trying to encourage others to do that. And thank you for the work that you do. And look forward to hearing all that information on Sunday. I hope that we provided you enough time to do and to share the work that you do, and that we'll have lots of websites and things like that, and that we can continue this conversation later on. And I'm super excited to hear all the things that have been in place already and what your vision is for how to carry that through, and how all of us can help you to do that work. So, and thank you to your family for providing support for the Waters Life Festival. That's important as well. So I do have a schedule that I wanted to talk about what people can expect, but Duan think that he's going to get away with not getting mentioned, or I asked him to come on, but he won't. But anyways, I wanted to thank Duan Jordan, who has been amazing. He's been he is, without him, we wouldn't be able to live stream. He is an amazing individual, and he is doing a bang up job with making sure that we're able to go live here for the Waters Life Festival. So kudos to him. And I don't know if anybody has anything else that they want to add, or if they have anything else, but I think that we will probably put up the schedule, some music, and everybody can like take a break before we go into our first segment, which will be the I can't remember what they're called. We have some bands from South America that are amazing. I did view some of their work, and Jorge Saveos, I think is how you pronounce his last name. We had indigenous artists from the Water is Life Festival last year, and I asked them to come on board again. Last year, one of our themes was the Eagle and Condor prophecy, which connects North and South America. And they say that as part of that prophecy, that there will be healing when those two do. South America is represented by the condor, the North is represented by the eagle, and when those two continents come together, and the indigenous peoples of those continents, there will be healing. And we've already been doing that. We've been carrying on the Eagle and Condor prophecy through, and it's bleeding through to this year's festival. So we will have those indigenous artists and the musicians. And so the South American bands will start when we're done here. So, Duan, I don't know if we could have some music and put up the schedule, and everybody can go and, oh, Seth, you had something?
Yeah, Janan.
Am I forgetting something? Go ahead.
We got to do the little mini interview with you.
What?
You're so good at making it about everybody else, but this is your this is your vision, and we're here, to support you. And I think, we just talked about just helping shed a little bit of light on how this all came together, And since you've got a background in media and broadcasting, you're gonna be fine here without any prep, right? So I just want to throw it out there, for you to share just a little bit more about the inspiration and your intention here, because you do things a little bit differently, and there are some things about this that are really important to you, in terms of whether we do it in person or the way we're doing it online right now, about partnering with organizations, like Title Track, We the People, so many different organizations, and your intention around supporting artists, especially during this hard time. If you could speak to those things a little bit for the people.
Chima Seth for that. I forgot about that. Anyways, yeah, I totally get my inspiration from my elders and my other water protectors and the creator. I mean, he is the one that is like guides me in everything that I do, and he gets total credit. And yeah, it's like I mentioned before, without the collaboration of people, organizations, and that we all I think have a responsibility to take care of the water and to speak for the water, and all the things that we're all doing in all the work that each one of us is doing. And like I shared with with everyone, it's like, if there's any way that I can support you in the work that you do, please ask me. I'm like more than willing to do that. And that's what it takes. Like they say that it takes a community to raise a child. It takes a community to protect the water. So that is one of the challenges that I have, is like for people to connect emotionally with the water. You connect emotionally, you will care about it and you will fight tooth and nail for it. One of the examples that I give is, if you have ever had your pipes frozen in the wintertime and your life basically comes to a halt, and you will spend lots and lots of money to get your water turned back on. And that is just an example of, and that's what some of the people around the world in Detroit with the water shutoffs, those are some of the real life experiences in Flint and Benton Harbor in Africa that they deal with in their everyday life. I personally, I don't know what that is. I've heard their stories, and when I hear their stories, it makes me cry. The first time that I went to a water symposium and participated, I met some of those women, and I was like, "What? I can't believe that people do not have access to clean water." But it is real, and we live in one of the richest countries in the world, and this is a reality. So Emma Robbins, from Dig Deep in the Navajo Nation, she is going to be on here talking about the Navajo Nation and how they have been devastated by COVID-19. So unfortunately, it's like one of the things that they encourage you to do as part of healthy prevention with COVID-19 is to wash your hands. How can you wash your hands and you don't even have, your water is not turned on in your house? How can you make your baby formula? How can you, my elders up in Pellston, they now they have to put a filter on there. They have to go and collect bottled water from the Pellston fire station. That should not be, because we're the richest country in the world. We can put a man on the moon. I mean, those types of things. We have so much technology, but then when it comes to something simple like providing our community members with water, making sure that they have water. I mean, it took the governor had to sign an order that, okay, turn people's water back on. Why should she have to do that? That should be an automatic. It's like, hey, you know what? It's like, I want to do mutual aid and mutual care for people in my community and make sure that they have their water on in COVID-19, when it was like that serious at that time. I mean, it's still serious, but at that time, it's like that there was many, many people in Detroit that didn't have their water on. It's like that. To me it's disheartening, and it's shameful that we would treat our relatives, our friends, our neighbors like that, and not, make sure the decision makers, that they would not see to it that these people had access to clean water. Something very simple, a simple human right that lots and lots of people have, and they take for granted many times. Before I started doing this work, I was like, I too just turn the faucet on, brush my teeth, and assume that I can go make a cup of coffee. But there's many people that cannot do that. Like I said, it's like, how are you going to make your baby formula and you don't have clean water? Your water's not on. That's difficult. And then, those decision makers, they want to come in and they want to take people's children because their water is not on. It's not a habitable household without running water. Well, why don't you turn their water on so that they can, provide water for their children? It's something very basic, very simple. It seems to me, but and I forgot what the other question was. I'm rambling. Sorry.
Just talking about partnerships and the musicians. You really made a strong intention to take care of the musicians.
Yeah. Yeah, I have lots and lots of friends that are musicians. And during COVID-19, I know that, in our community, powwows have been shut down. The Bliss Fest is not happening. There's many, venues in bars or, other things where the musicians have not been able to play. They've done things online on Facebook where they've done fundraisers. So I really wanted to honor them. I really wanted to make it this venue for them to be able to play and to hear their voices heard and to share their music. And through the art and music as part of the Waters Life Festival, we all connect emotionally different when we're connected with water, music, and with art. It was that we just connect differently. And so then I wanted people to make that emotional connection through the music and through the art, and for that to be part of their takeaway. It's like to make this, to celebrate and to make this an enjoyable experience. I mean, there's so many musicians out there that are just like that, just oozing with talent, and they want to share that. They want to share that with the world, with our community. And so this with having water in common, this is a way that they can share their music, and that they can have a venue, they can have a stage, and they can share their music and help. It's like, if anything, maybe they just tune into Joe Riley and the kids' music, or the Thrive Choir from LA. And I understand Sean Miller has a water song that he made. So there's many, many, many musicians that I wish that I could have. I mean, if we had 5 days, I would go full blast. But, budget wise and everything, as many musicians thought that they were going to be, Young's Guitar Duo thought that they were just going to be volunteering and doing it for free. That's how dedicated they are to this vision of what we're doing here today and this weekend. And kudos to them for offering to do that. But in the Anishinaabe way, we really have to thank and honor people, and the contributions that they make to community and to each one of us. So in that way, I was hoping that when they come and share their music, that you will feel something, you will connect, you'll, celebrate, and, pass that on to others in your community. I feel so many things through music. I like listen to Pandora endlessly, all kinds of music, when I go to ceremony, all those different things. That's something that unites us all as well. So I'm looking forward to listening to all the musicians and all the things that they bring to us. So I mean, without them, it's like we wouldn't have a festival. Last year we had some amazing musicians, and somebody's asking me if I was going to do this again next year. I said, I don't know. I got to get through this one first, folks. I'll tell you. And so, but I mean, I get to work with some amazing people, that are doing amazing work in their own lives. And I wouldn't be able to, that water is making that happen for me, and it's like, that's the thing. And it's like, that's what I shared with that elder during day. I said, this water is taking me places that I wouldn't imagine, like 5 years ago, that I would be doing this, or that I would have connection with so many different people, and that we really would be celebrating and honoring the water. So that's what it means to me. It's so important to have those musicians and artists, and they are kind of like, they're conduits in our communities, all of our communities. When you look at a piece of art or something like that, you feel something, or you view it a certain way. And then, when you hear music, it's like you might be humming that song later on when you're doing dishes, or, going for a walk in the woods or whatever, something. But to emotionally connect is the idea with having the musicians and the artist. So, well, great. 1 minute.
Well, thank you so much, Janan. We're gonna pass it over to our friends. This is intercontinental this year, so it's even more expansive than ever before. But thank you so much for your vision, Janan. Cheers to everybody here. Calvin, can't wait to watch your movie. Hillary, thank you. Madeline, thank you. All of the above approach it Stronger Together. Have a great time, everybody.
Thank you, DeJuan, one more time.
Dewan,
You want to come on, but I still mentioned them. Yeah.
the Wizard of Water is Life Festival, making it happen behind the curtain.
Yep. All right. Enjoy, everyone.
Amatlatle Yeyacatl, Tlacatliwa Tonatiu.
En el año 13 Caña, nació nuestro sol.
Hace Tostli, Tlacatliwa, Cuicatlamatlihtli.
En el año 1 Conejo, nació nuestra música.
Hoy miro un árbol cargado de productos, repleto de follaje, nutrido y muy florido. Un árbol alto y fuerte, dominio en la pradera. Es árbol generoso, donde las aves hacen nido. ¿Quién lo sembró? ¿Quién lo regó? ¿Quién pudo hacerlo casa y patria? ¿Quién tiene un árbol como el mío? Vinieron a cambiar la historia, pero los que quedamos no perdimos la memoria. Llegó el jinete con la espada de la muerte. Nada se olvida ni se pierde, el pueblo está consciente. Robaron nuestros frutos, cortaron nuestras ramas, quemaron nuestro tronco, pero no arrancaron las raíces. Hoy se nota agradecido con incontables aves y radiante de florido. Claro que no es la suerte ni un milagro improvisado. Si tiene colorido, se debe a lo que lleva sepultado. Las voces de otros tiempos han llegado hasta el presente y nos dicen que los viejos lo plantaron para siempre. El orden, el consejo y la palabra, así son los cimientos que mantienen nuestra patria. Hoy estamos juntos al pie de la alborada, cantando nuestra historia y borrando cicatrices. Aunque robaron nuestros frutos, cortaron nuestras ramas, quemaron nuestro tronco, pero no arrancaron las raíces. No olvidamos las raíces, las raíces. Muchas gracias. dicen esos signos, tallados en la piedra que cuentan esos hilos, bordados sobre tela que canta el estandarte en la danza conchera, y esa águila guerrera que vuela en mi bandera, que guardan esas ruinas detrás de viejos templos, leyendas o alegrías de los dioses eternos y las voces floridas del indígena que es pueblo, que nubes nos limitan para cambiar el cielo. Que pasa en estos días tan lejos de esos tiempos en que hablaba la armonía con los hombres verdaderos. Quien bloquea la salida, que libere estos secretos, porque ignorar consejos que dejaron los ancestros. Si estos signos nos permiten ver que un día fuimos gigantes, de nuestro espíritu, la llevas en la sangre, cantarás los viejos himnos cuando un tambor te llame. La voz de nuestro espíritu se eleva en las montañas cuando un sueño reprimido el pueblo lo agasaña. Los cimientos de este cielo tienen firmes sus raíces. Es muy cierto que hay gente que no ocupa la memoria, pero yo me siento libre y parte de una misma historia. Nacimos en la lucha, forjamos un destino, no hicieron otra ruta, es el mismo camino, el sueño de los dioses. A pesar de tantos siglos, hoy tiene más colores porque somos más sus hijos. Es por eso nuestro empeño y ofrezco esta opinión. La conciencia mexicana es señal de evolución. Esta ofrenda tan florida, con la voz del caracol, quiero borre las miserias y nos agrande el corazón, porque estos cantos nos permiten ver que aún somos gigantes. Seguimos siendo gigantes, 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 gigantes. Seremos siempre gigantes.
Otra.
Parita, 'Cil-cil-parita, 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 ' está mi balde?
Yaku, yaku,
칠지 칠지 파리다 칠지
Hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon. Are we there? Good afternoon. Buenas tardes, mis queridos amigos. Good afternoon to our friends in Michigan, in the Upper Peninsula. It's a pleasure to join you in this afternoon for the Water is Life Festival. It's an honor to be with you guys in Michigan. We are transmitting from Quito, Ecuador. This is the 8th edition of the Intercontinental Biennial of the Indigenous Art, which we close tomorrow in the middle of the day. We will do our prizing ceremony and everything. But for now, it was a pleasure to share with you guys some of the art that was in display in this Biennial. As well, it's an honor to introduce you for closing this first intervention of our Biennial in the arts. It's a pleasure to introduce you Fiesta Mestiza, a dance and music group from Ecuador. So I welcome you. Bienvenido, Jaime. Bienvenido, Jaime Lárraga. Bienvenido desde su sala en Ecuador. Muy bien, Jaime, bienvenido. Welcome to the Water is Life Festival, my friend. Bienvenido al festival El Agua es Vida. Tienes que activar los micrófonos. Ok.
Hola, allí tal vez.
Yes, welcome, welcome.
Bien, muchas gracias, Jorge. Como siempre, atentos y contentos de participar en la 8ª Bienal, que realmente ha sido maratónica. Ha habido un gran esfuerzo y, por supuesto, un gran trabajo de todos los compañeros artistas de todas las disciplinas. Así que contentos como Fiesta Mestiza desde la mitad del mundo, contentos ahora y prestos a dar nuestro arte, a poder compartir también en esta tarde que tiene un sol radiante, al menos en Quito.
Jaime just said he's very happy to be in the Water is Life Festival. He and Tatiana @InTheDancing are gonna present us couple tunes. Jaime, ¿qué vamos a ver esta tarde? Brevemente, por favor.
Bueno, vamos a ver rápidamente una creación propia de Fiesta Mestiza, Jaime Lárraga, que lleva por título Canchullas. El Canchullas es un juego y haremos una explicación de lo que se trata este juego, que es muy particular en una zona de la Sierra Centro del Ecuador. Y vamos a cerrar con una gran fiesta de pueblo, como tiene que ser. Nuestro país se caracteriza porque en los cantones, en los alrededores de las provincias, hay una fiesta, gran fiesta, en donde se sueltan a los toros, a los novillos, y la gente corre, y alrededor hay una gran algarabía de fiesta, suenan las bandas, hay mucha alegría, mucha emoción. Eso haremos, Jorge.
Ok, muchísimas gracias. My friend just said that they are going to present a traditional game from Ecuador in the first minutes, and in the second part of their performance, they will give us a festivity, a big celebration in the traditional way of the Ecuador. So this is to honor the Water is Life Festival. It's a pleasure to be around you guys. And Jaime, te dejo entonces, please.
En un momento estamos, Jorge, con mucho gusto.
Puede ser medio de una. Estamos en vivo ya.
Estamos en vivo. ¿Quieres que hagamos ahora la canción?
Por favor, vamos a empezar.
Con mucho gusto.
My friend. All right, all right. Thank you to Juan de Jordan in the technical assistance. Thank you very much. He's going to try a little bit of sound, please. Vamos, Jaime.
El instrumento que estoy tocando, ¿se escucha, Jorge? Te voy a poner un cortito de pista nada más para asegurarnos de que sea perfecta la transmisión.
Sure, he's going to just try a little bit, my dear friends, to tune very nice the instruments and make sure the music is good in his end, so we can offer a good show for you. Please, go ahead.
¿Cómo se escucha?
Un poquito más de volumen.
Ya, te pido un segundo, por favor.
Okay, okay. My dear friends, he's going to take a few minutes. This is real. This is live. We have the pleasure during the first part of this morning to present you some of the works that has been submitted to the Biennial of Indian Art. We have a beautiful film in animation. We have some dance from Colombia. So we have different kind of beautiful art from all over. And now we want to give an homage to the festival with a live show. So please be kind, be patient. Maestro Jaime is fixing some technical affairs in his end, but he is pretty soon back with us. There we go, Jaime. Let's see.
Vamos a hacer una prueba igual súper rápida, por favor. Vamos y tú me
Okay.
dices.
Okay, this is okay. For few seconds, it's okay.
¿Cómo se escucha ahí? ¿Se escuchó la pista, Jorge? ¿Sí? ¿El instrumento?
Perfecto.
Listo, arrancamos entonces.
All right, all right. Fiesta Mestiza. Thank you for coming. Gracias, amigo Jaime.
Con gusto, para ustedes desde la mitad del mundo. Eso fue una creación de Fiesta Mestiza y hace homenaje. ¿Me escuchas, Jorge?
Sí, perfectamente. Muchísimas gracias.
Qué bueno. Bueno, este tema voy a hacer una explicación rapidita. En la Sierra Centro del Ecuador, en la provincia del Tungurahua, hay un cantón llamado Píllaro. En Píllaro hay una fiesta que es declarada Patrimonio Cultural de la Humanidad, que es la famosa Diablada Pillareña, así es conocida, que se da en los primeros días cuando inicia un nuevo año. Y allí hay algunos barrios, entre ellos Marcos de Espinel, Tugmipamba, que son los puntos de partida de la Diablada. Pero en el mes de noviembre, la gente se junta a jugar un juego que se llama canchullas. La canchulla es una especie de bolos criollos, para poder ejemplificar, en la que la gente se junta alrededor improvisando en los patios de sus casas, en sus patios de tierra, y ponen unos troncos similar a los peones del ajedrez, y con un palo, y antiguamente con una piedra de alrededor de unos 10 centímetros, golpean la piedra con un palo, y obviamente quien tumba más de estos trozos de madera se lleva un premio. Pero tiene una particularidad, que es cuando la gente concursa, ¿sí? Pero el premio no es dinero, el premio es comida. Se venden unos pasteles, unas empanadas, y al final se comparte, ¿sí? Este juego es, para algunos historiadores, según uno de los historiadores, Luis Lara, este juego tiene un origen ancestral de hace muchísimos años. Y hoy, por supuesto, es muy poco conocido, por lo que ya conocemos las tendencias tecnológicas. Ese es el Canchullas, que quisimos traerlos en homenaje a este pueblo ecuatoriano, el cantón de Píllaro, y aquí hemos hecho alusión a una de las mascaritas que suelen utilizarse en la famosa diablada pillareña.
Okay,
Vamos a hacer ahora...
Voy a traducirles, ¿ok?
Listo.
I'm going to translate for the audience in Michigan that what we are going to see now is kind of a bowling game from the pre-Columbian times. So they are going to recreate a tradition of Ecuador in the music and in the dance. This tradition is used to be done the first days of the month of January when the new year begins. So Jaime, listo, vamos pues directamente desde
Claro
Quito,
que sí.
Ecuador. Thank you.
Y como te decía ahora, vamos a entregarles algo que es parte de la fiesta popular. En la fiesta popular en el Ecuador aparecen las corridas de toros, como te decía hace un momento. Y allí alrededor se genera un gran despliegue de emoción, de festividad, de cultura y de identidad sobre todo. Los pueblos mestizos son muy tradicionales. Aquí se juntan toda esta gran fiesta que tú puedes ver, estas máscaras acá, y viene este personaje, y además viene también con un torero, por supuesto. Así es que vamos a divertirnos desde acá, desde la sala Recrearte, con algo que lleva por título El Toro Barroso, con la famosa vaca loca.
All right, there's an Ecuadorian style party for you guys right now from Quito, Ecuador.
Eso, vamos a ver. ¡Que viva el Ecuador! ¡Eso! La manada bajando del cerro, con el toro Barroso adelante. La manada bajando del cerro, con el toro Barroso adelante. Ole toro, sí señor, ole toro, cómo no. Ole toro, sí señor, ole toro, cómo no. ¡Epa! En el rancho mi chola querida, esperando estará mi regreso. En el rancho mi chola querida, esperando estará mi regreso. Ella es todo mi amor y mi vida, y sus labios su gran embelezo. Ella es todo mi amor y mi vida, y sus labios su gran embelezo. Ole toro, sí señor, ole toro, cómo no. Ole toro, sí señor, ole toro, cómo no. ¡Epa! ¿Y cómo se goza? Eso. Ahí viene la caricina. Ahí está, ahí está. Eso. Chiviritón negro, pecho colorado. Chiviritón negro, pecho colorado. Eso te sucede por enamorado. Eso te sucede por enamorado. ¡Epa! Ve, esta Caricina es un personaje también. Yo de las mujeres no me de confiar. Yo de las mujeres no me de confiar. Porque las mujeres saben traicionar. Porque las mujeres saben traicionar. Chiviritón negro, pecho colorado. Eso te sucede por enamorado. ¡Epa! Eso fue. Jorge, ¿me escuchas?
Super. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Fiesta Mestiza from Ecuador. We really appreciate your support and your beautiful art. Muchísimas gracias, Jaime.
Con mucho gusto, Jorge. Este personaje que vieron al final es una caricina, una palabra quichua que en términos al español querría decir como hombre. Justamente porque tiene estos comportamientos, y esa es una caricina muy hábil y recorre y le pone a todo el mundo ahí como que a prueba. Muchas gracias, Jorge, un abrazo desde la mitad del mundo, Fiesta Mestiza, y aquí está nuevamente y les dejamos. Un abrazo, hasta pronto.
Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you, the Wildlife Festival, for inviting us. It was a pleasure to share with you this morning. Thank you very much, Juan. Thank you very much, everyone. We thank you so much. Gracias, Jaime. Adiós.
Adiós.
Adiós. Gracias, amigos. Hasta pronto. Bye, bye, my friends.
Are we live, Dawn? Sorry. Okay, all right, I'm sorry. Good afternoon again. My name is Janann Cornstalk, and I am from the Little Traverse Bay Band of Odawa Indians. I am Turtle Clan, and for those of you tuning in, I do have Emma Robbins from Dig Deep in the Navajo Nation. I wanted to touch base with her today. The theme for the Waters Life Festival is water equity in your community. The Navajo Nation has been devastated by COVID-19. One of the things that has been a challenge for her community and the Navajo Nation is their inability to have access to water. One of the things that the government and the CDC have recommended is that we wash our hands for healthy prevention of spread of COVID-19. And how can we do that? How can we, do those healthy preventive measures if we can't even wash our hands? So, Emma Robbins, thank you, Chi Miigwech, so much for joining me today. And I met Emma Robbins at the U.S. Water Alliance in Austin, Texas. And I want to welcome you to the Waters Life Festival. Thank you so much for agreeing to join us today and to share with the water equity in your community. So very, very happy to have you on board here. So if you want to share a little bit about the work that you do with Dig Deep, your tribal nation, and kind of walk us through pre-COVID-19 and the water equity in the Navajo Nation during COVID-19, and then what's next and where it is with the Navajo Nation. Go ahead.
Great, thank you so much. I'm very honored to be here, and thank you to all the organizers and also everybody tuning in. It's really an honor, and I'm excited. I was just telling the organizers that it's great that we're able to do this during the weekend. So to introduce myself, Yat She Emma Robbins, Yanashia, Biligana Nishle, Hashkan Hadzoche Bashishchin, Biligana Dashiche, Adona Kaidene Dashinale, Tchonis Dizid de Nasha, Do Navajo Water Project, Benashnish, Do Benat Ani Nishle, Ado Tchonis Dizid e Nasha. So I just introduced myself in the Nehbizad, or the Navajo language, and I am from Tuba City, Arizona, which is on the western side of the reservation. And I am based here on Tongva land, or Los Angeles, and I split my time between LA, where Dig Deep is headquartered, and also the Navajo Nation. I live part of the month with my dad, who I know is tuning in, so thanks, Dad, for always allowing me to be rent-free there. So I am the director of the Navajo Water Project, which is under the umbrella of Dig Deep Water. And Dig Deep Water is a human rights organization whose mission it is to bring both cold and hot running water into families' homes who don't have access to safe water. And that includes 30% of Navajo families, Navajo people living on the reservation. And so we work in areas where traditional infrastructure won't work. And what I mean by that is either families are living very far from water lines and it could be very costly, or else because of things like arsenic or uranium in the groundwater or surface water, that affects how they're able to get potable water in their homes. So we started working originally, and when I say we, Dig Deep Water, started working originally in Cameroon and South Sudan. And very quickly, as time progressed, we realized that there really wasn't enough work happening domestically, especially on Native nations. So we transitioned to working solely in the United States in 2016, which is when I came on, so 4.5 years ago. And I have been working on the Navajo Water Project, installing off-grid home water systems, again, working with these families who are living very far out. And what those look like are 1,200 gallon cisterns that go underground. and they're filled up by a series of delivery water trucks. Excuse me, I'm actually just going to close my door here really quickly. People are working across the street, so. So these are filled up by delivery water trucks, and it's really important that along with these delivery water routes, we're developing safe water sources because, you know, oftentimes there are water sources across the reservation, but they might be specifically for livestock or for farming. Along with these 1,200 gallon cisterns is a series of plumbing and a pump that brings the water into the homes, a particle filter, a water heater, and then a kitchen sink and a gray drain water field. So it's important to note that we do have two different systems because the majority of families that we work with honestly don't have electricity either. And so we need to have a system for families who do have grid electric, and so they get a larger pump and an electric water heater. And for families who don't have electricity, we install a solar panel, a battery, a solar charger, and also a smaller pump, and then they have a propane water heater. And I keep stressing the fact that there is heated water because, you know, again, during COVID, we're told wash your hands with warm water. And it's something important to have when you're cleaning yourself or keeping yourself safe. So we've installed to date almost 300 of these systems across the Navajo Nation. For those of you who don't know much about the Navajo Nation, we are a sovereign nation located within Arizona, Utah, and New Mexico. And if we were our own state, we would be the 10th largest. So it's a huge area. And we work in 3 different areas during our long-term projects. We also do things with families that do have running water or piped water in their homes, like helping with bill pay assistance, or if there are breakages in their plumbing, we will help with that. And a lot of times we'll partner with other organizations that are plumbers. And it's something that has been really, it's hard working on reservations because there's so many moving parts that go into it. And, you know, obviously when COVID hit, that changed everything for us because we could no longer work inside of families' homes. You know, it's been difficult because we want to keep families safe, we want to keep our staff safe, but we want to continue to get people safe drinking water, especially as you mentioned, you know, during this time, we're told 2 things. One is wash your hands and also stay at home. And if you don't have running water, you're not able to do either of those. You know, yes, you can wash your hands, but it's not going to be as effective if it's not running water. You know, the other thing is oftentimes families have to leave their homes to go haul water from watering points. As I mentioned, they might not be safe. Uranium and arsenic are naturally occurring on the reservation, and a lot of times these water sources might have that. And on top of it, you know, we'll see families who will go to one of the 13 grocery stores on our huge nation. It is a food desert, or they'll have to go into border towns where infection rates are also high with the virus, and there might be restrictions on how much water people can purchase. And that's a huge issue because if you have a family of 5 and you're only allowed to buy 2 cases of water, that's not going to last you for very long. Again, especially if you have to wash your hands with this water. So things transitioned very quickly for us in March. And what we started doing was figuring out a way that we could help urgently because, you know, we do long-term work. We're not a relief organization, but we partnered with Nestle Waters, who donated 262,000 gallons of bottled water. And we distributed across the reservation. From a personal point of view, that's not my favorite thing because, you know, we're putting more plastic into the environment. And on top of it, it's not a sustainable solution. However, it was something that we just had to do to be able to help COVID positive patients because, again, we wanted to be able to get them water. And on top of it, our grandma and grandpas, our elders, and those who are high-risk individuals. So we partnered with on-the-ground teams from Indian Health Service, the Navajo Nation, what we call strike teams, who are people who are first responders, our chapters, which are local governments, and we distributed this water. But my team and I wanted to find a way that was a middle ground between our larger home water systems and something like single-use bottles. So what we did was we started purchasing and placing 275-gallon storage tanks that, again, like our home water systems, are filled up so that way families are getting a safe source of water, and on top of it, they don't need to leave their homes. We do work primarily, as I mentioned, with COVID positive patients, with our elders, with high-risk individuals, and again, really stressing that we're working with families who are very off-grid, which is a huge part of the Navajo Nation. You know, where I'm from, it's the largest community. There are about 9,000 people, but even when you get right outside of our community, you know, 2 miles, there are people without running water or electricity. So we're in the middle stage of that. We're going to place 1,000 of these tanks before 2021. And it's been a challenge in the way that we're losing many community members. It is something that does take an emotional toll on our staff, on myself, but it's work that has to be done right now because, you know, if we don't step up and do it, who is going to do it? And I really just want to thank all of the people on the ground that we work with, because we wouldn't be able to do it without them. It's not just about Dig Deep. It's not just about the Navajo Water Project, but it's about other people from our community. We are a staff of almost 20, and there are 2 non-Native allies, and the rest of us are Navajo and from the reservation. And so, you know, there's this other side where we do take things very personally because we're working in our own communities. I do want to say that I'll end with 2 things. One, the silver lining of COVID is that we've been able to collaborate with all of these great entities. We've been able to expand into communities that we weren't working in before, because one of the big things is that we do partner with local groups, whether that looks like partnering with local government like the chapters, or else with other nonprofits that are doing work there. And so we need to make sure that these projects are sustainable and that they're real solutions, and it's not just a Band-Aid fix, because I think many of us on Native nations or in marginalized communities can understand this, that we do see this where people come in and it's the short-term solution, and they might set up technology that's not going to work, or there's no operation and maintenance plan. And so, you know, we do want to make sure that these 275-gallon tanks are filled up through the end of the year, and reassessing it to see how much longer we'll need to do these things. But, you know, a large part of my job is building relationships with people in communities. A lot of times people will say, well, you're from the reservation, so you must know what it's like to work with everybody. You know, I'm from the western side of the res. One of my project sites is 4 hours away from where I'm from. I have never been there before doing this work. And so it's really important to me to honor those relationships and make sure that we're really involving the community. And it's not just about consent, it's about collaboration. So the second and the last thing I want to end with here is what we're going to do post-pandemic. You know, unfortunately, nobody knows what's going to happen right now. It's one of these things where we have to constantly reassess. You know, I really want to urge everybody who's listening, please stay home this weekend. You know, it's not a good idea to go out. I know, especially for Native communities, we want to look after our elders and our families. But right now, the best thing that you can do is stay away, because, you know, we're seeing these multi-generational families who are going out and working and coming home, and oftentimes they might bring home the virus. And we need to protect our elders, because like the work that we do long-term, oftentimes I see it as allowing our elders to continue our traditions and to continue to teach the younger generations, because they're able to stay in their traditional homelands and they don't have to move to larger communities to get things like basic human necessities like running water or electricity. So post-pandemic, what we have planned is, in addition to installing running water, we're going to be installing septic systems and bathroom additions. And that's important because oftentimes people forget how important sanitation and toilets are. We're also going to train more folks to have CDLs, because there is a lack of people who have CDLs on the reservation, and we need these to operate the larger water trucks. And on top of it, we're going to start working with people to get water line extensions who aren't extremely off-grid, but who do have that opportunity, because a kitchen sink is great. One source of water in your house is amazing. It's a big improvement. However, I would love to see families have running water in multiple bathrooms and in multiple sinks throughout their homes. So for now, that's the work that we're doing. And I just want to again say thank you to the organizers. Thank you to the people on the ground that we're working with on the reservation. And thank you to everybody who's doing their part by staying home and protecting our elders, because that's really, really, really what this is about at this point. When we protect our elders, we protect our culture. When we protect our water source, that works into it as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering if I could ask you a couple of questions. One, always I want people to have a takeaway from this, and part of it is where is it that Dig Deep gets their funding? And then some of the people watching, how is it that they can help? I know some people in Michigan, they did send some trucks, a caravan or something like that when they heard about the water issues that you had out there in the Navajo Nation. And then, you know, some things for people to think about, you know, moving forward through COVID-19, things that we can do for water conservation. I don't think that a lot of people realize that the uranium and that you mentioned, the chemicals that are threatening your water sources there in the Navajo Nation, it's really important to inform people that those things are happening like right now. And that, I mean, we live in the richest country in the world, and still we have in marginalized communities, in indigenous communities, these water issues. So I'm interested to know, Dig Deep, where they get their funding from, and then if anybody wanted to help, or you know, what is it that we can do to help from afar? You know, is it through prayer, ceremony, or you know, just supporting Dig Deep and the work that you all do? And yeah, thank you to all your staff and all the people, you know, and you mentioned collaboration. That's part of the Waters Life Festival. And for us to all be able to take care of our water collectively on a worldwide level, it's not just you, it's not just me, it's everybody together, and raising that awareness, the consciousness, and the you know, but part of the Waters Life Festival's weekend is to celebrate the water. So that was kind of lengthy of my question, but.
No, I mean, I love it. Like, we do need to leave people with a call to action, right? And I think to answer your first question, where Dig Deep gets our funding from, the majority of our funding is from grassroots donors. So, you know, smaller donations do add up. And then also larger foundations as well, and grants. We don't receive any government funding. A large part of that is because there's so much red tape when it comes to government funding, but also because of changes in administration. And that's my whole personal opinion there. Got to keep it separate from my work. But, you know, because of certain administrations, oftentimes we're seeing funding being cut. And that's a huge issue, where if we get that money and then all of a sudden it's not there, it's like, oh shoot, what are we going to do? In terms of how you can learn more about our work, I'd encourage everybody to go to NavajoWaterProject.org. Again, NavajoWaterProject.org. And if you want to learn more about Dig Deep's work as a whole, because we are expanding work in the US, especially I want to plug our Appalachia project right now. It's digdeepwater.org. So D is in dog, I, G is in green, D is in dog, E is in Emma, E is in Emma, P as in pink, water.org. So Navajo Water Project and Dig Deep Water each have .org. I think the first call to action is really to educate yourself and arm yourself with knowledge, right? Because not everybody has that opportunity to donate financially. But as you mentioned, keeping us in your prayer and ceremony, that's something as well, right? Like, once we start to recognize that there are others who don't have the basic necessity of running water, you know, for those of us who do have that luxury, when I think about it, what is the first thing that I do in the morning? I take my vitamins, I make coffee, I give my dogs fresh water, I go outside and water my plants. There are already so many things that by 9 o'clock, I've already used gallons and gallons and gallons of water, and then, you know, taking a shower and everything that's included in it. Not everybody has that. And I think water conservation is something to think about, you know. Obviously, where the Water is Life Festival is based, there's so much fresh water around there. And I myself used to live in Chicago. And a big thing that I heard was, well, we don't have to worry about that because we're near Lake Michigan. That doesn't mean that you don't need to conserve water. You know, it's something that's really important to also honor the water and know how fortunate we are to have it, because it's something that we really do need to take care of it in our own communities. It's not something that we need to take for granted. I think a lot of times the American population and the world population in many areas, but we're speaking specifically about the United States right now, we oftentimes separate ourselves from the two, right? Our Mother Earth, our water, our air, our land, and humans. We're all the same thing. And so, you know, I'd really encourage people to think about what that looks like, what a day without water for yourself would look like, and that there are people who don't have that. And I'd say, you know, obviously donations are always great, whether those are in-kind donations like tanks or supplies, or any financial donations is great. But again, I think education is the number one thing. And once you're educated, you can share that information with your community as well. I'll also leave everybody with my email address because I love continuing these conversations. And a lot of times, like many things on Native Nations, it's word of mouth. The way that 2 of our projects have started was just people reaching out to me, one on Facebook and saying, my mom doesn't have running water in this community. Can you look into that? And then the other was me talking to my cousin and saying, have you heard of any water projects in an area that we could start within the next 2 years? And, you know, someone got back to me. It's like on every reservation, my cousin's cousin said this, you know. And so my email address is Emma, EMMA, @digdeepwater.org. Again, Emma @digdeepwater.org. And, you know, again, educate yourself, Google. I always say don't be frugal with your Google, and share that information with people, because that's how we're going to make changes, is when we educate people about other issues. You know, I always enjoy things like the US Water Alliance conference or events like this because I learn something new every time. Last year, I learned about the water situation going on in Guam. I didn't have that connection before. I didn't know about it. And so, you know, learning about military bases there and how lead from bullets is affecting their water was something that really sparked me to go online and learn more about it and share that information, because I feel very cheesy using these water analogies, but it's literally a ripple. Once you have that one drop of knowledge, things just get bigger and bigger, and you can include other water drops, which would be your community members. You know, and I'd also say one thing is that's really helpful is respecting the Navajo Nation sovereignty. You know, I know a lot of people right now say, well, I want to travel to the Navajo Nation and I want to help. That's extremely heartfelt and great, but the thing is, bringing more people onto the reservation right now isn't what we need. You know, we need to protect that sovereignty. We need to lock down. It's Labor Day weekend. We're seeing a lot of people who are going into tourist attractions, the Grand Canyon, areas like that. When you have a bunch of people from all these different areas coming in, that's not doing us any good. And we've experienced a lot of loss. We've experienced over 500 members on the reservation passing, and that's not including those who live off the res, and many people who are sick. And I think really just respecting the sovereignty and knowing that right now our government and our people don't want more people coming to the reservation. You know, it's not a zoo. It's not something where you come and say, I'm here. Like, there's the saviorism. There's a way to do it responsibly. And again, that starts with education. And I also want to say, in terms of how to help, it's also good to mention that on our website, there are ways to get help, right? So for the community members who are in the Four Corners area on the Navajo Nation, there are a lot of really great resources there that can educate you about where to go if you need assistance with water or food or PPE. So again, it's navajowaterproject.org. And I really can't stress, don't be frugal with your Google and educate yourself, because the internet is the best thing that Native Nations have right now. And we really just need to utilize it to our advantage.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you very much for sharing water equity in your community. And later on, we're going to have, we did a youth scavenger hunt And so then I always believe in raising up the youth voice. So we're going to do the youth scavenger hunt, and they are part of it is they're required to, or being asked to identify themselves and their water address, what body of water they associate with. And then the other thing is here in Pellston, Michigan, we have a really nice airport, but they found PFAS in the water in the Pellston community. We have LTBB elders there. And so now they actually have to have a filter on their water. I don't even know if they're able to, take a shower. They have to go to the local fire station. So, that's just one of the other water equity issues that we have that, these are forever chemicals. You can't take them out. They'll never be able to take them out. So later on in the Waters Life Festival, that we will be raising up the voices of the youth in that way. And I think it's really, really important to connect the youth now with the water. They are our future stewards. What we do today, we're leaving them what type of world, what type of water, whatever. So I kind of think of those things. And when I was organizing this, and I want to thank you again. And I'm really glad. Yes, I'm not frugal with my Google, and that's how I was able to connect with you. So
I always say that. Yeah, I know. It's actually our social media coordinator taught that to me. And it's one of these things, right? Especially as Native peoples, when people have questions, it's of course, we want to educate people, but it's also if I have to answer every question that somebody asks me about being Native American, it's sort of hey, you have a smartphone, can you look this up too? And I think also just knowing that it is okay to ask questions, but also knowing that you too have, not everybody, but many people have a smartphone or a computer or the internet. And I think this is why these are great, is because it's bringing this to the communities who are either from our own reservations or other places that are being affected by water issues, and showing that there are solutions, that it's not just about, there's nothing that I can't do, saying exactly what you are. The youth is what's going to rise us up. It's funny because I'm still referred to as a youth, and I'm I'm almost 34. I'm flattered, but I'm slowly going into the elder status. So, again, really just, the resources that kids these days have nowadays, I'm so jealous. I wish that I had it as a younger child. So I totally appreciate that.
Yeah, and thank you again for emphasizing that the Navajo Nation is a sovereign nation within a nation. A lot of times I think that people don't get that, and they think that, because we're Native nations, we have unlimited resources, or we have everybody's got a casino or whatever, and that's not true. I mean, you have people in your community that don't have running water, that don't have electricity. And like I said, we're living in one of the world's richest countries, and this is still happening in the United States. And it's important for people to know that and hear from someone like yourself that is living in the Navajo Nation, that these things are still happening. I mean, it's that's one of the things, is to bring water equity in your community, all these issues to the forefront, because people don't realize that these things are happening. And the other thing that I wanted to bring to the forefront was the emotional and spiritual impact that the lack of water has on people. And a lot of times in our conversations, we don't mention that. And it's been on my radar for the last 3 months. I'm what is the spiritual and the emotional impact on people? You think COVID had a severe impact. Well, the spiritual and emotional impact on people, it's huge. How do people heal from that? How do we help people to provide them assistance or whatever? It might be whole families that are affected by COVID. And then what do? I mean, they have fear, anxiety, or they may not have resources. Then they're afraid to go out. They don't want to affect. I mean, there's just a whole host of things, but I just wanted to bring that to the table, the spiritual and emotional aspect, and that needs to be part of our conversations when it comes to water equity in your community as well.
No, I love that you brought that up, because, it's super important to know that, because it does also otherize us, right? Like if you're a student going to school and somebody else had the opportunity to take a shower, not even during COVID times, or to easily do something, and you're still planning, and I have to factor in gas money to go buy water, or I have to make sure I have a big truck to get water. It's something that not everybody has.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, thank you again. And I have Monica Lewis Patrick from We the People Detroit joining us. And I didn't know if you had any questions for Emma, but this is my fellow water warrior in Detroit, and I'm so happy that you're here with us. And I'm happy to hear your voice, see your face. And I was wondering if you could share water equity in your community and all the work that you do. And I know you don't need much prompting, because knowing you, you're like to share with us. Yeah, Chima Gwek for being here today. So I was wondering if you could, share with us where you are and the work that you do, and maybe some ways that people can do a call to action, how they can help, how you're working with the youth and those types of things.
First of all, I just want to say a word of gratitude to you, my sister and my friend. Once again, the Water is Life Festival is a critical part of bringing all peoples together from all over the world around this critical life-sustaining issue. And I know it's not something that you take lightly, that it's very much a spiritual part of the work that you do every day. And so I just want to take a minute of just expressing my gratitude for you and all that you bring into my life and into the world by your strong advocacy and love for water and the life-sustaining gift that it is. So thank you. And then to Sister Emma, I just can't say enough about the brilliance of the work that she's providing. That is specifically the kind of tone and tenor that we come to the work with here at We the People of Detroit. I am speaking to you from what is known as the territory of Detroit, the city that's along the Crooked River. And so we sit and receive our water through the watershed of Lake Erie. But the city of Detroit actually provides water to about 40% of the population of the state of Michigan. We provide water to about 126 municipalities and townships. Up until the late 1990s, Detroit's water system was one of the largest municipal water systems in the country, and it was one of the best managed water systems in the world. So we had a track record under majority Black leadership of running a well-managed municipal water system. But what we saw is that, giving just some of the history of Detroit, is that Detroit, up until 1955, it was actually legislated by the state of Michigan to build this infrastructure out to the suburbs. So the water disparity that you see in Detroit and Flint and Benton Harbor and across Michigan and predominantly Black and brown and poor communities is by design. Detroit at one point had about 2 million, a population of about 2 million. We now have somewhere in the ballpark of about 718,000. And about 178,000 of those persons are children 17 and under. When you look at the demographics of Detroit right now, you have about 60% of the population is under the management of a single mother, and many times is a woman of color. 40% of the population of the city lives in abject poverty, and 70% of the people that work in Detroit don't live in Detroit. So they are not a major contributor to the tax base of the city. And then much of the development in downtown Detroit, they have tax abatements where they don't pay taxes to the people of Detroit or to help with the management of the overall city. Their taxes go into a downtown development corporation. So billionaires like Dan Gilbert, he's able to leverage money from Detroit taxpayers to keep his taxes low, to allow him to have the benefit of certain assets and access without paying his fair share. But what the world needs to know is that right now, even in the middle of a pandemic, you have thousands of Detroiters and people across the state of Michigan and approximately 20 million Americans challenged with the inability to afford their water or access water and sanitation. What we know right here in Detroit, Michigan, is that we are only about 45 minutes from Toledo, Ohio, where their water rates have doubled in the last 6 months. We're just about 45 minutes from Flint, Michigan, where they are on pace for their water rates to double again, even on the other side of COVID-19. Flint plays some of the highest water rates in the nation. The average water bill in Flint is about $250 a month for water they cannot consume because it still is not of a drinkable quality. But at the same time, they're looking at their water rates going somewhere near the ballpark of about $450 to $500 a month for water you still can't consume. And then you build on top of that, if you look at in Chicago, just about 3.5 hours from Detroit, water rates have actually tripled in the last 8 years in Chicago. And then when you look at in Detroit, in the last 20 years, water rates have gone up over 470% in the last 20 years. And in the last 10 years, they've gone up over 126% just in the last 10 years. So when you compile just on water alone, what we are seeing is that water debt is actually becoming a weapon and a tool of gentrification that is removing predominantly Black folks that have been in the city of Detroit, some for centuries, and then some for at least the last 60 to 70 years. So when you have property and land that has been in your family, and we know Indigenous family understands this better than anybody else. When you have been the steward of land, when you have invested in it, cultivated it, cared for it, nurtured it, then to have it stolen from you under the contrived auspices that you owed for a water infrastructure system that you not even had any control over legally or economically. Because some of the policies that were created in Michigan were specifically created so that Detroit could not have an economic uplift from creating this infrastructure. But the water director of the city of Detroit in 1955 told the residents then that if the state of Michigan forced Detroit to build this system out to the suburbs, that it would drive the city of Detroit into bankruptcy. So the bankruptcy you see right now has been a plan in operation by the colonized leadership of the state of Michigan and really others outside of Detroit in the communities surrounding Detroit to take over this major asset that has sustained the residents for decades. And so now what we're looking at is that in the middle of COVID, the Black population of the state of Michigan is only about 14% of the overall population. But we have the highest number of deaths. We were over 40% of the deaths in the state of Michigan based on COVID. What no one in this state, even the governor, our mayor here in Detroit, and many of the leadership across the state of Michigan will not do the heavy lifting to connect to a water affordability plan for Michigan. What we know with a water affordability plan, it will not just create a pathway to access water in Detroit. A water affordability plan in Michigan means that for those rural communities that Emma talked about, we need to invest in grant dollars, forgivable grant dollars that will allow them to replace their sub tanks, to be able to dig a well, to be able to adequately and affordably access the water that they need. What we know in places like Flint, where there's lead toxicity, we should be committing to replacing those pipes and then connecting that work to the skilled trades. Because as Emma talked about, they're having to invest in getting people the CDLs that they need to drive the trucks, but we also need to be investing in our young people all across this country to do the skilled trades that are necessary to invest in the infrastructure of the nation. We know that based on the federal government, that we need about $5 to $6 trillion just to repair the infrastructure of this nation. We know that since 1977, the U.S. government has divested out of the water infrastructure of this nation. We know that the U.S. government at one point was spending about 69% of the dollars that were invested in water quality and water infrastructure. Now the US government is only investing 7 to 9%. So no wonder our water quality has diminished. And no wonder it's unaffordable. Many of the same corporate actors that are involved in investing in the militarization of this government are also the same people that are investing in the privatization of water. If you go and Google an article called the U.S. Water Banker Barons, the U.S. Water Banker Barons, just Google it. There's an article that will come up. And what you will find is that many of the banks that were protected during the contrived bankruptcy in Detroit are the same banks that happen to be buying up the water aquifers around the globe. So we know that this is not an accident or happenstance. These are deliberate acts that are happening with sanctioning by government actors on both sides of the aisle. So I'm not going to be the person that just applauds one side. I'm telling you that the GOP and the Dems have been co-collaborators. Because as we began to champion the fact that Flint was at least being recognized for being poisoned, it was the people of Flint that organized themselves and tested water and brought forth the results to doctors and journalists and others. It was people, everyday people like all of us on this call, that deputized ourselves and took up the mantle to understand that this is not just about getting water for urban centers or rural centers. This is about ensuring that every human being on the planet must have a pathway to clean, safe, and affordable water. We also are deeply committed, and this is because of work that my sister Janan has done, and also the work of Chief Gibson, because Chief Gibson told us in 2015 that indigenous family and that African Americans and those of African descent must unite our fight. And in that, what he told us is that Black folks must take advantage of the opportunity to learn from our indigenous family how to reconnect to our blood memory, because our blood memory will reconnect us to our land memory, and therefore we don't have to struggle with stewardship, with quality of life issues, because we will be centering all of those things because of what we've learned from our indigenous family. And so we have a great moment here, especially in the middle of COVID, to take the best practices which indigenous family has put in place and then operate in that practice and begin to heal the land. Because as the water is healed and as the land is healed, the spirit of mankind will be renewed and humanity will be healed. And so I'll just stop there, Janine, because you know I get emotional about all of these things because I'm very concerned about the future of our babies. And I believe that you, like many of us, are determined that we're going to dedicate the rest of our lives to ensuring that not just this generation and not just the next generation, but 7, 10, 12 generations beyond us will be able to drink clean, safe, and affordable water. And one of the biggest things, one of the reasons I wasn't able to get near water to talk to you today is that I just left the Manistee Forest, where our organization, along with collaborative efforts like Freshwater Futures, like Toledo Junction, amazing work that's happening with Crystal Davis out of Ohio, Brenda Coley out of Milwaukee Water Commons, we have taken the initial step to secure land that has been under the control of Black families and indigenous families for over 100 years. And this will create a permanent location for the headquarters of the Great Lakes People of Color Water Camp. And so we are believing and hoping and praying that this will be a location where all of us can come together in prayer, in ceremony, in celebration, and also in training, so that we can train our babies into this stewardship and into this cultivation of a way of life that is nurturing all life. So thank you so much, Janine, and Janan, and I'll take whatever questions that you or your audience may have.
Yeah, thank you, Monica. Very, very powerful message. You said a lot, and those are many of the themes and many of the words and thoughts that we have throughout this weekend about water equity in your community. And I was sharing with my elder during day yesterday, and it's like, man, sometimes I get so frustrated doing this work because people like turn their faucet on. They think that everybody has clean access to, access to clean water, and it's not that way. So part of my mission this weekend is to bring those messages to people, but at the same time to do it with love and compassion, and really to bring information. But at the same time, it's like I could go and walk like less than a mile from here and go swimming if I wanted to. But it's like many of our waters are not accessible to people equally. And the communities like Flint and Benton Harbor and Detroit, they're all, not everybody has access to that water. I mean, it's like in our community, even if we wanted to go to the beach we have to go, and there's many properties have been bought up on the lakeshore. So we have to go to a designated beach or something like that. So I just, if there's anything that I can do to help you in the work that you do, I'm here, that, and we've can collaborate on a lot of different things. So I don't know, Emma, if you have any questions for her, or if you had something else, Monica, that you wanted to share on the screen. I think you were working with Dewan to do that. But Emma, I don't know if you had any comments or questions for Monica.
Monica, that was so powerful. Thank you so much. I think I'm still on the screen. I'm like nodding over here, like, damn. First of all, thank you for all of the work that you're doing. It's amazing. And I feel like there are definitely like some tears in my eyes, because it's something where it's like, I feel so inspired after this, like exactly what you said. Like, one of the things that happens when we're talking about water is, by these larger corporations, billionaires, governments, and I agree, like, again, this is my personal opinion. I agree with you, like both sides. It's not about applauding one side or the other. This is something that a lot of people are contributing to. And as soon as, Indigenous peoples and African Americans and brown and Black people are separated like this, that's where we're not able to come together and make things happen. And I really appreciate that you said that, because, it's something that I think I struggle with a lot. Like when people ask me about my work, they go, oh, you're not working in Flint, then it doesn't really matter. And it's like, there are water issues everywhere. And when we all start to come together, that's when we make it happen. So thank you for your work and your words. And I'm over here Googling everything that you're talking about. And you said something about, I wrote it down here, which is, blood memory will connect us to our land memory. That's something that's so important. So thank you from the bottom of my heart of all that you're saying and that you're doing, because it's ridiculous. I didn't know that people are paying that much money for water for something that they can't even use. And it's like, why is somebody paying $400 or $500 when, like you said, there are these developers who are getting tax cuts for something? It's ridiculous. And I think exactly what you said, for me, after COVID, there's no way that we can go back to what we were doing before, because it's up to people like you and everybody else on here, Janin. And, it's just, we have to say this shit is not going to be able to be okay anymore. Like, it's time to just say the old way was not working. It's time to stand up. And so thank you so much for those words. I'm feeling like you said, Janin, like it gets very tiring in our work. And I feel like there's this whole new spark in me. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much, Emma. If you can see my shirt says that I'm a deputized water warrior.
Yes.
Nice.
Janan, I got to get you this. I know you're gonna rock it, and I'll get you one too, Emma.
I would love that.
Deputized water warrior is something that came from one of our elders, because as we were whining, I got you, Dewan. And as we were whining and complaining about being frustrated about all the austerity and the disenfranchisement that was happening in our community, one of our elders told us, she said, Superman is not coming. Nobody's going to ride in on a white horse and save us. You all better deputize yourselves and get to work. Mm-hmm. And at that moment, it triggered something in my spirit. And as I was talking to the amazing women that I serve with at We the People of Detroit, Many of those women are 60 plus doing this work with me. I'm 54, I'm the youngest. And what we found in the middle of COVID is that as all of these policies were being put in place to restrict our movement, to restrict our interactions, in Detroit, over 50% of the population does not have access to the internet, similar to what we're hearing on the reservation. In Detroit, over 170,000 families have been shut off from water with no accountability in terms of restoration. What we know in Flint is over 7,000 families were off in the middle of COVID, and there has been no real accountability in terms of restoration. Flint got poisoned in the rush by corporate interests to seize the primary asset of the city of Detroit, which is Detroit Water and Sewage Department. So this was never about righting the financial wrongs of the city of Detroit. This was about stealing a premier piece of property and a major asset, a critical asset in the nation. And when you look at people in our family that's in Puerto Rico, some of the same actors that were here as a part of privatizing water and assets in Detroit are doing the same kinds of dastardly deeds in Flint. They're doing the same kind of dastardly deeds in Benton Harbor, in Puerto Rico, in Baltimore. I mean, when you look across this country, and so we really have to help people connect the dots. Your water and your water quality and your water access and affordability is deeply connected to whether or not people are privatizing your water. And when you know that Betsy DeVos and the DeVos family that is a part of privatizing public education, that they also own and control many of the shuttle services at major airports, not just in the US, but around the world, then does it seem far-fetched that the same family who has heavily invested in Veolia, which is one of the worst water management companies in the world. As a matter of fact, they're a French company that the French threw out of the country. They don't allow them to manage their water because they did such a poor job. Then why is it that Governor Snyder went and actually solicited them to come into communities of color to advise us on our water? And many times in a way that actually created more harm, more toxicity, and more death. You can't leave out the role that Nestle has played. While people are championing Nestle for donating 1 million bottles of water to Flint, guess what? We, the people of Detroit, a small little organization made up of a few old Black women, did the same thing. So Nestle didn't do us any favors. They used Flint as a PR drive-by for all of their harms to Michigan and the Great Lakes, when in actuality, Nestle is drawing out of the aquifers of the Great Lakes thousands of gallons a second, and they're only paying a permit fee that costs them about $200 a year. So what one family is paying per month in Flint to access water they can't drink, Nestle is pulling it out of the Great Lakes and selling it back to us. And 80% of the bottled water that's consumed in the US comes out of the Great Lakes. So this is why the Great Lakes should not only be important to the people that live around it, to all the surrounding states, but to every American and every human being. Because as goes the Great Lakes, so goes the country, and so goes the planet.
Oh my Lord, you said it. You said it. Yeah. And that is, Monica, that's what I'm hoping you can expand on tomorrow when I have you come back on and talk about water privatization. That's another thing that over the past year that came across my radar, and I had to not be frugal with my Google and start to understand what privatization is, the pros and cons. Part of it is my understanding that if I was to go and to provide you water as a resource, and the government comes over here and says, okay, well, you have to use a certain type of pipe, you have to use this, you have to use that, well, that ends up affecting my bottom line. And you know what? I don't want to spend more money. So I don't want those regulations. So, I mean, we'll talk more about that tomorrow, but water privatization is another thing in the very, very, very near future is going to be huge, I think, when it comes to water equity in your community. And people better be paying attention because this may very well affect them, whether you're a person of color or not, whatever. I mean, the Great Lakes is one of the world's greatest resources. And how is it that we're going to protect it? I like that they said what you said, Superman is not going to come in and rescue us. We have to do that at grassroots level. And I think that we've been doing that, but we need to be able to have access, and the decision makers at many of my events, the decision makers there and look me eyeball to eyeball and tell me what you're doing. What's the plan?
That's right.
With line 5, yeah, we're going to shut down line 5. It's still not shut down. What was your plan? Give me a blow-by-blow plan. How are you going to do that? That's fine. You can try to appease me and say all these things, but what's your plan? It's like, don't come into our community and pretend like you're a superhero and you're going to come and rescue us. Well, like Emma is looking at the sustainability, not just putting in these tanks of water, but helping the community to become sustainable, to help us, not direct us or come in and tell us what to do or how you're going to do it for us. We've been in existence for hundreds of years, but we have to coexist in the society that we have now. So come and bring us some tools and ask us, work with those people that are doing the work, the grassroots level. Don't come in and think that you're going to, be the knight in shining armor and come and rescue us. That's not what we want. We want for you to be an ally and to work with us. And, but like I said, it's like water privatization, pay attention because that is going to be a very real issue in the near future. And Monica, earlier I was sharing that, yesterday in a conversation with one of my elders, Doreen Day, that she stated, this water is going to be worth more than gold. And so it's going to be a commodity that everybody is going to be doing a grab for. So we got to pay attention to that too. What do people want to decipher water like they did over in Manitowoc, Wisconsin? That sets very, very dangerous precedent. If we go and give our water to somebody, well, you did it for them, why don't you do it for us? And it's like, well, yeah, we want everybody to have access to water, but we have a limited supply. And so we have to take care of what we have. If you only have $20, we're going to be very careful. The woman goes to the well, she gets her water for the day. You want to bet that she is very careful in how it is that she uses that water in her everyday life. She is not going to waste a drop. So if we look at our water resource like that woman that goes to the well and goes and gets her daily water, we will be good stewards. We will be able to take care of our water. So I don't know if Dewan can give us a cue as to how much time that we have left until our. Okay. All right. Well, then again, ladies, thank you so much for participating. Both of you are amazing in all the work that you do. And, to think spiritually, emotionally, the impacts that water equity in our community that it has. And I hope that there have been lots and lots of takeaways, and that this does foster conversations in different communities around the world as to water equity and access and affordability and privatization and all those things that through the Waters Life Festival this weekend that we're trying to bring. So I want to thank you ladies again for coming on and sharing. And Emma Robbins, please tell your family, blessings to you and the work that you do. And Monica Lewis Patrick, as always, my love to you and the work that you do. And ladies, if there's anything to do to help in any way, you have my email and contact information. And we filled up the hour. That was amazing. So we do We have Sean Miller coming on. And Monica, I look forward to hearing from you tomorrow in water privatization. We have a half hour for that. And we have Christy Biber, another Indigenous woman, coming on later to talk about the work she does in Detroit too. So looking forward to that.
My baby.
So, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm glad that I was able to. Yep. Yeah. Gishigad. Yep.
Yes.
So, we'll take some time and we're going to queue up Sean Miller here. And thank you again, ladies. And please enjoy the Waters Life. We have lots of music, lots of speakers. We have the youth coming on later. We got testimonials from the scavenger hunt. So it's really, really important to lift up our voices. And thank you much, both of you, for coming on today. So
thank you both. Thank you, Monica. Thank you, Jenin.
Sending love and peace to both of you. Thank you so much.
All right.
Hello, Waters Life Festival. My name's Sean Miller from Petoskey, Michigan. Probably should have tuned this before we started. But I'll do a quick little tune while I do my introduction. Again, I'm Sean Miller from Petoskey, not too far away from where the Waters Life Festival usually happens, up in Mackinac. Super honored. I know this is a weird year, given everything. Say hi to my cat real quick. This is Felix. We just got him not too long ago. Let's take a little nap. Oh. So he's to my right, and then to my left we got Charlie. They love their blankets. But anyways, I think this is my third or fourth year doing the Waters Life, and thanks to Janan for putting it on. Thanks to Seth Bernard with Title Track and the Michigan Clean Water Campaign and all that stuff. And just everyone for being here and watching and listening and educating, taking part in this wonderful event. But I'm a singer-songwriter, so I'm gonna do just that. I'm gonna sing some songs. Some of them I've written, some of them I haven't. Some of them are political, some of them aren't. Some are sad folk love songs, breakup songs. But anyways, without further ado, the song is called Couldn't Make This House a Home. And it's one that I wrote. Here we go. Small town paper, coffee in the early morning. You are dancing in the fields. Life is just starting, flying to the coast, leaving it behind you. And I hope from time to time you're still reminded of that time. The sun was creeping in through the trees. Our bodies glowed and the room was dim. We were dancing in between those sheets, but I know you were never thinking of me. You were thinking of a different time. Didn't even know why you were feeling alone. Oh, I couldn't make this house a home. Couldn't make this house a home. We were walking to the brewery down on Howard. You had your arm around me. Never been this forward, and we were drinking to remember and forget all those places that we haven't been to yet. And both of us were drunk. We didn't care. We still hopped in that car, shifted into gear, and we were driving. Your hand was on my knee, but I know you were never thinking of me. You were thinking of a different time. Didn't even know why you were feeling alone. Oh, I couldn't make this house a home. Cat likes it. I don't know if you can see him on the camera or not, but. All right, we'll keep the music coming. I'm gonna just play another original. I wanted to start off with an original just to introduce myself. I just put out a brand new album. Actually, it was a great year to do it. I put it out in April, as was originally planned. And that first song again was called Couldn't Make This House a Home, and that's track 1 on that album. But I'm going to do another original, actually one that I co-wrote with I'm not sure if she's done the Waters Life Festival before or not, but she's another singer-songwriter out of the northern Michigan area. Her name's Laura Fulford. And we wrote a song together called the T-Shirt Song. It goes like this. Decide what to wear. She goes through the closets of her ex. That one t-shirt, well, it has a tear in the seam, so she just moves on to the next. That one's got a couple of stains, and that one's too stretched out, but she'll find one without a doubt. That one over there, the one that says Nirvana, well, she doesn't listen to that band, but she knows it looks good on her. She never has to go to the mall again, just keeps stealing t-shirts from all these different men. Rainbow color in a selection of size, still looking for the one that fits just right. She can't decide what to wear. She goes through the closets of her ex. That one t-shirt, well, it has a tear in the seam, so she just moves on to the next. It's getting colder and the leaves are falling down, but good thing she's got that sweatshirt with the name of a town she's never been to because it's way up north. When she puts it on, she can still feel the warmth of a broken heart. Oh, and a kiss. No, not that band. That's another t-shirt that she meant. She never has to go to the mall again, just keeps stealing t-shirts from all these different men. A rainbow color in a selection of size, still looking for the one that fits just right. She never has to go to the mall again, just keeps stealing t-shirts from all these different men. Rainbow color in a selection of size, still looking for the one that fits just right. Still looking for that one that fits just right. Anyways, yeah, as I said, I think this is my 3rd or 4th year doing this Waters Life Festival, and it's such an important thing to bring, well, I was going to say indigenous people, but all the people, everyone together, to talk about and educate and share our beliefs about the right to clean water and environmental rights. And it's obviously a very important thing to me, with Line 5 and everything right in my backyard. I'm not too far away. I'm about 45 minutes from Mackinac City, and it's a troublesome situation, and it's one that worries me. And I thank our current administration, at least in Michigan, for taking steps to better us here, and try and shut down Line 5 for good. So thank you to Dana Nessel and Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Kind of taking a more non-lackadaisical, a more strict stance than some of our previous leaders. So thank you to them. Thank you guys for listening to me. Thank you for using your voice. I'm going to play a cover song now. Actually, this is by a singer-songwriter out of Canada, out of Toronto, and his name is Donovan Woods, and this is the song he wrote called Clean Slate, and it's kind of about starting over. Not so much environmentally speaking or anything like that, but just kind of starting over with a relationship or one-on-one connections. And it's kind of a love song, but I'll play it for you guys now. This ain't the first time I felt my heart beat faster. Praying for the best, the most prayers don't get answered. Well, I remember the fall and I remember getting back up after. Only a fool pretends like the past don't matter. Gonna love you like I've never loved anyone. Gonna sing you like a song I ain't never sung. Gonna love you like the first time I saw the sunrise. I'm gonna laugh with you like I don't know the punchline. I'm gonna give you my heart unburdened by all the uncertainty we face. Gonna love you with a clean slate. Gonna love you with a clean slate. Like when you never felt that cold when the sparks stopped. Like when you never seen a gold band sitting at a one shot. Like temptation don't exist and we never felt lonely. Like I'm not afraid to let you really know me. Gonna love you like I've never loved anyone. Gonna sing you like a song I ain't never sung. Gonna love you like the first time I saw the sunrise. I'm gonna laugh with you like I don't know the punchline. Oh, I'm gonna give you my heart unburdened by all the uncertainty we face. Gonna love you with a clean slate. Gonna love you with a clean slate. Gonna love you like I've never loved anyone. Gonna sing you like a song I ain't never sung. Gonna love you like the first time I saw the sunrise. I'm gonna laugh with you like I don't know the punchline. Oh, I'm gonna give you my heart unburdened by all the uncertainty we face. I'm gonna love you with a clean slate. I'm gonna love you with a clean slate. Love you with a clean slate. Gonna love you with a clean slate. I'll resolve it for you guys. Well, thank you guys so much again, and thank you to the Waters Life Festival for having me virtually this year. This is so fun. I've been getting to do this. Back in April, I put on, myself and another local singer-songwriter here in Petoskey put on a virtual festival of our own through a group we call the Tip of the Mitt Songwriters. So that was fun. I got to play in that. I'm part of Wheatland this year, which is super exciting. I'm super honored and thrilled to be a part of that and their Wheat Songs section of the festival. Huge thanks to Seth again for letting me join in on the virtual earthworks this year as well. So lots of virtual things. So it's weird playing in my house and not in front of people. But thank you for being here virtually. And again, thanks to Janan, for putting all this on. Thanks to all the speakers and the organizers, the vendors, Dwan, Jordan for doing all the video, making this whole thing run smoothly. All the nonprofits involved, just thank you. Much love to all of you. And with that, I'm gonna do another little love song. I wrote this one, and it's also on my album. The album's called Everywhere I Roam, and it's available everywhere. Spotify and Apple Music, Google Play, YouTube Music. I believe it's on Pandora and all that stuff. It's everywhere. Cheers. And it's called Phone Call Smiles. Again, that was called Phone Call Smiles. That's an original one of mine. Yeah, we'll just keep the music coming. I realized in that song too, and this is a true line, my favorite color is blue, and part of the reason is because of the water in the sky. I'm so lucky to be living here in northern Michigan. 2 minutes from my house is Lake Charlevoix down in Horton Bay, so I can go swim pretty much anytime I want. I haven't been able to get out as much this summer as I had hoped, surprisingly, thinking I'd have more time this year. But yeah, it's just so nice to have it right in my backyard. And I always see Seth post on his Instagram of him swimming in a lake. I think he's down by Travers area, but nevertheless, it's always so refreshing to take a dip in, local lake here. I'm gonna do, if that's all right with you guys, I'm gonna do some country music. I've been getting into this guy. His name's Tyler Childers. This is a song called White House Road. Bloodshot eyes. Late in the evening when the sun sinks low. That's about the time my rooster crows. I got women up and down this creek. Keep me going and my engine clean. Run me ragged but I won't fret. Ain't been nothing ever held me back. Get me drinking that moonshine. Get me higher than the grocery bill. Take my trouble through the high wall. Throw 'em in the river and get your fill. We've been sniffing that cocaine. Ain't nothing better when the wind comes cold, Lord. It's a mighty hard living, but a damn good feeling to run these roads. It's a damn good feeling to run these roads. Well, I got people try to tell me red. Keep this living in a wind up bed. Cast your trouble on the Lord of Lords. Or end up laying on cooling board. Well, I got buddies off on White House Road. They keep me strutting when my feet hang low. Rock of whiskey gonna ease my pain. And all this running gonna keep me sane. Get me drinking that moonshine. Get me higher than the grocery bill. Take my trouble through the high wall. Throw 'em in the river and get your fill. We've been sniffing that cocaine. Ain't nothing better when the wind cuts cold, Lord. It's a mighty hard living, but a damn good feeling to run these roads. It's a damn good feeling to run these roads. When you lay me in the cold hard clay, won't you sing the hymns while the banjo plays? Tell them ladies they are not frown. Ain't been nothing ever held me down. Well, I'm men, women, or shallow grave. Same old blues, just a different day. Get me drinking that moonshine. Get me higher than my grocery bill. Take my trouble through the high wall. Throw 'em in the river and get your fill. We've Yeehaw. All right. I'll keep the music coming. I think I got a couple more for you guys. I'll keep the little bluesy numbers coming. How about that? Oh, no, you know what? I'm going to change it up just a little bit so we don't have to move the capo. This is a song I debuted just about a year ago, actually. I don't know where the idea came from. It just kind of came to me. I used to work for the Petoskey News Review. I'll do a little spiel while I'm tuning again. I used to work for the Petoskey News Review, and recently, about a year ago, started working for the Little Traverse Bay Bands. I'm a tribal member, Little Traverse Bay Bands of Odawa Indians, and I started working for them for a grant project to create an online language class and program for local students and tribal members. So we've been working on that. And anyways, I mentioned all that because I get to go for walks around. There's a circle, about a mile circle around our building that I get to walk. And I think the song that I'm about to play came about from those walks and just kind of thinking about life, watching the birds, and just enjoying nature and kind of thinking about life and everything like that. So it's called Earthbound. Again, that was called Earthbound. It's actually a really sweet YouTube video of that, and me playing it at my first ever Folk Alliance region Midwest. I went to that about a year ago. It was October last year in Grand Rapids, and great videographer. His name's Charles Steen out of the Ann Arbor area. Did a sweet video of me doing this song. So it was a great way to debut a song and get it out there a little bit. So thanks again for listening. And do another original. This is actually brand new and I wrote not too long ago. Actually this year in quarantine, if you will. It's called When You Woke. We were holding hands with underage big cans, just 17, the world at our feet. We were going steady, but our hearts were heavy. And a rusty Cavalier from Michigan, we're never going back again. And we were driving away. You fell asleep, I kept on through. When you woke, I heard you say that I love you. Kiss on my cheek, we just kept on driving across the borderline. We're not just trying to run away from all of our Detroit dreams. We hit the turnpike, we're smoking memories. Now I'm back home, and you're still in the city. You can't tell me that it didn't mean nothing. Oh, that kiss, the way you looked at me. We were trying away. You fell asleep, and I kept on through. When you woke, I heard you say that I love you. Time stands still and it still does. Every time I think of us. Time stands still and it still does. Every time I think of us. When we were driving away. You fell asleep and I kept on through. When you woke, I heard you say that I love you. All right, just checking my time here. I got time for maybe 2 or 3 more, guys. Thanks again for being here with me. I appreciate it. I appreciate the Waters Life Festival and everything it's doing for Northern Michigan and the state, really the Midwest. Thank you guys for coming together for such an important cause, and being here, virtually this year. But let's do it in person next year. Fingers crossed, knock on wood, we can be there. But I'm gonna play a John Hartford tune. I actually got the opportunity to play this with the one and only Caroline Barlow last year. I had actually heard one of my very favorite singer-songwriters, Gregory Alan Isakov, he's out of Colorado, excuse me, play this song. And I loved it so much I had to learn it for myself. And then, of course, well, at this point, rewind, if we're talking about today, rewind to last year, jump back, and Caroline Barlow was playing right before me, I think, and we were just kind of practicing, and she was playing this, and I was like, oh my gosh, I love that song. And she asked if I would play it with her, and I had a couple opportunities. I think there's a video of us playing it together at Red Sky Stage here in Petoskey. But anyways, yeah, now I play it regularly. So it's called In Tall Buildings. It's by John Hartford. Someday, my baby, when I am a man, others show me the best that they can. Sell me a suit, cut off my hair, send me to work in tall buildings. So it's goodbye to the sunshine, goodbye to the dew, goodbye to the flowers, and goodbye to you. I'm off to the subway, I mustn't be late. I'm going to work in tall buildings. When I retire, my life is my own. Made all the payments, now it's time to go home. Wonder what happened betwixt and between. And I went to work in tall buildings. So it's goodbye to the sunshine, goodbye to the dew, goodbye to the flowers, and goodbye to you. I'm off to the subway, I mustn't be late. Going to work in tall buildings. Going to work in tall buildings. Going to work in tall buildings. All right, I think I got time for just two more songs, you guys. Thank you again. Thank you so much for the Waters Life Festival. Again, my name's Sean Miller. I gotta be honest, even though I've done a couple of these, it's still weird to just sit in my house, in my living room, in front of a cell phone. The live streams, the pre-recorded stuff, the videos like this, it's different, and it's almost more intimidating, especially the live videos. I can't see comments because my phone's flipped, so I can't see what people are saying. I'm just so used to being up on a stage or in front of a mic. That's comfortable for me. So actually, this is great. It's getting me out of my comfort zone a little bit and get to play some music in a different way for everyone. So I'll play another new song for you guys. Actually, these last two songs are new. I'll tell a little story. So last year I was playing, maybe it was 2 years ago. I think it was 2 years ago. I was playing at the Waters Life Festival up there in Mackinac. And everyone liked it. I was happy to be there. All the other musicians were great. But the one piece of feedback I got was I had someone ask me, how come you didn't play any protest songs or political songs or songs about that had a message or that advocated for something? So I got you this year. I wrote these last two songs the last couple of months. The first one, it doesn't really have it kind of has a call to action. It doesn't really advocate for anything or have a political message, but it does I will ask all of you at home to sing the last chorus with me. And it goes, we'll be all right. We'll be all right. Oh, we'll all be all right. So wherever you're sitting, if you're driving in your car and have this plugged into the radio, hopefully not watching it while you're driving, or if you're sitting at home with some friends or your family, or just even by yourself watching this on your phone or your TV or a laptop, or you're at work, wherever you are, if you're listening, please, I was once told, if you have feet, you can dance. If you have a voice, you can sing. I know you all have a voice. So please sing along. For the last chorus, we change it up in the last chorus. I'll do a little pre-story for the song. This year obviously has been tough for a lot of us, emotionally, mentally, physically, all of the above, spiritually, everything. And I was having a hard time earlier this year. I'm doing a lot better now and found ways to cope with just all the changes this year has brought. But I was really in a bad headspace, and I wanted to write a song that kind of talked about that, but flipped it at the end for a positive message. Just simply saying, we'll be all right, because in the end, we're going to be all right. No matter what happens, I believe that you and I will be all right. So the song's called By Your Side. And again, I invite you to sing that last chorus with me. Got one more song for you guys. Thanks so much for being here. Thanks for listening. Thanks, Charlie, for sleeping. Thanks, Felix, for listening and sleeping. Oh, woke him up. Sorry, bud. It's fine. Anyways, this last song is definitely a political call to action song. And there came a time where I couldn't not say anything anymore. I couldn't sit silent, and I'll never understand what it's like to be in someone else's shoes, or be in someone else's body or clothes or skin color, or any of that. I only understand myself and what it's like to be me. I am Native American and part of the Little Traverse Bay Bands of Odawa Indians, but I'm obviously pretty white. And but even so, just watching the events of the last couple months unfold throughout the country, I couldn't stay silent anymore, and I wanted to use my music and whatever platform I had to speak out about some of the injustices that have happened, and to strongly stand and say that Black Lives Matter. So I know this is a Water is Life Festival, but I wanted to close with this song. And take what you want from it. That's all I'll say. So here we go. The streets are on fire. There's a sickness in the air. Did we really make things great again? Who really cares? 'Cause this is our time to show them what's wrong and right, but I can't breathe. I can't breathe. It don't matter the color. We should all love one another. Sisters and brothers and fathers and mothers. Together we can rise so much taller. So wave those banners high. Point those fists right up to the sky. Oh, and keep marching those streets and tell them what you think. Rewrite history. 'Cause you know this is our time to show them what's wrong and right, but I can't breathe. I can't breathe. This is our time to show them what's wrong and right, but I can't breathe. I can't All right. That's all I got for you guys. Thanks so much again for listening. I guess, I will say, because this is our time. That's a good crossover. It is our time to stand up and use our voices to speak out against the injustices we see in this world. So I invite all of you, whether it is for Black Lives Matter, or whatever cause that you believe in, water is life, anything, shutting down Line 5, fixing the water crisis in Flint, all that stuff. It reminds me too, we have a song, part of a band called the Real Ingredients. We did this festival a couple of years ago, but we have a song called For Granted that directly speaks out against Line 5 and fixing the water crisis and kicking Nestle out of our waters and all that stuff. And if we were playing it this year, we'd probably play that song. But yeah, that chorus while I was singing just reminded me of that. So again, thank you guys so much. Thank you to Janan again for putting this on. Thanks to Dewan for putting all the video together and making sure the broadcast is live and working great. Thanks to Seth and Title Track for being part of all this, and all the other people, organizers, vendors, artists, musicians, speakers, everyone that I have missed. Thank you guys so much from the bottom of my heart for using your voices and being part of such a, number one, a cultural event, but environmental and educational and advocacy event as well. That's such a great thing for Northern Michigan and the state as a whole. So keep on keeping on. Much love. Peace.
Hey everyone, hope you're enjoying the festival so far. I'll be hosting this next section, but first I'd like to introduce myself in my tribe's language. Bonjour, bonjour, Kinigueya. Calvin Hartwig Indigenikas. Minoash Mishkudasi Nada Nishnabi Nozwin. Makwando dem. Baudago Ninendao. We the people Michiganing, Nido Anoki. Nido Mizinda Tishchigeke, Gaye. Give me kuchinim. Hey, greetings everyone. My English name is Calvin Hartwig. My real name is Mishkwedesi. I'm Bear Clan from the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians. I work for We the People Michigan, but I'm also a filmmaker. And I thank all of you for coming today, and I hope you're really enjoying the festival, and I hope you're excited as I am for this next section where I will be screening my short film, This Is Who I Am. Before we get into the film, I'd like to introduce a little bit more about myself and how this film came to be, hey? So I'm from Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. It's a town on the St. Mary's River between the shores of Lake Superior and Hay Lake, just south of the Medicine Line, that border between the United States and Canada. So I've been really fortunate to have lived in many great places around the world, lots of traveling, but it was missing my language, missing my culture and ceremonies that brought me back home. So here I am, really grateful and happy to be back in Anishinaabe Anishinaabe country. And so it was about 11 years ago, I was talking with one of my elders, and he was talking about our language and our culture. And he said, you know, Calvin, I'm a little bummed that it just seems that not enough young people are getting into our language, are getting into our culture, our ceremonies. And if only these young people had a stronger sense of Anishinaabe identity and knew those traditional values and saw the world as our ancestors did through our language, through our culture, you know, they would have more tools to live a richer life, to make better decisions in life, to really fulfill themselves as Anishinaabe people. But how do you encourage young people to do that? They don't know what they're missing out on. And if you just go up to a teenager and you say, hey, go learn your language, then they probably aren't going to do it. Most of them won't. So how can you get this message across? And so that question, that was about 11 years ago. That stuck with me for a few years, hey? During the summer of 2011, I had the opportunity to intern at the United Nations Secretariat for the Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, and I became involved with the Global Indigenous Youth Caucus, where I helped advocate for Indigenous rights from a young person's perspective. And I met many great people. A few years later, one of my colleagues that I had met through the United Nations, he came to me, and he was a filmmaker from Peru, Quechua himself. And he said, Calvin, I would love to make a short film, something about Indigenous issues. And I want to make it with our colleague, Andrea Landry, who is also a member of the Global Indigenous Youth Caucus. And Manuel, he said, but I would like to get some help on what exactly it could be that we make the film about. And it struck me right there what we could make the film about. We could help answer that elder's question. And we can make a film that is accessible and not only brings a message about indigeneity, Indigenous identity, to a general audience, but also to those young people. And we can give them little nuggets, if you will, in that film that can help encourage them as they reflect on identity. And not just identity, hey, it's also responsibilities. As Indigenous people, we have responsibilities. Well, all do actually. responsibilities to the land, to the water, as well as our heritage, language, and culture. So that's what we did. It was 2016, and we started the film project. And it took us a couple years to write the script and fundraise and pull together an incredible team. We've had over 60 volunteers from around the world, each continent but Antarctica represented by our volunteers. We have a couple dozen languages in the script, or the script's been translated into, and it's been a really great project. Lots of blood, sweat, and tears, but also worth it. And we premiered it at the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, which is the world's largest conference for Indigenous peoples to come together and have a platform to advocate for our rights, and to advocate for the for those opportunities, hey, to meet our responsibilities to those relations, like the water. And so after that, it's screened at film festivals and events in Indigenous communities throughout Turtle Island, throughout North America, New Zealand, and just recently in South America. And it's been a real honor. It's been a real honor. And so I hope you're excited. It's 12 minutes long, so we'll go into it. And as you watch the film, I want for you to think and feel, reflect on what are the connections that you might be making with the protagonist. I'd love for you to reflect on your own identity and your own responsibilities to language, culture, land, water, and watch throughout the film how water plays a role. After that, we'll have time for a few questions, and then we'll move on to the next film and presentation with Christy Bieber. So with that, Dewan, if you could cue the film for us, please.
As an Indigenous youth, I sometimes feel strained in expressing my identity here. The streets, the buildings, the bustling cars, this fast-paced multitude of people seem like overwhelming obstacles that makes it difficult for me to connect with my past, to realize my present, to find my way. I feel as if the cement structures surrounding me were blocking my connection to the land, to Mother Earth, to my universe. The regret of not speaking my mother tongue haunts me everywhere I go, manifesting itself in a feeling of dishonor. A dishonor that threatens my people with the loss of wisdom important for future generations. Sometimes, I feel as if I don't belong anywhere. Being apart from my own community, the feeling of loneliness grows with the awareness of my surroundings and the way my footsteps' path gets lost in the pavement. I wonder what my ancestors would do. And then it comes to me. Nishanabe andao, atzet kokia, tinchanabe, anan moad, bomodoan, debiitek, jamia, nga, bemijigwak, kichinishnabek, menwad, bokuin, panegua, nega, bemiganaguk, bemi nagamawa, bemi nimia, minwa, gua, ensa, baganadak, nado, siman, migwichiwak, shkagamakwe. Ganadmagog, we nibab nama, shkagmakwe, minuaja, titibishkwo doa, mimatsuin mampianke, naga system, anishinabe, naboguin, minuage, nga, jokina, ajostuin, kinwin, ayaoying, jemshko wabanak, mushkomjak, nama, ayaoya, minwa, juitse, Maba, Shkwagmagwe, Mimanda, Minobioatsuin, Nasistama, Minwa, Jaganama, Anishinabe, Watsuin, Gunatamaguin, Notimsia, Wamdangwa, Gawamdama, Gabgishkagwa, Gachimikanan, Gachiwigwaman, Dabanak, Bebe Jiwishachik, Mainwa, Bemiwe, Wibandachik, Bematsachik. Kuamjagnan, Bamdan Minwa, Kinamagunan. Kachimagwich, Katsimanado, Mi Bimwatsuana. Meanwhile, Kinagego, Gatsuin Mampia King, Wa Nakatsiang. Panegua Nga, Mina Dunamak, Kichinishnaba, Niki Kandan, Penman Riad, We, Mijigonama, Anishinaabe Atsuin, Minwa, Anishinaabe Moen, Mino, Dapanama, Manda, Anishinaabe Wen Moshkin, Gushmiinga, Ni, Mushkawadis, Anishinaabe Indao, Nga, Bamiwadon Iauya. Mimanda, Inanda Gozia, Mimanda, Iauya.
Hope you all enjoyed the film. I'm really proud to say that all of the main creative team on this project were Indigenous, and all of those supporting us, as you can see in these credits here, they're all supporters of Indigenous rights or language diversity. Really beautiful people. Again, we had over 60 volunteers from around the world. Some of our sponsors are local establishments here in the northern Michigan. Some are from around the world. Got a couple dozen translations ranging from Mandarin and French to Shi and Tinganya. All right. Huge thanks to the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians, Michinobenashewish, Potawatomi, Bay Mills Indian community, and all the other tribes and institutions and people who gave so much support and hard work. Really appreciate you. So now is time for questions. And so there's a couple ways we can do this. If you're watching the festival via YouTube, go ahead and type in your comments, your questions below, and my colleague Dewan will help me with those questions. And I'll be taking a look at the Facebook page. So if you are watching via the Water is Life Festival's Facebook page, and you are at the post Water Equity in your community and watching us there, go ahead and put in your comments below or your questions, and we'll read those out. So we'll give it a few more moments. So far, no questions yet. Perhaps the film was just that clear for you. I'll say that it was a great honor putting this film together. Incredible people. Marie-Céline Einish, the protagonist. Manuel Ibanez, Quechua from Peru, the director. Marie-Céline Naskapi from way up north. We've got Ryan Gleason with original music. He's Anishinaabe. Janine Yazzie and Andrea Landry, scriptwriters. Andrea Anishinaabe, Janine Dene. We've got Bailey Watson, Cree, the voice actress. She did really good work with learning Anishinaabemowin for this film. Oh, we've got some questions coming in now. So we've got, what did your family think about this film? Well, thank you. That's a great question. My family was really, really proud. And, you know, it reminds me of what some of our other, one of the other elders that I had been talking to, what he had said about language and culture. So we got to remember not to blame the young people for not getting into our language. Why do they not know how good the language is, how good it is for them, how beautiful it is to carry down those same thoughts, the same ways of looking at the world as our ancestors and carrying that through to our descendants. They don't know, in part because of that shame, hey? The shame from the boarding schools, the residential schools, the assimilation policies, all that nasty colonialization that's been happening over the past couple hundred years. And so we got to remember that and don't blame them, hey? And in my family, Anishinaabemowin hadn't been spoken in a few generations. I'd say about 3 generations. And so I'm bringing it back, hey? And so they're really proud of that, and really proud of the work that this great team had done for this film project. So a great question, thank you. So we got a great question from YouTube. What are the next steps for this film project and how can we help? That's a fabulous question. So the next steps, it's been in some film festivals. We are trying to get it out into some more film festivals because the more audiences, the better. We're also teaming up with our latest sponsor, We the People Michigan. And with their generous support, we're going to bring it into some more local communities. It's really, really beautiful bringing this film into classes or culture camps or the like, and having the students just watching them engage with the film. And sometimes you'll get a young person or a young adult who will say, wow, you know, I never really reflected on my identity that way. And through all the hard work that went into this film, it's moments like that that make it so worth it. And even for non-native people, hey, one of my colleagues, she said this inspired her to, she's Greek, inspired her to go to her grandma in Athens and learn some old Greek recipes. So, so I'm really looking forward to bringing this film into some more communities and to film festivals and online events like this one. What can we do to help? Well, you know, I'm not sure if the facilitators have access to people's emails for those who have registered with the event, but what I can do is send out some more information via email on next steps. And I'll say too that if you're Indigenous, I encourage you, if you have the opportunity, to learn your language. If you, because just as the film shows, it's never too late, and it doesn't matter where you're at. And of course, safety aside, it's never too late to learn your language or get into your culture, and to practice those responsibilities that our ancestors knew so well to the water and to those other beings. So I encourage you to get into those. If you're non-native, I think it's also very valuable to understand your roots, getting into heritage language and culture if you can. And if you can't, if that's not your journey for whatever reason, then I appreciate your encouraging and supporting Indigenous peoples as we strengthen our languages and our cultures, and support us in the ways that, of course, in the ways that we want and need. And so that would involve conversation. What is it that you need, Calvin? What is it that you need, Janan? And then going from there. And of course, every tribe, every person, every community is different in their wants and needs. But I will send out a information link through email if we have access to that. And we still have some bills to pay, so donations are heartily welcome. I hear there's another question from Dewan. Dewan, do you still see that question? So we'll get a question from YouTube asking what resources out there for Native people learning their language? Well, that's a great question. It depends on your tribe's language. So if you're fortunate enough to know what tribe you're from or tribes, that's a great start. And for example, if you are let's say Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, and your band is the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians, then you can go to your tribe's website. That's a good start, and you can see the cultural department's page and look through there to see what language resources may be on the site directly. And if there aren't there, then go ahead and reach out to the cultural division's director. Oftentimes tribes will have a cultural division, a language division, and people that you can contact and ask about resources. For Anishinaabe-Moan, of course, there are many communities that are Anishinaabe, and many of them are teaching our language. We also have some schools, tribal colleges or colleges, universities that are that have the language. Also, maybe reach out to elders. And my teachings, where I come from, it's good to give elders gifts. And it's really good to remind the elders that they are needed and listened to. So go to one of your elders and bring a gift. For us, it's often tobacco. And give it in a good way while asking, hey, would you help me learn my language? Or could you direct me to people who would know our language? And so every tribe is different, hey? Excuse me there. But so every tribe is different, and every tribe's language situation is different, but those are a few ideas. That sounds good. So we're at time. So thank you so much for your questions, for participating in today's events. And I hope you're getting a lot out of the Water is Life Festival. And I hope it's teaching you new ways of caring for our water and supporting water equity. Oh, Chimigo Chimiroa. Thank you again.
Anin, Magizi Gijigat Kwe Indigenakaz, Anishinaabe Andao, Wawiatanong Ednoki Minot and Dot. My name is Giji, and I live and work here in Wawiatanong, also known by its settler colonial name of the city of Detroit. And I'm Anishinaabe, and checking in to the Water is Life Festival today from the Detroit River. You can hear her and see her in the background. And today I'm just thinking about my relationship to water. And what comes to mind, of course, is just a lot of gratitude being here by the Great Lakes. And also what's on my mind today is just this real sense of humility and respect for Nibi Manadok, all the spirits of the water and of the lands here in Anishinaabe Aki. Just knowing that us as Indigenous people, our relationship to the land is so important, in that that exchange of energy is what allows us to live and to thrive here. So I'm just feeling a lot of gratitude for that, and for her, for sustaining our lives as a people. And with that also comes a lot of heaviness with what has happened, right? So settler colonialism has come here to Turtle Island, and settlers have seized this land in a very violent way during colonization, and took African people from their homelands and enslaved them here. So this very violent process has continued today through systems of oppression and exploitation, and everything in the name of capitalism. And so our waters are our life source, and she is at great risk with all of the things that have come since that violent history. We have big corporations that are making a lot of money, so they continue these practices of extraction of the earth. So we have pipelines going under our beautiful Great Lakes and the Straits of Mackinac. We know that pipeline is up there, Line 5, that could explode at any time, and I believe it's 15 years after its expiration date, according to the engineers. So that's such a great risk of such a beautiful, beautiful life source. And these type of issues are happening everywhere, all over the world. There are Indigenous people, land defenders, water protectors, people that are fighting to stop really this violence on our Mother Earth, so that we can build sustainable ways of living together again. We're made up of mostly water, so she reminds me that we rely on the same water for life. That energy is exchanged in all of us, so we are all related by water, much deeper than blood. And so coming together to find solutions, real solutions to these problems, is so important. Another really important thing being in the city of Detroit is this is a majority Black city, and we are all Indigenous people, and our struggles are intimately intertwined. And so this city has always been a space of liberation, a space of resistance, and a place where a lot of people are having creative solutions to issues like environmental racism. So over the past few months, we've been doing a lot of organizing around the narrative around water issues in the city, and just connecting with one another on some of these innovative solutions. One thing that we've been doing a lot during COVID is to talk about the water shutoffs that are still happening in the city at very high rates. And the city's officials and administration have continually lied about the numbers of shutoffs that have already happened and that continue, and have also lied about the amount of water that they have gotten restored. So it has been a lot of shifting that narrative and telling people what's really going on, especially in the face of a pandemic where water is so important to be able to wash our hands and stay healthy. So we have been doing a lot of that. Another thing we've been doing is a lot of mutual aid, right? And this is really just decolonial ways of living, right? This is treating one another as our neighbors and as our families, and providing each other with what we need. So we've been trying to get people water who have had their water shut off. So that has been happening a lot this summer. But again, we have only been able to get bottled water to people, and people really need infrastructure that they can rely on and that is sustainable. So I'm inspired by projects that look at water catchment systems, that are looking at ways to resist and try to think of new solutions for our future, because these ways are not sustainable.
My name is Aneb, and actually as I'm talking to you, I'm looking at my window at the Detroit River. This association with the water, I'm just a few steps, less than a block away from the river. But every morning, it's my joy, my peace, to look out at the river and to say thanks that I am so close and that I can enjoy the blessings of having water so close. One of the reasons that I decided to buy this apartment, this co-op, was that I would be near the water, that I could walk down in a few steps, be in the water, touch the water, and that from every window in my apartment, I can see the water throughout the day. So I am thankful for the blessing of water in that way.
Well, I'm Paul. I grow food, and I was born in Detroit. My family came here by way of the Atlantic Ocean through Jamaica and through Georgia and through Tennessee. And both parts of my lineage at some point settled in Detroit, which is the French word for on the straits. So both what I am and my relationship to water are intertwined, because a lot of my culture has to do with people surviving passage on the water, and also people being from islands and living surrounded by water.
I worked for several years with the We the People Community Research Collective. I'm still a member of that, and we're working on a new book now, but we worked to produce the book called Mapping the Water Crisis in Detroit. And that research and just our observations over the years of what's happening in Detroit led me to conclude that the water struggle in our city is all about resisting the efforts of the city administration and the corporations to take over the land where our neighborhoods and our communities have been rooted traditionally. I believe that there is an overall political objective on the part of the corporations to take over the land where we have lived traditionally in Detroit. And the water shutoffs are part of that larger strategy. If they shut off the water and the people are eventually driven out of their homes because they can't live in a hull that has no running water, and also because social services will begin to harass them and take away their children if it's discovered that they're living without water. But if a family is pushed out, the house is left vacant, it can then be designated as contributing to blight in the city. It can be raised. And I think this is the overall strategy of the city administration and the corporations, to dispossess people of their homes, whether it's through water shutoffs or exorbitant tax rates so that they lose their homes to tax foreclosures, whatever means necessary they are using to just erase certain areas, certain land spaces in the city so that they can be reinvented, redesigned to their own corporate objectives. And I think this aspect of the water struggle isn't often brought out or highlighted. We obviously are concerned about the suffering of people trying to live without running water. Of course, that's terrible. And of course, the threat of losing their children is awful. And so, of course, we mobilize around, these shutoffs. And of course, we mobilize because we know that with the shutoffs, people are more susceptible to illness. And this has been documented over the last decade or so, that the Black community in Detroit is highly susceptible to disease at an epidemic level. Diseases that are associated with water contamination or absence of water or lack of water. This has been documented both by our research as the Community Research Collective and also by Ford Hospital and independent scholarly researchers. So the city administrators and the corporate executives know that they are inflicting a strategy on neighborhoods in Detroit that have led to this wide-scale illness. Even before COVID-19, before that assault came, already our communities were being struck with disease. And so even during this pandemic, the city administration has continued to shut off water, just oblivious to the hardship that creates for people trying to maintain their health in a condition of pandemic. So you have to ask yourself, why this ruthlessness? What is this about? What are these water shutoffs all about? It's not about money. It's not about collecting money from people. If it were about collecting money and maintaining a budget that they wanted, the city wanted, then they would collect from all of the commercial establishments in downtown Detroit, for example. They're allowed to run up water bills in the thousands and thousands and thousands over years, period of time. Those companies are not harassed or threatened with water shutoffs. They're not even threatened with, lawsuits over failure to pay. So if it's not about money, what is it about? Ultimately, it's about clearing the land and, of course, the money that will generate. But it's about dispossessing people of their homes and of the neighborhoods that they've lived in for generations. Many Detroiters have lived in certain neighborhoods. Their grandparents may have come up from the South, worked in the factories, managed to earn enough money to buy a house. A house is passed down to the next generation and the next. And more of those families are being pushed out by this ruthless water policy. So I know people will raise the concerns about living without water and the diseases that are allowed to then flourish. But I wonder if people will make the connection and highlight for people's understanding the politics of this on the part of the corporate ruling structure in collaboration with the city to dispossess people of their homes, of the land, of the neighborhoods that they have occupied over generations. So we add that understanding to what makes us fight against these water shutoffs and what makes us fight against the tax foreclosures.
The water struggle in Detroit is not really a water struggle, right? Because the water is not really struggling, and the water, people are struggling to get water, but that's actually a people struggle. And I think it's important to uplift that because we understand that water is not scarce and water is not going away. Water is not making any decisions about who lives or dies. It's actually the case that people are making themselves more important than other people or doing harm to other people using the control and colonization of water. So it's important to uplift that so we can remember that when we struggle to be free to access water in our natural ways, in our originary ways, or like being not controlled because we're poor working people, that we're actually also struggling to liberate water because, you know, water is being colonized by people. So it's a people struggle for water. And that feels really important because when oftentimes we make our struggles inanimate in the sense that they're water struggles, or it's the housing struggle, or it's the labor struggle, but it's the people struggle for the right to live in community and in love with these other living beings that are being rendered inanimate through their colonization, like water. Water's being shut off in terms of clean water as a service that governments feel like they deliver to people, and in ways in which people are thought to be relying on the government to access clean water. And I think it's important to understand the water shutoffs as the most brutal thing you can do in a place where cities and governments in general think they're responsible for delivering clean water to people, to cut off clean water. Water which is used to bathe the body, drink, clean surfaces, areas, prepare food for your sustenance, water for drinking. And that's really important because all along the way, when you start to say the word clean water, you got to ask yourself, well, what's dirty water? Because we know that there are places throughout our ecosystems where you can access water at the site of discovery and it's clean to consume. And so a large amount of the world's water is fresh, is clean. And so when you start to say we have to deliver clean water, we understand that like corporations and capitalism, they pollute water, they dump waste in water. Our living arrangements as we've industrialized and westernized have produced situations where every day we leach, you know, our lifestyle into the water and it's not safe to consume.
Buju, Getawe. Buju, Getawe, Nigamad, and Dishnakas, Cherokee and Dow, Maingan Dodam, Auburn Hills, and Donjaba. Hello, friends. My name is Joe Riley. My Anishinaabe name means the one who sings around. My tribal ancestry is Cherokee. I'm also Italian and Irish American. I belong to the Wolf Clan, and I live here in Auburn Hills, Michigan, just north of Detroit here on the Mitten. In Anishinaabe Aki, this is the land of the people of the Three Fires, the Anishinaabe people. And we are so lucky to be surrounded by the Great Lakes here in Michigan. And so to sing as part of this Water is Life Festival, I want to start out with a song for the water here in Anishinaabe Aki and the Great Lakes. So we got to put up both peninsulas like this, and we say, Michigan is the state. Can you try that with me? Michigan is the state where the lakes are great and the water is fresh so you can hydrate every part of your body. It's the mitten-shaped state. Where are you going? Michigan. Man, I can't even wait. Where are you going? Michigan. Man, I can't even wait. You got it? All right, let's try it together. Feel free to make your own hand motions up as well. But we got to start out with both of those peninsulas up in the air. Both hands. You ready? Here we go. Michigan is the state where the lakes are great and the water is fresh so you can hydrate every part of your body. It's the mitten-shaped state. Where you going? Michigan. Man, I can't even wait. Where you going? Michigan. Man, I can't even wait. I can't even wait. Lake Superior here on Erie too. We've got lakes from Mackinac down to Kalamazoo. Lake Michigan, Ontario. The one thing that is scary though is what some of these politicians want to do. Privatize the water and sell it to you, so corporations profit off of OH2, H2O. What I want to know is where can you go if you're dead, broke, and poor? And you're thirsty,
Well, Michigan is the state where the lakes are great and the water is fresh, so you can hydrate every part of your body. It's the mitten-shaped state. Where you going? Michigan, man, I can't even wait. Where you going? Michigan, man, I can't even wait. That's right, can't even wait. I can't even wait. Could you make some water noises with me now? Like underwater noises. Alright, let's get some raindrops falling down now. Well, I'm a little drop of rain falling down from the sky on the prairies and the plains of a tear in your eye. I'm a woman, I'm a man, I'm a girl, I'm a guy. Take a drink, take my hand, and we'll go to the sky. Evaporate, condensate, now I'm back on your eye. I'm the fog on your glasses, and you're wondering why you can't see through me. Well, I ain't gonna lie, I'm just a little agitated at the way y'all try to make money off me. Now you sell and you buy, and you market and you profit and you commodify. But mine's the kind of love that will never run dry. Mine's the kind of love that will never run dry. It's just me, and I'm free from the sea to the sky. I'm that little drop of rain that just ain't gonna die. I ain't gonna die. I ain't gonna die. And Michigan is the state where the lakes are great and the water is fresh, so you can hydrate every part of your body. It's the mitten-shaped state. Where you going? Michigan, man, I can't even wait. Where you going? Michigan, man, I can't even wait. All right, miigwech, thank you everybody. Water is life. Let me have a sip of this clean, fresh Michigan water. Miigwech Nibi, thank you, water, for giving us life, that original medicine from our Mother Earth. And water is fun to play in. Water connects us all across space and time. So let's move like water in this next song. Can you move your arms in a wave-like motion, just like the water moves in the ocean? Could you move your arms in a doggy paddle and make misty raindrops, just like in Seattle? Let's try that together. So we say, I move my arms in a wave-like motion, just like the water moves in the ocean. I move my arms in a doggy paddle and make misty raindrops, just like in Seattle, like water. Are you ready? Keep it moving, here we go. I move my arms in a wave-like motion, just like the water moves in the ocean. I move my arms in a doggy paddle and make misty raindrops, just like in Seattle, like water. I move like water, and we move like water. We move like water, water, water. I go to the beach, I go to the sea. Water is a gift that is given for free. Water is you and water is me. It helps every animal, plant, and tree. It's water, and we move like water. Are you ready? Here we go. I move my arms in a wave-like motion, just like the water moves in the ocean. I move my arms in a doggy paddle and make misty raindrops, just like in Seattle, like water. I move like water, and we move like water. We move like water, water, water. All right, friends, let's move like water. We can flow strong and steadily like a wide river.
deep and resilient, twisting and turning, moving through some rapids. All right, now, can you splash like a waterfall, falling from high above? Very nice. Now, can you float in the sky like a cloud of water vapor, shifting and drifting up in the atmosphere? Very good, clouds. Whenever you're ready, rain back down onto the earth. Soak into the ground, be absorbed by our Mother Earth. Maybe you're sucked up by a giant grandmother oak tree root. Travel up through the tree trunk and the branches to the leaves. Back out to the sky again, the atmosphere, floating as water vapor. Join another cloud. Whenever you're ready, rain back down. Keep that water cycle going and flowing. Well, water is wet and sometimes fizzy. Water makes habitats for froggies and fishies. Water makes sand and dirt feel squishy. Mother Earth is generous, isn't she? 'Cause water helps every living thing. If you listen, you could hear the water sing. Drink me, taste me, please don't waste me. I expect your respect. Keep on learning, keep on growing, keep on moving, keep on flowing like water. We move like water, and we move like water. We move like water, water, water. Are you ready? One more time. I move my arms in a wave-like motion, just like the water moves in the ocean. I move my arms in a doggy paddle and make misty raindrops, just like in Seattle, like water. All right, great job moving like water, everybody. I wonder if you know where the water comes from that you drink. Ours here in the Detroit area, southeast Michigan, comes from the Detroit River. And the Detroit River is still flowing, even though for centuries there's been a lot of human development, including all kinds of industries and polluters. But there's a lot of good people, Anishinaabe and other non-native folks, who are really working hard to take care of our Detroit River, keep it flowing strong and clean. And so I wonder if you know about the rivers near you, and if you can get involved with keeping them healthy and strong and clean, keeping this drinking water available for everybody. We all depend on it. So this is a song for our Detroit River. It goes like this, we say, our Detroit River is still flowing. It tells us where we've come from. You got to look behind you, see where you come from. All your ancestors, all those people who have gone before. And where we are going, looking out to the future generations. What kind of world, what kind of water are we going to leave behind for those who will come after? There are some things we all need to know. Come down to the river, listen to its flow. Try it again with me, ready? Our Detroit River is still flowing. It tells us where we've come from and where we are going. There are some things we all need to know. Come down to the river, listen to its flow. And if you want to substitute the name of your river in there for the Detroit River, feel free to do that. Are you ready? Here we go. Our Detroit River is still flowing. It tells us where we've come from and where we are going. There are some things we all need to know. Come down to the river, listen to its flow.
transportation. The river has survived industrialization and keeps giving gifts to each generation. It's always been a place for people to go fishing. Now it's the source for a new Detroit vision. We keep on flowing to give birth to this mission. Come down to the shore and give it a listen. Our Detroit River is still flowing. It tells us where we've come from and where we are going. There are some things we all need to know. Come down to the river, listen to its flow. The river needs our help like a patient needs a surgeon to restore habitat for the lake sturgeon. The more we work together to make the river healthy, the more we'll be well and the happier we'll all be. Caring for our river is a tall order. We need to work together on both sides of the border. Hard work, sweat, dedication, and laughter will keep the river flowing for those who come after. Our Detroit River is still flowing. It tells us where we've come from and where we are going. Well, there are some things we all need to know. Come down to the river, listen to its flow. All right, what do you see on your river today? I'm seeing some seagulls, a muskrat, some ducks and geese, a bald eagle going fishing. Fish are jumping. People walking on the river shore, canoeing and kayaking, enjoying the beautiful current. The river makes Detroit a city of learners. The river gave the world Faygo and Berners. The river connects Lake St. Clair to Lake Erie. The river is beautiful, holler if you hear me. Let's have fun, Detroit River style. We could ride our bikes all the way to Belle Isle, go over the bridge and around the whole island. We'll flow with the current and be Detroit styling. Our Detroit River is still flowing. It tells us where we've come from and where we are going. Well, there are some things we all need to know. Come down to the river, listen to its flow. Come down to the river, listen to its flow. All right, thanks for joining me on the Detroit River and on your river right at home, wherever you are. Miigwech. Thank you, family. Thank you, relatives, for tuning in, for supporting this beautiful Water is Life Festival. Let's hear it for all the water protectors out there. Whoop, 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 whoop. All nations, all tribes, all genders. Miigwech for all your work. We thank you with our whole hearts because we all depend on the same water. All of us, every human being across the whole globe, around our whole Mother Earth. And not just us humans, all plants and animals, all living things depend on this same water. So water is indeed life. And let's sing a couple songs for some of our animal relatives who are born in the water. This one is for a whole group of animals who are born in the water, but when they grow up, they can live on land and in the water. Do you know what group of animals I'm talking about? That's right. Amphibians. Say it with me now. Amphibians. Can you say it like this? Amphibity, fibbity, fibbity, fibbity in. 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 Very good. Now I need your help with a little boom. Clap, boom, clap, boom, clap. Keep it going like that. Like boom, clap, boom, clap. All right, keep that going and say it with me. Ready? Amphibity, fibbity, fibbity, fibbity in. Amphibity, fibbity, fibbity, fibbity in. Amphibity, fibbity, fibbity, fibbity in.
Amphibity, fibbity, 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 yeah. I've got wet, smooth, slimy skin. Oh my gosh, I'm an amphibian. Now it's time that we begin to sing our song about amphibians. Oh, oh, let's sing that song again. Oh my gosh, I'm an amphibian. Oh, oh, let's sing that song again. Oh my gosh, I'm an amphibian. Amphibity, fibbity, 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 yeah. What? Fibbity, 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 yeah. Mm-hmm. Amphibity, fibbity, 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 and who? I started out as an egg, I didn't have any legs. I was born in the pond, of which I'm still fond. I became a tadpole in that water hole. I grew some legs one day and then I hopped away. I was just a little frog that you really loved to log sit. I will never forget the first fly that I bit. I caught it with my tongue, I breathed with my lungs, and also used my skin. I'm an amphibian. I've got wet, smooth, slimy skin. Oh my gosh, I'm an amphibian. Now it's time that we begin to sing our song about amphibians. Oh, oh, let's sing that song again. Oh my gosh, I'm an amphibian. Oh, oh, let's sing that song again. Oh my gosh, I'm an amphibian. Amphibity, fibbity, 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 and amphibity, fibbity, 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 and amphibity, fibbity, 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 and say it with me. Amphibity, fibbity, 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 and very good. Now keep up that boom, clap, boom, clap, boom, clap. Keep it going. You can see us from Michigan to the Caribbean. In water we be swimming in, we are amphibians. Salamanders, mud puppies, frogs, toads, newts. We are all amphibians and we're so cute. We lay our eggs in the water to have our sons and daughters. We could also live on land, we hope you understand. We've got wet, smooth, slimy skin. Oh my gosh, we are amphibians. Now it's time that we begin to sing our song about amphibians. Oh, oh, let's sing that song again. Oh my gosh, I'm an amphibian. Oh, oh, let's sing that song again. Oh my gosh, I'm an amphibian. When I say amphibi, you say in. Amphibi, amphibi. When I say amphibi, you say in. Amphibi, amphibi. Okay, now hop like an amphibian. Come on and hip it to hop and you don't stop a hopping like an amphibian. Alright, okay. And now swim like an amphibian. Just keep on swimming and swimming. Amphibians. Alright. Okay. And now breathe like an amphibian. You got to use your skin, amphibians, to breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Okay, now sound like an amphibian. Rabbit, rabbit, rabbit. I've got wet, smooth, slimy skin. Oh my gosh, I'm an amphibian. Now it's time that we begin to sing our song about amphibians. Oh, oh, let's sing that song again. Oh my gosh, I'm an amphibian. Oh, oh, let's sing that song again. Oh my gosh, I'm an amphibian. All right, nice job, my amphibian friends. Let's do another song for a different kind of animal that is born in the water. This is actually a type of an insect, not an amphibian. And when they grow up, they fly out of the water. And in order to lay their eggs, they have to bite us and suck our blood. And when they do that, we get really itchy. Of course, you know I'm talking about our mosquito friends, the annoying ones, the ones that are really hard to get along with. But guess what? They're part of the circle too. They're part of the community too. They have a job to do. They're here for a reason. So we have to learn somehow to get along with those annoying mosquitoes. And I tried fighting them. I tried to kill all of them. It didn't work for me. I don't know if it works for you. What I found works a lot better is to sing to the mosquitoes. And actually they like to sing along, I found. And it helps me out when they're coming after me. So I sing this song that came to me one day on a hike when the mosquitoes were attacking me. I didn't know what else to do. I was about to just give up and start crying. I stopped, I took a breath, listened. I heard this song on the wind. I started singing it, and sure enough, the mosquitoes started singing with me. It goes like this. Oh, 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 mosquito, won't you please go and let my blood flow? Could you try it with me?
Oh, 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 mosquito, won't you please go and let my blood flow? Oh, 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 mosquito, won't you please go and let my blood flow? Now tell me, how does it feel to have to make a meal from blood that you steal? Can we make a deal? I need my blood too, but I promise you, if you land on me, I'll just leave you be. I know that killing you is wrong, and so I sing my song and wait until you're gone. You could sing along. Bzz, 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 bzz. Bzz, 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 bzz. Bzz, 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 bzz. Bzz, 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 bzz. Oh, 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 mosquito, won't you please go and let my blood flow? Oh, 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 mosquito, won't you please go and let my blood flow? I know you did what you did so you could feed your kid, and I ain't trying to starve a mother and her larva. I wanna be at peace in citronella grease. I'll wait for you to cease and my itching will decrease, and I'll sing, oh, 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 mosquito, won't you please go and let my blood flow? Oh, 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 mosquito, won't you please go and let my blood flow? All right, nice job, my friends. Thanks for singing along with the mosquitoes. We got time for a couple more tunes here. This next one is a brand new song I just wrote about environmental justice. Now, environmental justice sounds like a big phrase, a big thought, but it's something we all know inherently in our hearts as human beings, that every one of us, no matter our tribe, our nation, our nationality, race, ethnicity, religion, gender, every one of us has the right to a clean, healthy, safe environment, the world around us. And but when that doesn't happen because of centuries of racial oppression, of racism in our country, then there's injustice. So poor communities, Native communities, Black, Indigenous, people of color communities get targeted with a lot of environmental burdens like waste dumps or mines or pipelines, things that can cause a lot of harm to the environment and to the people and to our indigenous ways of life. So this is a song for us to help to fight for environmental justice, to continue to fight for environmental justice for all people. It's a good one to dance to, so if you feel like getting up, dancing for environmental justice, please do. If you want to sing along, it goes like this. Environmental justice, environmental peace. We all deserve safe, clean, healthy communities. Can you try that with me? Environmental justice, environmental peace. We all deserve safe, clean, healthy communities. You got it. Environmental justice, EJ for short. It's time for an EJ report. The environment is the world around you, all the living beings that surround you. This also includes cities, towns, and reservations, every community and every nation. Environmental justice, environmental peace. Yeah, we all deserve safe, clean, healthy communities. That's right. Justice means we all have access to what we need to have success. And of course this does include clean water, fresh air, and healthy food. It also means everyone feels safe, no matter your income or your race. Environmental justice, yeah, environmental peace. We all deserve safe, clean, healthy communities. All right, you got it now. down a little bit though. Because of centuries of racial oppression, our country has gone in some painful directions, targeting communities of color and the poor with environmental burdens we can no longer ignore. It's time to stand up and raise our voices, to demand leaders make better choices and create rules, laws, and policies that brings EJ to our communities. Environmental justice, environmental peace. We all deserve safe, clean, healthy communities. Alright, in Detroit, they've been shutting people's water off if they can't afford to pay the bills. And water is a human right, water is life. So let's turn that water on in every household, every community. Come on, turn the water on, keep the water on. We're in a family where every one of us belongs. No one is illegal, everyone has a song. Turn the water on, keep the water on. Environmental justice means we all belong. Environmental justice. Nice dancing, everybody. Great moves out there. Well, Miigwech, thank you again. My name is Joe Riley. It's been a wonderful pleasure and honor to sing with you as part of this Water is Life Festival. Wishing you and your families peace, joy, and wellness. And if you'd like to find my music, you can find it online on your favorite digital platform, including YouTube, Spotify, iTunes, Apple Music. Just look up Joe Riley. That's spelled R-E-I-L-L-Y. Or better yet, you could write your own songs. I'd love to hear them. So I'm going to close out this set with a thank you song. It's in Anishinaabe-Moin, the indigenous language of the Great Lakes area. And my friend Gijagad and Isabel Osawamik helped to translate this simple thank you song into Anishinaabe-Moin. So, Miigwech, Isabel, and Gijagad. Thank you. Gumagwechin Mishomis, Gumagwechin Okamis, Gumagwechin Shkakamekwe, Gumagwechin Nibi, Gumagwechin in the Mishomisak, Gumagwechin in the Nokomisak, Gumagwechin Shkakamekwe, Gumagwechin Nibi. Thank you, grandfather. Thank you, grandmother. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, water. Thank you, grandfathers. Thank you, grandmothers. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, water. Gumagwechin Mishomis, Gumagwechin Okamis, Gumagwechin Shkakamekwe, Gumagwechin Nibi, Gumagwechin in a Mishomisak, Gumagwechin in a Nokomisak, Gumagwechin Shkakamekwe, Gumagwechin Nibi. Thank you, grandfather. Thank you, grandmother. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, water. Thank you, grandfathers. Thank you, grandmothers. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, water. Gretchen Mishomis, Goma Gretchen Okamis, Goma Gretchen Shkakamekwe, Goma Gretchen Nibi, Goma Gretchen in the Mishomisa, Goma Gretchen in the Nokomisa, Goma Gretchen Shkakamekwe, Goma Gretchen Nibi. All right, Miigwech. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for having me. Hope to see you again.
My name is John Swiftbird. We're the Swiftbird family. This is Bandy Swiftbird, Tatanka Skawi Swiftbird. We're gonna share with you a couple songs today and play a little flute here by the water. And want to thank everybody involved in putting this together and making this possible.
Have, Dohe relatives, Vandy Crane Swiftbird, Wishashi, Deer Clan. We're very honored and grateful to be a part of this Honor the Water Festival. We are coming to you from traditional ancestral territory of the Pecos Pueblo people and the Jicarilla Apache people. And like John said, we're invited to share some music to bring everybody together to feel good. And Hillary also asked me to share a breathing practice with you guys. So again, we're really honored to be with you today and looking forward to sharing some good music. Hi, relatives. Vandy Crane Swiftbird here, coming to you again from the Pecos River on the Pecos Pueblo people and Jicarilla Apache Nation's ancestral territory. As I mentioned before, I was asked to share a yoga practice, a breathing practice by Hillary, one of the organizers. This is a very personal practice for me. The name I was given on the Red Road is Chonte Washte Shotowi, good strong-hearted woman. And this practice has gotten me through a lot of things that I never thought I would get through in life, including losing my mother and my grandmother and a lot of other very difficult grieving processes. So I wanted to share this practice with you today, with you all, to honor that even though we're together feeling good right now, we are going through some difficult times. We have had a lot of loss and a lot of grief. So I wanted to honor those emotions with this breathing practice that comes from the East Indian people in India. And it's for the heart meridian. So we're gonna make our hands into Spock hands, and we're gonna stretch our left arm straight out and our right arm straight up. And we're gonna start breathing with our eyes closed, breathing long and deep, connecting with this sacred breath of life. Extending the inhale, holding the breath, exhaling through the nose. Checking in with your posture, making sure your back is straight and there's no tension in the jaw. And continuing to breathe and stretch the posture to the best of your ability to open the heart center. When we connect with our breath, we have the ability to heal our emotions. Feeling that stretch through the chest, the heart, through the arms, continuing to lift and reach, opening the heart center, allowing yourself to walk this road with a good heart in a good way. Inhaling deeply, suspending the breath, stretching to full capacity, and then exhaling and relaxing the posture. Through the yogic teachings in the East, I've learned that our emotions are directly connected with water. And as we know, as Indigenous people, water is our first medicine. We're born into water. We spend the first part of our life in sacred water. So, one thing that's been imperative to me on my healing journey as a survivor of child trafficking is to always make water accessible to myself and to work with my breath and honor the emotions that we don't always want to feel or look at. So, if you decide that this practice is something you want to continue doing, you can do it every day, and if you do it every day, just remember to switch sides so that you keep your body balanced. As in all things, we want balance so there can be peace. Thank you. Mimina.
My name is John Swiftbird. This is Vandy. We're sharing a couple songs here, and shared an old tune I learned off the Powwow Trail when I was a teenager, and learned a lot of Lakota songs from different reservations and stuff all along the Powwow Trail, and songs from different tribes as well. But we're going to share a few Lakota songs. Some of them have words, and some of them don't have words. Some of the songs are so old the words are forgotten, or some were made without words. But we just share whatever comes to mind and everything. There's a couple songs that me and Vandy have been singing together and stuff. We'll probably share a few of those with you. Here goes. Pretty much sure that's one of their songs as well. It came from the Backhand family. The next song I'm going to share has Lakota words in there. It's a common woman's song. It's commonly sung at powwows as a very traditional women's traditional style. It's one of the older songs preferred back in South Dakota and everything. with you would be a rabbit dance song, a social dance song where the men and the women dance together and stuff, and very social dance.
Thank you, everybody. We are the Swiftbird family from the Oglala Lakota Nations and the Washashi Nations. We're Very grateful that we got to join you to celebrate honoring the water, to celebrate togetherness during social distancing, to celebrate the strength in our culture. So as we leave you, we want to leave you with the words to always remember your water, pray with your water, give gratitude for the water, protect the water. Wiwina, be well, stay safe, everyone.
My name is Rosebud Schneider. I am the market manager for Zebra Mijuan Farm. We are the 6 o'clock spot for the Waters Life Festival. I'm super honored to be here. Miigwech to Nan Cornstalk for asking me to be a part of this. It's been amazing. It's been great to watch all of the stuff go on today, and it's sad that we can't all be together in person. Last year, it was literally in the park next door to Minogan Market, which is our market for Zebra Mijuan. I'm the market manager, so we were feeding all the people and having lots of good time, and it's but this is great too, to do it virtually and connect this way. So I'm told we've got about an hour. We're going to talk a bit about farming and water equity and what that looks like in different parts of our work. Joined with me today is Spring Alaska from Sakari Farms and Botanicals. We did have Alex Cadet on the list today, but I don't know if she's going to be able to come. She's been having some internet issues. Comcast is ruining our fun. So I'm going to swing it over to Spring, and she can talk a little bit, just introduce herself and talk a little bit about what she's doing. I will bring up some slides that she has, and while she's talking, I'll get that together. So thanks again, Spring, for being with me today. It's so nice to see you. Go for it.
Hello. Avulagulak, that means good day in Inupiaq. Hello, my non-native name is Spring Alaska. My native name is Yupingstrak. It means time when the ice breaks. And I am located here in Tumalo, Oregon, in the central part of the state, in the high desert. I am Inupiaq. My clan is Kingikamut, means people of the Fish River. We're from up in Northwest Alaska. My dad's from Nome, and my grandmother's from Little Diomede Island, which separates Russia and Alaska. So that's kind of my cultural background. I own Sakari Farms. It's a tribal food production and education farm. And underneath that, we have Sakari Botanicals, which is our tribal food production, value-added products where we make teas and different tribal foods and put them into packaging that have a long shelf-stable life. And I also own the Sakari Farms Tribal Seed Bank, which is really fun, and that's slowly growing for us. But we do a lot of on-farm education, technical assistance we provide for regional tribes, those along our intertribal trade route here in Oregon, and nationally. So that's kind of the short version of where I'm at and what I do. So thank you, Rosebud. It's an honor to be here today, and it's going to be a great day for the festival for everyone to join in.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, so I will share the screen, and then if you want to talk a bit about, give us more on your farm. Okay. Oops. I am a grandma.
That's why I sent it to you.
All right.
Oh, no.
Okay, I think that might look good. All right, so go for it.
Is that the top? I'm trying to
there we go.
This is just my, anyone who's watched me teach before, this is my intro slide, but this is near our farm, just across the street at a gin distiller. Actually, they grow rye, and it's a farm that I used to help manage and do technical assistance for. But this is some hand lines and things that we have irrigation water rights here in Oregon. So I was just asking Rosebud before the class started today that I remember visiting up in Michigan and there wasn't a lot of irrigation. We have a different setup here, so I can talk about that a little bit later. But this is just my intro slide and kind of what it looks like here in the high desert. This is, I just taught a first foods and changing climate class in Nez Perce, so this is another slide. But this is a picture of me back home in Alaska up at Hatcher's Pass, gathering our fireweed flowers, which is high nutritional value, vitamin C. It's like our native Alaskan version of honeysuckle in a way. So I make a lot of fireweed tea with this. So this is just a great picture of how we gather. Our tribe, a majority of our tribes where I'm from are hunter-gatherer based. We do not have Three Sisters gardens. We do not grow corn. You can grow them in certain areas of the state down the coastal regions, but where I'm from, up in the Northwest and the Arctic, we have shorter plants, a shorter growing season. The sun isn't always out for as long. So I always enjoy going up into the mountains here to gather the fireweed. It's kind of my home place. So I do a lot of climate change and first food work specifically this year. We've had a lot of climate issues and natural disasters here and issues with waters and water rights and access to water. So this is just one of my fun slides to show. Next. This is fun. This is from one of our tribal food cooking classes. This was a squash that was donated to me from Dream of Wild Health for seed. But when we opened it, it was beautiful and healthy. And that's what I specialize into, is creating new food products for the kids to learn about. So this is something that we're trying to grow here. We lost a lot of our crop to a hailstorm this year, but this is a Hubbard squash, a tribal squash, and we stripped it out, put some of Rosebud's maple sugar on it and dehydrated it. That's it, super simple, 100% natural and healthy. You can dry it in the air too. So it's just kind of that old way of preserving our foods throughout the winter. This picture was recently taken, but we made that squash, I think, back in November, and it's still perfectly fine, doesn't have to be refrigerated. So this is just an example of some of the tribal food work that we do here and how important it is also to have water to grow the food. We live in a desert, so our growing season is anywhere from like 40 to 60 days on a good year. We get frost early, and it's really hard to grow food. So that's just another one of my fun slides. We have a 6-acre farm in Tumalo. A majority of our crops, which are mostly tribal foods and native plants, grow outside on our acreage, and we have irrigation. We use water rights through drip line and different sprinkler setups. But it's really important for us here to have greenhouses. It's the only way we survived that hailstorm, because all the food was protected in there and the plants. And because our growing season is so short, you have to have that protection of infrastructure to protect the plants or to keep them warm when it's too cold and keep them cooler when it's too hot out, like right now. We grow anywhere between 130 to 150 varieties of plants and different tribal foods. Because we're a seed producer, we're just constantly trying to upgrade our quality and quantity of different varieties of seed. We did have a flower CSA, but we had to cancel that from hail. But we do free tribal food boxes, which are unsubsidized, that go up to Warm Springs when we do have food. We mostly grow our food for small landowners. We don't do farmers markets because I'm too busy teaching and doing different things, but we've got multi-acre farm going on and lots of varieties of specialty foods. So we try not to compete with the other farmers here locally. There are quite a bit of small farms, and they're increasing annually, which is awesome. We are in a food desert, so we need to grow as much food as we can. And what I try and do is let everybody else kind of grow their kind of food. And then I try and, crossing my fingers that I can continue to grow tribal food without it being kind of taken by the other farmers. And they're wanting to experiment with corns now and some of our tribal foods, which is like, can't do that. So we're trying to keep a hold of what we have in some of our traditions and teachings on this small farm, and just being able to increase our biodiversity as well. So.
Cool. So you mentioned the term food desert. So in Detroit, in here in Michigan, food desert, I think, might look a little different than what you're talking about. Do you want to expand on that a little bit?
That scarcity of a food desert. When I think of like a true food desert, I'm thinking Hopi, Anasazi. I'm thinking down in the Southwest. So we do have some water, and we have actually plenty. Unfortunately, there's other farmers that don't have those opportunities, but we have enough water this year. I don't think next year is going to be as good for us, but food desert just meaning it's more of a high alpine climate. Our soils consist of sandy loam volcanic ash. Wow. So it's very difficult to grow non-native foods in these soil systems. You're constantly amending them. It's very expensive with compost and different soil amendments, liquid, fish ferts. We keep everything organic here, but you're literally bringing in truckloads of different kinds of amendments to constantly fix the soil and keep it healthy. That's why I consider it kind of a food desert. Our growing season's very short, and it's hard to grow different foods here. I've had a really hard time growing corn outside. It's kind of impossible. Where we live, there's microclimate, so somebody like 15 miles away they have no problem doing it. It's just kind of where we're located specifically, unfortunately. So food desert just meaning, also the Warm Springs Confederate tribe is north of us a little bit. And it's very food desert-like up there as well. They don't have a lot of access to food. A lot of the ways that they access their food is at the corner stop, which is, unhealthy foods and commodity foods. Yeah. So we're trying to increase the palate and nutritional values of the food that they can access. So I think of food desert, I kind of think of up there too, because there's just difficulty accessing any kind of food. And then there's, always about who's giving it to them and how do they get it. And there's always something, and it really shouldn't have to be that difficult. So that's what I think of a food desert here. But I do have photos up in the shop of like the real food desert. So
I'm curious, we've all been affected by COVID-19 in a million different ways. And, one thing that I've noticed is that, in the very beginning when this all started, the rapid increase of people wanting to know where their food was coming from. And I'm wondering if that's something that you're experiencing out there too.
Yes. All of a sudden, everyone wanted healthy food. I wouldn't say the grocery stores closed, but in the very beginning when it felt really scary here, because we were just watching it happen on the East Coast and kind of moving this way slowly, is that it felt scary to go to the grocery store. And a lot of the farmers, we were just starting to plant things. It was in like March-ish. So we were just like, I think everyone started just seeing if we could grow as much as we could. And that's what everyone's been doing. I haven't left the farm much, but I just see photos on Instagram. But it seems like everyone's cranking out as much food as they can. There's a lot more food boxes going around, like CSA sales have increased. People are getting more familiar with their farmers. Like we live on the highway, so people are finally like, oh, you have food? It's like, yeah, it's a farm. It's not a farm. We have things you can eat. So we started getting an increase, very slight increase because of visitation of new clients, of people who come weekly now. And if we do have food, they get it. And it feels really good to be able to provide that. We had an increase also in a demand for our tribal foods that are shelf stable. So, and I kind of wish this model would just stay. Sometimes it takes something bad to happen for us to learn from it. But what I've learned is that a lot of the tribes have been contacting us nationally to provide bulk traditional foods for food boxes that they're delivering to elders and those in need. And I'm like, yay, waiting on my life for this. So I know it'll be a funding thing, but I would just rather just do that for the rest of my life, is just crank out all this healthy food, make it into value-added products, and send in bulk to these places where they really need it. It feels a lot better than maybe sending one packet of tea, or a lot of work for just one thing versus, which is often non-tribal. So I've really enjoyed, unfortunately, what has happened, the learning lesson is, how are we helping affect everyone's health nationally and regionally too? And everyone's just getting more access to food. So that's kind of what happened with COVID, on our end. It's just that learning experience of that there's a bigger demand in general for our tribal foods, and they're important, and we've always needed them. So
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think I keep saying, I'm like, it's a really good time to be a farmer.
Yeah.
Got a leg up, I think, 2 legs up. So yeah, that's awesome. We're already thinking, a lot of us that do the seed saving are already expecting a huge increase in seeds too. I think that we've already seen that. And I know that myself and other farmers, and you, I'm sure you too, are planning to save much more seed for next year.
yeah, I noticed like an immediate, that was that thing to the Victory Garden on the non-native side, but an immediate rush to get seed. And what had happened to us is we had that hailstorm coming like late May, and we needed more seed, non-native seed to grow, and there wasn't any. There was like a 2-week wait to purchase seed in different larger national companies or organic local companies.
Yeah.
And so as a farmer and a seed producer, I was like, what? This isn't going to work. Like, we're the people that provide the seed and we're out. And so I also this year got asked from NOAA over at Native Seed Search to grow a bunch of varieties of seed that will be immediately redistributed to tribes. And that's not subsidized either. A lot of the tribal work that we do isn't subsidized for education and seed production. But it just feels good to have the whole back of my greenhouse full of this traditional blue corn that will be immediately processed and sent right back to them. So that's a COVID thing, is that we've been asked on the tribal end to reproduce these old traditional seeds, which we do anyway, but we usually get things in a little handful. Here's 6 seeds, work with that, and then that takes years to grow out. And so it was nice to actually get some bulk seed, tribal seed, and just start cranking it out, and then we get to send it back. So that was something I love doing with the COVID incident, is being able to up the ante for seed production for our tribal members, because there's just a shortage in general of our ancestral seed. And we just need to carefully be able to reproduce that and get it right back into the hands of those who need it. So that was something we'll definitely be saving more seed if it will grow, because we did lose a lot of plant material, about 80% of our farm to that hailstorm. So whatever works this year, we're going to take and always continue to preserve it.
Sure. So I have another question that's kind of going to switch gears a bit, but how does the, I grew up in Detroit, so I grew up on city water. We're literally, given the privilege, I've had the privilege of just like turning water on and it being clean and drinkable, and not really even thinking about where it comes from. And then I move up here, and I live at literally the tip of Michigan, and we have well water, and that is a whole new concept to me. So I'm curious, what is your water situation? What's your drinking water look like? Do you have?
I felt like I was in
that kind of stuff
too. Like, I came from Alaska, born and raised, and everything was well water or creeks and things that we would drink out of. I was raised without water electricity, so I'm just used to pulling from the creek, boiling it, and doing all those things with it. But when I moved to Oregon, I lived in the city for a while and had, city water, which, it's not a creek. And then we moved out here to the farm, and we have a well, and the water is great for drinking and those cooking things. But our we have irrigation water rights. So our water is kind of manipulated or managed by the Oregon Water Resource Department and other larger state entities. And it trickles down into an irrigation district. And then there's historical water rights. And so there's kind of always a shoot and match about who's got more. There's certain irrigation districts that have senior white water rights. And there's others that have the junior rights. So it'd be like the freshman and the senior, basically. And we're close to the bottom where we found out that next year they might cut our water allocations down to 70%. And that wouldn't fill our ponds full enough for the pump to pull out of it to water the farm. So we're feeling a little nervous about that. We have no control over that. These are laws and policies that have been implemented for 50 to 100 plus years. So it's just kind of the law of the land. And it's unfortunate that it's not sustainable. There aren't sustainable practices. There's not much we can do about it. We have some friends up north of us in Madras who I think they're at like 30 to 40% of capacity for getting their irrigation water rights. And so their farm is just kind of dwindling. So we have big water issues out here. We don't have enough. We're dependent on snowpack. So we're in a drought cycle again. We have these bizarre hailstorms like the one that's on the screen. It was actually quite beautiful. If you can see the photo on the left, it was very Topeka, Kansas-like, which we've never seen green skies here. And then all of a sudden that hail came and like took out cars and house windows and greenhouses and crops. So the climate is changing. It's something to watch and always be cognizant of. And the water, we're running out of water. We have aquifers that are minimizing their water accessibility and containment. So we are having water issues here big time. So there's not much we can do. A lot of the farmers we have, we work on irrigation efficiency. So we try to have like the right nozzle heads that are energy efficient. We all are switching to drip, like we're doing everything we can, but getting the volume of water to us seems to be a problem. So it's something that's hard because when you drive over to the west side of Oregon, no one, they're not really dealing with the manipulation of irrigation water rights. It's kind of like when I visited Michigan. I was asking Liz and I was like, where's all the water? She's like, oh, it rains or it's really wet here. And I was like, dang it, like, it's so hot here.
Yeah, we get floods and, higher lake levels. And, I think Route 2 that takes in the UP that you can take into Wisconsin, that route runs right along Lake Michigan. And last I heard that, the water levels are so high that there's parts of it starts to wipe the road out. And I know on Mackinac Island, like the water is getting high enough that it's starting to wipe roads out and stuff. So
yeah, and that's what it's like in Alaska, where I was raised down in a coastal town of Valdez. Is like it's a rainforest, and all it does, it's just wet all the time. And so I really do enjoy being dry and warm here. Everyone's like, why'd you move to Oregon? I'm like, it's dry here and the sun's out. I can grow something and the slugs won't hit. But it's like that in Alaska too. It's just floods all the time, and their climate is changing significantly. Our glaciers are melting, they're flooding, there's mudslides. Like it's kind of happening in California. Like Rowan could tell us all about climate change right now with the wildfires, the mudslides.
Oh, yeah.
They're having water issues too. They have been getting some good snowpack, which is helpful, but it's always something. And it starts from the sky and it trickles down to the farm. So we always need to keep in mind about how's the weather doing this time of year. Like when we have the Water is Life festival, what was the weather like? Well, it's 100 degrees almost today and it's bone dry kind of. So maybe next year it'll be different, but keeping in mind what tribal members do too is we're always watching the weather and our environment and learning from it, from our traditional hunting ways all the way down to berry picking when the berries are ready, the plants are ready to dig for roots, those kind of traditional practices. So
yeah. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, all right. You want to talk a bit about your amazing products? And I wish everybody could try this stuff. If you've been to Minogan, then you guys know that I carry Springs product line, and hopefully when we can open Minogan again, we're not in a pandemic. We can have more of our stuff. But go ahead, let's hear more about your products.
So I started Sakurai Botanicals because I was already growing native plants, and I have this whole plant concept that I use where a lot of non-natives that farm or do medicinal work, they just only want the roots, or they only want the flower or the leaf, and that just makes no sense. Being a tribal member, we're just not like that. So I started off by growing sweetgrass because I noticed that it was being over-harvested. It was being commercially harvested, sold in Whole Foods. Just not happy about that. So I wanted to start growing it to preserve that genetic diversity and to protect it so other people can't just come take it all that don't need it. It seems like the majority don't need it that are non-native. So I started with sweetgrass and then started making oils and using it for food products. And then the business grew by me teaching myself from old traditional ways and foods that I used to gather along the river with my mom and family, like rosehip. Started making rosehip tea. And then I was wanting to focus the labeling too on using traditional languages. So I started writing out names of teas that I would make in Inupiaq, and no one would know what they meant, and I wouldn't tell them. You have to go figure it out and learn. So, because we've all learned the hard way about things. So I'm trying to have clear packaging too, so we can make those associations of what the berry looks like. And maybe they'll go, oh yeah, I remember that. And they'll start to go teach themselves how to gather the foods because they can see what it looks like and then they can taste it. So we make teas and smoked culinary salts because of a lot of Alaskan and Northwest tribal folks often use brine for some of their fish for smoking. So we wanted to honor that. We do value-added products by taking some of the blue corn that we grow and making it into different baking mixes that it usually doesn't, we don't do a lot of volume. I don't think that's appropriate either to do to the seed or the plant. It's mostly, our blue corn is mostly for seed to share with others to increase the volume of the ancestral seed. But we've got like blackberry and blueberries that we gather and grind up and make into blue corn flour, which is super tasty. Elderberry season's coming up next week, so I'll be starting to make elderberry vinegar for everybody, and a lot of these are seasonal as well. And I think that's a tribal thing too, is it shouldn't be around all year long. It's a seed, your body needs it in certain times of the season, and that's usually when it's available. So we make jams and hot sauces. We're starting to make we have some other healing salves, like the grandmother salve, which is full of yarrow and pinyon and a lot of those antibacterial and antifungal properties. So we basically just take all the food that we grow here, whether it's plant medicine or just traditional foods, and make tribal food products and try and get them out to as many tribal members as we can.
That's awesome. So tell me more about, like, I know your products are amazing because I use them all the time, but do you have a favorite, or do you have like a bestseller? I can already kind of think of what your bestseller might be, but what is your bestseller?
I think would be like, for the food, right now our fire roasted hot sauces kind of blowing off the shelves. Our healing tea is probably the most popular that we sent out for COVID too, because it's got elderberries in it, and red clover, which is full of vitamin C. I would say my favorite would be like the sweetgrass lip butter, because then you're just wearing that smell all the time. Doesn't have a lot of medicinal value, but there's some ceremonial smells of the sweetgrass. I would say the teas, everything seems to be, the smoked cedar salt is very popular too among the Northwest tribes. And we have taken our table salt out of the kitchen and just use smoked salt now because it's really light. It's not that Southern barbecue oak, smoky hickory. So it's really nice to use on everything. And then we even brine the turkey, this year for that day.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. I definitely use your cedar salt a lot, your teas a lot. I bought all of our farmers your gardener salve, and that goes around all the time. Everybody loves that stuff here.
Yeah, and we love the stuff that you guys make as well. I wish we lived closer, but it's a really healthy educational piece to try and switch people off from normal sugar too, because it's just not as healthy for you. And then you provide them the maple sugar and everything changes. You can use it in all of our foods for sweets, but also has that nutritional value too. And then those smells that smells so good too. So
Right.
we love what you guys are doing over there.
You know, every time we're cooking it, you know, here in the store, I can pull up and you can already smell it on the street. It smells good. It fills the whole street.
Yes.
All right. I think that was it. So if anyone's watching and is live with us, if anybody has any questions, feel free to drop them in the comments. I'm looking at the Facebook Live here, so if anyone has any questions for Spring or myself, please let us know. Drop them in the comment section. Also on YouTube, if you're on YouTube, do that too. I'm going to switch gears here and talk a little bit about what I do. So again, Ani Buju, Bamasanoko Indigenous Class, Makototem. My name is Rosebud. I am Bear Clan. I'm come from Indigenous people all over North America. My mother's family is from Mexico, Apache, and my father's family comes from Lac du Flambeau, Wisconsin. And I've lived in Detroit my whole life until about a year ago. I moved up here to northern Michigan to work with Zebra Mijuang Farm as their market manager. Been here since June, relocated my family. And it's been a wild ride. It's been exciting. Who knew we'd move and leave and there'd be a pandemic and flip our lives upside down. But it's been great. Again, in the beginning, I thank Janan Cornstock for asking me to be a part of this Waters Life Festival. Last year was our first experience being up here and being a part of the festival. My kids did the flotilla in the morning where they all jumped in canoes and kayaks and paddled out into the underneath Mackinac Bridge, and that was so amazing and so special to watch my children do that. And I don't think they quite understood like this. No, drop them in the comment section. Also on YouTube, if you're on YouTube, do that too. I'm gonna switch gears here and talk a little bit about what is happening. Some feedback there. Oh, okay, somebody unmuted. Sorry about that. Yeah, so flotilla. I was just, again, recounting a couple of my memories from last year. It's been really great to be a part of this experience again this year. So I also have a couple slides for folks that aren't familiar with the work that we're doing here at Zebra Mijuang. So let me do that. Okay. Gonna share my screen. Okay. So Zebra Mijuang, the word in Anishinaabe, I'm gonna take my jacket off so I can that. Zebi is the word for river. Mij is the part of the word food, and Wang means place. So place of where food grows near the river. We are owned by, also our tagline is connecting generations at the place of the flowing river. This is our Three Sisters garden that we have here. So we're sitting on 300 acres of land. This part is the very front of our farm when you drive by. And this has been my project this year, is to grow out our seeds, some of our seeds. So this is specifically our seed saving traditional garden. We are growing a flint corn, Bear Island flint. We're growing cranberry, runner beans, and Odawa runner beans, and then Geto Kosaman squash. Lots of sunflowers. This picture, I think, was probably a month ago, or before all of the, maybe 2 months ago, before all the sunflowers started to flower. Looks completely different now. I've also been adding other perennials to the area. I put in some sunchokes and other medicines like tobacco. What did I also put in? Mint and things like that. Things that I haven't that needed to get added in. So Zivu Mijuang is committed to restoring and strengthening the Madizuin of the Odawa community through a foundation of indigenous food systems and cultural activities. So we are owned by the Little Traverse Bay Band of Odawa Indians. Again, here in northern Michigan. We are still operate within our own space, and it's called a tribal enterprise, but we are a nonprofit. So some of our goals is to provide food sovereignty within the Little Traverse Band community, improve health of tribal citizens by providing healthful food and engaging in active participation in growing and gathering food. That last year we did a harvest feast at the end of the season. That might look a little different this year in the time of COVID. Maybe some virtual, maybe some one-on-ones. We'll see. We have like another month or so before our corn and our beans are ready. So we're still figuring that out. And again, providing education opportunities for our tribal citizens. We harvested corn last year together. We braided it. We showed how to make hominy, different ways to dry it, different ways to dry the Geto Kosaman squash. So again, it's tough right now in the time of COVID to reinvent these kinds of education opportunities, but we're trying. And I'm sure you can agree, Spring, that there's, we have to keep adapting and keep getting creative and how we can connect. And but good thing we're living in a world where we can connect virtually, and there's lots of ways to connect. So and then lastly is to provide subsistence opportunities for tribal citizens. One of the things we've been doing this year with other local farmers is collaborating on a food box, and then distribute them throughout the community, but specifically within our community. And that's been going really well. I'm working with other food pantries, just to provide more fresh access to fresh foods rather than packaged foods. I think that happens a lot, especially when we're working with food pantries. We see what's given out, and if we can figure out how to get freshness into those packages, I think that's better for us, better for them, right? So just a nice picture of some of our things that we're growing here. Golden beets.
They're so pretty.
Radishes here. I know, they're so good too. So as I, in the beginning of when we started, I know that I mentioned a little bit about my connection with Detroit and being up here and the contrast. And, we function with well water. And that's not something that I've ever really had a ton of experience with. It's been interesting. And, you tend to have a little bit more appreciation of how that works. And this season I learned how to do some irrigation myself, and get I did the Three Sisters garden, and that didn't have any irrigation in the front, so we had to run lines, and connect sprinklers and stuff. And I felt like a power woman, like Wonder Woman at the end of that. Cause I'm like, oh, I got to use a blowtorch and like connect water, and then it worked, and there was nothing leaking, and it was amazing. So yeah, I mean, when I was working in Detroit, we had a 2-acre growing space in Romanowski Park, in one of the city parks, and there was a water connection, city water, but being in a park, in a city park, and not having a lot of like security or anything like that, there was a lot of challenges with with making sure our space was irrigated. So that first year that we were out there, we did a lot of dry farming. We just depended on the weather and just hope for the best. We really surprised ourselves, but it was quite amazing. And again, you tend to appreciate the weather more, and kind of get in that space where, okay, if this doesn't work, then we gotta like switch into plan B. And even then, that was a food sovereignty project where we were just like trying to grow vegetables just to get them out into the community. And when you switch gears and this is your main source of income, and I'm sure Spring, you can agree here that it's hard, right? It's hard, right? Depending on water, and you don't really know what's going to happen, especially if you're dealing with the weather every day. And like you said, climate change adds a whole other layer. You can't really be dependent, and it humbles you. I mean, I know I'm humbled every time I go out there and they're after a big storm, and things are crazy. So
yeah, I feel like COVID didn't really feel like much of a change for us because we just can't leave the farm anyway. But when we do get excited when it rains or we have high wind, it seems like these days it's always really dramatic, whatever it is, but we have to stay here to watch it and see what it does. And when it snows, when it rarely snows now, we get really excited because we're like, ooh, snowpack, even if it's an inch and it'll melt the next day. Like, we're just constantly getting excited now if there any kind of water comes in any form. It usually throws us right under the bus, but it's that same kind of thing where we're just like, yay, it's something always here, yay. Like, we can't leave.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a drought in July, late July, early August, and I'm like, oh my God. It was rough there for a go. But things are looking good out there. So again, just to go back to a little bit of infrastructure, what we're doing at DB, we are, like I said, 300 acres, but only 100 acres are tillable acres, and we're growing on about 6 right now this season, but do have plans to expand. We have 2 hoop houses. Will be one is 196 feet, the other one is 96 feet. So we'll be adding on the short one and expanding it to be 200 feet again. So we'll have more winter space this time around. So and we do grow all year round. We also have a greenhouse and 2 tunnels that we're growing in also. That's where I used one of the tunnels last year or this year to grow the garlic that you gave me, Spring. Did really well. I was so excited when I got to pull it up. We also have a pole barn, pump house, and function on propane heat, which again is a whole new thing for Rosebud. Like propane heat, pump well. We even have like satellite internet and that. I'm like, what's happening? It's been a whole change for me, but it's been good. So just a couple pictures of our crew because I really want to show appreciation for these wonderful people. On the right, we have KK Kafui. He is our farm manager. We have learned so much from him. Every day is an experience with him. He's a phenomenal farmer. He has been up here in northern Michigan for the last 5-ish years, probably more than that, and working at another farm up here as well. So comes with much experience, and it's been like I said, he's a phenomenal farmer, and I'm so appreciative that I get to work with him every day. We have Thurman Blue Jacket Bear, who is one of our farm hands, and Rebecca Forbes. We also have Jawan Smith and Dominic Shansama, who are all tribal citizens, either of Little Traverse Bay Band, and Blue and I are left Flambeau, but it's really great to say that, you know, our farm is functioning with, you know, majority of tribal citizens. So that's what we want, right? Tribal farms, tribal citizens working for them. That's good.
I like to see tribal people, you know, tribal foods, teaching tribal people.
Yeah. I mean, and we learn right along with them. You know, that's the thing. That's just the beauty of the work that we're doing, is that we're learning just as much as the community is learning. And I mean, we're super invested, emotionally invested, personally invested in growing these seeds and growing food. And I know Blue would say that, you know, this is probably the happiest and, like, you know, he's ever been. We love being outside. We love our hands in the dirt, and, you know, having that relationship from, you know, from seed all the way to fruit, like, and then watching our, you know, our community eat that food, and, you know, people like you, Spring, and people like, you know, Elena, that use our products. Like, that's an amazing feeling, and that's, you know, that's what we want, right? So it's good. It's rewarding work. It's hard work, but it's super rewarding. So this is a part of our field here, and this is early in the season. You can see some of the sprinklers around, and we are preparing for frost, which is, you can see some. We were ill prepared, and we pulled out a bunch of these those little white, those are flower pots that we put over the little seedlings. I think that field is squash right there. So we were preparing, and we did okay. But, you know, I wanted to show, so we're also on like a sandy soil. So when we have a drought, it is so dry out there. It is so dusty. There's dirt everywhere. And then when we get a lot of rain, you know, there's lots of areas where it's, you know, kind of overflowing and flooded and standing water, and it's very interesting. A new experience every day, right, Spring?
Oh yeah, we parked our vehicles on top of the our corn starts that were like a few inches tall when we thought another hailstorm was coming after the big one. We just started driving our trucks in a line out to cover the rows of corn. That's all we were like, that's all we can do. And like, pick which corn you want to save. And I was like, no, I can't. Okay, that one. Like,
right. Yeah, how do you pick, right? They're all special.
Yeah, I still feel like I'm in trouble for that one, but we'll see.
I know. I always get, when I'm, you know, weeding around there and swipe one off, I always apologize to the corn. Yeah. I'm sure I'm not the only person that does that.
Church, corn church.
Okay. So again, another, just, you know, I can't say enough good things about the crew that I work with. This is Blue and KK, and if you are been privileged enough to be around these guys, you know that this is like an everyday, every second. We're always laughing and joking and having a good time. And, you know, again, we really enjoy the work that we get to do and the people we get to share that with. And, you know, we have to put our good feelings out there. And I'm sure you can agree, Spring, that, you know, half of it is just, you know, loving the land and loving the work and loving those seeds and loving the people that you're growing them out for, and thinking, you know, ahead, like who that's going to nourish and where that's going to go. And, you know, we try to show all of that in the work that we do. So.
You have to have some kind of personality or sense of humor too. We don't have laborers out here, but you have to be able to, you know, honor the land. Like when the hailstorm hit, we cried a little bit. And then immediately that next morning, we got up and started over. it's not, we had people that were like, we're going to donate this, more plants, but next week. And we were like, no, like we're starting over right now. We were pretty moody that next morning, but having a sense of humor with all this, watching Blue and KK laughing, know them very well. I'm like, not surprised, but you have to like lighten up a little bit because it's so much work. Sometimes you work every day, 10-hour days. And it's very rewarding, regardless if you lose the crop or not. You're still feeding people. It's COVID. Yeah. Everything, it always will work out. It's just sometimes I have to take away the fact that there's finances involved. Mm-hmm. And I just keep growing and giving and donating because it's more of a tribal system anyway for me.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's good to laugh or at least have some funny jokes in your pocket because those are long days.
Yeah, no, I agree. We gotta have always that, that silver lining. There's so much going on in the world, and I mean, just within our jobs and just within like the work that we do, there's so many challenges every day. So, finding things to keep you going, I think that's the key. Okay. So I have the 10-minute mark. So again, this is just another picture of what we do in the winter. This is just this past winter. This is in one of the hoop houses. This is the 196-foot one. And we grow carrots. That's one of our big sellers. If you're local to us, you know that our carrots are phenomenal. I do not like to cook carrots. And the first time that I accidentally ate a bite of our cooked carrot from our farm, it changed my life. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. And now I will eat cooked carrots, and I never used to do that. I was the person that would pick them off my plate. And I think that a lot of that has to do with our soil. A lot of it has to do with our water. The quality in your product, the quality in what you're growing and what you're making. I think it all, ties back to, what you're basing it in, your soil and your water. So
yeah,
we test every year, and we've gotten good results, and we're really on top of that kind of stuff. So I'm still learning more and more every day about what that means to have well water. I've always had this thought that it wasn't it's not good. You can't really drink it or whatever. But again, I'm reteaching myself and learning what that really means. A lot of minerals, good stuff in that water.
Yeah, it's good.
My hair and my skin look good because I'm that well water that I bathe in. Kidding. Totally kidding. So this is one of our most recent pictures that I took, some progress here in the Three Sisters. This is our growing our flint corn and our Getea Coastman that we've been growing since we grew this out again this year. We had some last year. And then these are the scarlet. I think I said cranberry beans, but did I mean scarlet? No, these are cranberry beans. Yeah, so just tiny little guys, but the drought kind of stunted them a little bit. So I've been talking them and nursing them back. So hopefully they do something.
Ours look just like that, but there's no beans yet, and I don't think it's gonna happen. So I'm like,
I know, I'm crossing my fingers to do that. So just plans again I wanted to put this slide in here. This is from 2019. And this is, we are a nonprofit and we have a board of directors and they work closely with tribal council. And, this just shows what they've been planning. And these are, goes to show that these are things that we've accomplished and that we've done. And super proud to be a part of that team and to keep moving forward. So, another thing that we're doing here, I mentioned that Minogan Market is a part of ZB. That's an arm of what we're doing. And this is, a space that kind of was born out of the idea of we wanted to be a trade spot. We wanted to be a space that other tribal entrepreneurs could come and sell their goods. So we work with you, Spring. We work with other tribal producers in the area and throughout North America. We also provide, bring our produce here and work with the local fishermen to bring smoked fish and fresh fish here. We have a whole consignment area where I work with other local artists, and they sell their goods here too. So it's been really great. We do have a window, a carryout window that will be able to open when we do open and provide some food. So last year we did fish and chips, and then I created a wild rice bowl that was pretty well received. I thought it was pretty tasty. So, having the confidence to like push ourselves out and not just be farmers, but cooks too, and provide food that way and show folks what they can do with all these indigenous ingredients. I think that's a big part of our job, right? We grow all this great stuff, but a lot of people don't know what to do with it, and we need to be able to provide that kind of education. So, another picture of our products. So again, if you are familiar with Zibi Mijuang and what we do, you know that we also have, in addition to our produce, we also do maple products. Sage mentioned earlier that she uses our maple sugar, and we're super grateful for that. We also have syrup and cream, and we do candy. And then we work with Bruce Savage to bring wild rice to the store. So, and that's a pretty big seller around here too, because not a lot of folks know where to get the good stuff.
Don't forget about the Intertribal Agricultural Council has the Made by Native American Food program, and it allows tribal members such as Rosebud and myself to have this gold stamp logo that lets other tribal members know that it's made by Native American. So, and there's a good criteria that's been established, to be involved and engaged in the program. But I encourage other tribal farmers to learn more about that, because it's free to us and it's a tremendous value onto the package to let other tribal members know that we support you and we're supported for each other as well.
Yeah, that's
sorry
great.
for the pitch.
Yeah, nice plug for them. They're really great to work with. And they've, Lottie and Courtney are phenomenal women. And I, again, all new to me last year, and they're like brought me in. They're like, oh, this is the world of AIF and all the good things, and it's been great. They're great partners to work with. Just a couple more pictures, just to again show more what we're doing here. Again, we really want to make sure that we are, creating spaces and opportunities for community members and everyone to learn about our medicines and our produce and how, have that relationship. We're super passionate about that kind of stuff, and we just want to share that. So I'm sure you can agree. Spring.
Oh, yeah.
Farmers market in the time of COVID has been exciting and weird and stressful at times, especially when folks don't want to wear masks. That's a whole other part, right? Like, getting people to realize that, we're service workers too, and we're essential workers, and we need to be protected, and we're working with your food, and we're protecting ourselves to be around your food. So let's all protect each other. But, yeah. So if you have any questions, again, you can email me at minoganmarket@gmail.com. www.zibimijuang.com is coming soon. Very soon, in the next week or so. So again, if anybody has any questions about that, please let me know. So has there been any questions in the YouTube at all, Dawn? Okay. So yeah, if there isn't any questions, again, I want to thank everybody for coming together with us. And is there anything else, Spring, that you want to share that you maybe popped into your brain? What is one of your favorite water activities? That's a good question.
We have our irrigation pond, so my favorite activity would be just being in it because I don't deal with the heat well. So I just enjoy just being in the water, or actually hand watering. It sounds weird, but there's something a bit calming these days about just standing there watering one thing and knowing that it's really hot and it's going to perform for us and finish developing. So I don't really have much else to wrap up on, except it's really nice to be part of this festival and to be invited to discuss some of the challenges we're having here in Central Oregon with water, or the lack of it, and how we run things based upon how that affects how we farm and the income, and how we give and donate and help our community. So thank you for having me today.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Oh man, what is your mic drop statement advice? That's a good one. I think if I'm just pulling something out of my brain, for me, again, I think our water rights are look different in every community and in every person. And I implore everybody to get in touch with what that means to you, what water as a right means to you. Again, and check your privilege. I think that's a big thing. I had to check mine. I, again, grew up in Detroit, surrounded by water. I didn't really realize what that looked like until I started visiting other communities. So I feel like, number one, check your privilege is probably a good life goal for yourself, and life lesson. Mic drop statement that probably covers everything. And really, think about what your brother across the world is doing, and how water affects them. And think about, again, when we're talking about farm to table, what that looks like for farmers. Farmers deal with all kinds of different issues every single day, and water is a really, really big part of it. So that's my mic drop. What about you, Spring?
Oh man, the mic drop. I guess it's a little check your privilege, a little bit of stay in your lane. #. Engage more if you're not native with BIPOC people, farmers, educators, advocates, and ask us questions, because we have hundreds of years of tradition that's being passed on to us. Some are luckier than others. We've always, our grandparents and our relatives have been watching the weather and watching what the water's been doing, the pros and cons of that, and talking to us about it, passing down seed. I feel like we're just scraping up what we have left to preserve it. So, be aware of your BIPOC friends and family. Be nice, ask for help, not instant ally stuff. It's kind of the check the privilege, but yeah.
Yeah, good. All right. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
So again, thank you, Spring. I'm so glad I could see your face. I hope that Alex could have been with us today. I know life is so challenging for everybody, and I really, you know, wanted you both to be on here because I really respect the work that you both are doing. And I love you both so much. And I just wanted to see your faces. And I, you know, I thought that it would be a good discussion, just, you know, new faces and new ideas and, you know, just time to share. So thank you so much.
Thank you too.
All right. Thanks, Duan. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Are we around? All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Even if it's Diana Valdez there, this is me, it's Crazy Horse, and it's a privilege to be with you guys to navigate a little bit the website of the Biennial of Indian Art, so we can see what was about this art show in this year. All right. Let's see your website. We have to do screen share right here. All right. All right, are we there? Yeah, all right. So this is the website of the Intercontinental Biennial of the Native American or Indigenous Art. So we invite you to visit us. This is, you can see in the top of the screen, our website. And we have here the art exhibition. In the art exhibition, we have a whole section devoted to great masters, a link in here devoted to the great masters, which is artists who has won previous biennials or that have such a big merit in the art that they are in this special saloon or hall. Then we have a section, participation by countries. And in this participation by countries, we have like 19 different countries with different artists. Then we have the International Drawing, Screen Printing, and Engraving Saloon. This is a very special saloon that in this year, we set an homage to Master Santos Chavez from Chile, who passed many years ago, and we have a beautiful collection of his graphics. Then we have an International Saloon of the Child, which is a room devoted to the work presented in the Biennial this year by different countries. Then we have guest and collective exhibitions, and the second international hall of the visionary art. So this is the exhibition of the Indigenous Biennial this year. We can see, for example, we go in Great Masters, and we have here is a fantastic, we have a fantastic exhibition here. For example, where we have like 40 guys here, you see. For example, we can visit the website of Master Achu de Leon Cantule, a Kuna Indian from Panama. We see his art. It's a very stunning art. This is Achu Osvaldo de Leon Cantule, 1964, Panama guy, Kuna Indian, a Kuna indigenous artist, and his art is just beautiful. You can see his art. So all these displays was supposed to be bring in San Ignace and Mackinac Island this year, but well, the situation we got through hasn't allowed us. This is Cyber Achu. This is Cyber Achu. Ghost of the Cities, for example. Fisher. See, it's a beautiful, beautiful painter. You see the ADN of the human being. Sirenas de Algodón, Mermaid on Cotton from Achu Osvaldo de Leon Cantule. Look at this beautiful work. You know, Panama has a tradition of weaving molas, kind of a quilt that made the Native Americans in Panama. And Achu, of course, has this legacy of his elders, who were great weavers. So he's a painter, but still you can see there is kind of a weaving this beautiful piece. This is the work of Achu Osvaldo de Leon Cantule. Spirit of the Earth is the name of this piece. For example, is an oil on canvas. Look at this beautiful life is the name of this one. Look at this beautiful painting of Master Achu. Cyber Achu, this is Winged Nachu. It's a spirit of the culture. So this is the website, the page devoted to Master Achu Cantule. And we are gonna go to see another friend. For example, let's see, for example, we go in RCB Great Masters. Let's see, for example, Mr. Daryl Brown, a local painter from St. Ignace in the Upper Peninsula, a Anishinaabe artist, great master. Daryl Brown was the winner of last edition of the Biennial that was held in the National Museum in Lima, Peru. So Mr. Daryl Brown, or Barking Dog, has a little biography here for him, and of course, some beautiful pieces of his stunning art. You see, he does the dots. Look at these beautiful paintings by Maestro Daryl Brown, Great Masters Hall in the 8th Intercontinental Biennial of the Native American Art. This is the work of Master Daryl Brown. Last February, we were together in Peru. We went attending an invitation from Puno municipality. We went with Daryl as our special guest and spent almost a month in Lima and Puno. Look at this beautiful piece of Daryl. He's a sacred dancer as well. Besides being a great painter, he does installation too, and he's a sun dancer. So he's one of those spirits, very powerful. This is the piece that made him winner of the last edition of the Biennial in Lima, and we put here to share with you guys. This is the work of Master Daryl Brown. So Juan de Jordan, are you around? All right, look at this beautiful art. All right, this is beautiful of his art. Mr. Daryl Brown. Look at this Michu Picchu, the spirit of the lakes in Michigan, in the Upper Peninsula. Hey, there we go. Mr. Daryl Brown, a great Native American painter and Anishinaabe from Michigan. It's a privilege to have his art in our website this edition. And we can go again. Let's see another friend, one more on the Great Master before we change. We can see Fabian Anton Navarro. Fabian Anton is a Peruvian painter. He does with golden leaves, oil on canvas plus golden and silver leaves. He used a lot of gold, following the tradition of his ancestors. The pre-Columbian artists were so good doing things with gold that Fabian just keep on the tradition alive. Thus, he has a collection of the girls with the spirits in the headdress. You see this beautiful headdress. Fabian is a master on that affair. Look at this. Look at these beautiful Inca virgins. This piece is actually on display in St. Ignace and Mackinac City. Some of this art is already in the island of Mackinac Island, in the Council of the Arts. They have a little gallery there, beautiful gallery. So we have a big display with some of the art that you are looking in here. This is the art of Fabian Anton. You see this stunning art. So we were supposed to bring all that to the Upper Peninsula this year, but next year, we have the traveling gallery back in same month in August. We will be for sure in San Ignace and Mackinac Island with this collection, and of course, some of our guests and activities such as workshops and so on. So this is Fabian Anton Navarro. The mastery of his drawing is stunning, plus the wonderful colors he worked with. Look at this, he's a master. He does horses as well. This is Fabian Anton Navarro from Peru. There we go. Let's see another guy. One more in the Great Master shows before we can change off. So those guys are really big artists, big painters. We have, for example, an Ethiopia, David Kifle. He's from Ethiopia. A great painter too. Some of his art is actually those days being presented in San Ignace and in Mackinac Island. You can visit it. You can go into the website of the Mackinac Island Visitors Bureau, and you will find there the directions to see the Biennale exhibition that is happening now in that island. This is from Ethiopia. Okay, there we go. This is from Ethiopia, David. No, I'm just wondering if any people of the What It Is Life Festival is around to interact, you know, and maybe. Yes. All right, do you listen? Yeah, I'm sure they are listening to me, eh? All right, so yes. Yeah, please, if you have any questions, please be welcome to ask in the Facebook or YouTube channel that is transmitting this What It Is Life Festival. We will see one more. This is fantastic. This work is fantastic, of Froilán Cosme Huanca from Bolivia. This is just stunning. This is beautiful. It is a painting with color pencils. Froilán Cosme Huanca from Bolivia. Let's see his work. It's fantastic. He's a great master. Look at these beautiful pieces of art. This is Dream 125 is the name. It's so realistic, you see? It's a beautiful work of Froilán Cosme Huanca. He's a big drawing, big fantasy, master of the colors. Look at this beautiful piece. The name of that one is The Moon, the Sun, and the Earth. It's a drawing with pencil colors. Look at this beautiful piece, man. Pachacutic, this is the time of changes, when the good times come back after so many years of suffering. New era is coming. So Froilán Cosme Huanca, with this beautiful piece, represent that evolution of humankind coming back to a good times. You see the 4 elements, you see the 4 directions of life, you see Pachacutic is the time. Pacha means time and means earth in the Quechua language of Ecuador, Bolivia, Peru, in the Andes. Look at this beautiful, the door of the sun. It is the door of the sun. Color pencil on cardboard. Those pieces are actually in exhibition in Mackinac Island those days. Look at these beautiful pieces. So he's Froilán Cosme Huanca. We are going to skip for now. You know, you have options. You can take a look in this patiently later on. But let's see the participation by countries. We have Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, China, Colombia, Costa Rica, Denmark, Ecuador, Egypt, Ethiopia, Germany, Guatemala, Haiti, Norway, Mexico, Netherlands, Peru, Uruguay, and USA. Woo, we have like 18 or 19 artists in this area. So let's go to see, for example, Chile. What Chile has presented in the Biennial this year? Chile has a little booklet right here. Ah, look at this. It's an installation. It's an installation of Master Miguel Bolt from Chile. It's an installation based on the Pehuen tree. It's a huge tree of the Araucaria in the south part of Chile. So he works a beautiful installation with the seeds of this plant, and it was supposed to be in display in Mackinac City this year, but if not this year, the coming one. So this installation of Miguel includes sounds of the nature, includes a recording of natural sounds to go along with the art exhibition. We have, of course, an homage to Master Santos Chavez. The name of this exhibition is The Universe, the Sacred Universe of Santos Chavez. He is a fantastic serigrapher, engraver. Look at this. Beautiful colors, you know. He used to live in Europe for so many years, but before he passed, he came back to Chile, his homeland, and get a beautiful building for a foundation, the Santos and Eva Chavez Foundation in Viña del Mar. So from there, we have this beautiful collection of serigraphies made by Master. We have also a couple of watercolors in there, you know, that we want to share with you. And we invite for this edition to a tapestry maker who work out into this beautiful area. You see, we have a dictionary on the Chegulzun language of the Mapuche land in the south. Is in this edition too. They participate with a beautiful dictionary. And we have, of course, a Carlos Villamar Tulcanaza as well from Chile. So every country has a little booklet like this. So let's see another country before we pass to something else. Brazil, for example, Brazil. Who is in Brazil now? Let me see here. We have Brazil in that participation. Let me go back here. Well, we have Mexico. All right, there we go. He was from Mexico, a little booklet too for them. Oh, we have Jose de Jesus Raúl Guerrero, a couple of beautiful pieces. We have Álvaro Ortiz López, and we have tapestries from Porfirio Gutiérrez. All these are come from Mexico to the 8th Biennial. We have Master Saúl Cac with acrylic on canvas. And that's what's Mexico. So we have like this, you know, let's see the International Saloon of the Child. The children have a special saloon for us. It's a very special section for them. So in this year, we have Argentina, Colombia, Ecuador, Brazil, and Peru. 5 countries participate this year in the Biennial. Let's see the word in Brazil that we were trying to see before. The children from Brazil make a beautiful participation this year with very nice pieces. You can see them. They are from the Native Americans in Brazil, young people from native nations in Brazil. They take a workshop for some years and make the result of this beautiful collection for the Biennial this year. Master Susie Rodriguez de Sá was her coordinator and teacher. So those are some photos of the kids, but we have here the booklet with just the art of them. Look at these beautiful pieces. It's just some explanation in the introduction, you know. copyrights. So we have many works of the children. So we invite you guys to visit us. My friend De Juan Jordan will text you there the name of our website, BEII.8.art. So let's go to another country of the children. Let's see what happened in Peru, for instance. Peru, they do couple workshops for us. Okay, and here's the child. Look at this beautiful booklet with one of the participations from the collective Antonio Maro. Art in Family is the name of this project. And they do a workshop for the children. Those are their results. So you guys can anytime browse into our website and enjoy yourselves. Any part of the website is beautiful. It extends. It's a big display. So this is from Peru. Oh, it was from the collective, Antonio Maro Collective. So in Guest and Collective, this is a very nice section too. Here we have some Guest and Collective exhibitions. We have Antonio Maro Collective for adults. The other one was for children. This is for the adult. Same group, but the fathers, the professors present a beautiful display here. Fiesta Mestiza Collective from Ecuador. Hermano Artistas Latinoamericanos from Brazil and Uruguay. From Ecuador, SOS 100 Meters for Life with Master Edwin Valle. We have a beautiful collection of the McKinney Portrait Collection that was donated to us, a copy by the Michilimackinac Art Historical Society. So we decided to share, to do a little booklet devoted to the McKinney Hall Portrait Gallery of American Indians, which is based, the original of this is based in St. Ignace at the Fort de Bois Museum. But we take some of the pictures of the paintings and we do this beautiful booklet, bilingual, Spanish and English. It was a big investment for us. Ya Yolomiko, look at this. You have the historical person plus the description of his life. It's a beautiful collection. This is a guest. It's in the area of collective and guest. So my friends, hope you enjoy the website. Hope you really enjoy it. And I gotta say goodbye, my friends, but I leave you here. I leave you the name of the website so you can browse around anytime. We have the Educational Bienal, and actually we are hosting pretty soon now meeting of muralists, young muralists from Latin America that are going to go to Michigan next year. We are having a dialogue in a few minutes to talk about the muralism and the popular graphics. So it's today we have this meeting. That's what I gotta go pretty soon, guys. But you can see some murals we did in St. Ignace last summer. Look at this work. This is Susan Onge. Here is Robin Kissinger at the Gallery Cafe. They allowed us to paint in the parking lot, a huge mural all over. So, and now you see our work in Mexico, for example, for the members of the Bienal travel as well. This is Edwin Valle in Mexico. Look at this. This is coming to San Ignace next year. This young guy, Freddy Tuanama Guerra from Loreto, Peru. He is a big muralist. So we will have him there. Shipibo Nation. So we are painting in San Ignace next year some of these beautiful murals. So Sahucac from Mexico. This is Ecuadorian Tenaz, Alvaro Cordova. Look at this huge, it is like 200 meters long. This mural just opened last week here in Ecuador. Look at the guy in action. He's in full action there. So he's coming next year to San Ignace, and we are working with the city mayor, Mrs. Connie Lisner, to keep on doing muralism in San Ignace coming year with these proposals. Those are details of his work. There is Tenaz. This is Sahucac. Sahucac in Mexico. So this is the Biennial of Native American Art. And I thank you very much to the invitation of the Water is Life Festival to present our work or art collection. You see, Mackinac City is where you are guys now. Water is Life Festival. Well, you have there some images from our experience last year there. There we go. There we go, Mr. Darry Brown. There was last year Water is Life Festival. We do some publicity for you guys in our website too. Mr. Scott Hill, always. So, Juan de Jordan, I thank you very much for the connection. I'm logging off. I gotta run to the other meeting, but I please let the guys know, please, of our website so they can enjoy this beautiful website that we present the collection of art for this biennial. Again, we thank you so much for the invitation. We really appreciate your invitation, and it'll be a pleasure to see you maybe next year, my friends. And please, very welcome to visit our website. We got to run out to the conversation of muralism and to get ready for the next year with our projects out in the Upper Peninsula. Thank you so much to the host of the Water Life Festival for having us. It was a privilege, and we just wish you the best. Thank you very much. Thank you, Juan.
Hi, everyone. So we are representing the Thrive Choir, and I think we might have a music video that it be shown to you right now, and it's our new release. And so if you are going to see it, we're excited to just share that with you now. And if not, then we'll do some musical performances.
So, hi everyone, I'm Dina. We're having some technical confusion. I just want to check in. Are we singing now or should we wait for the music video to play? Okay, cool. Oh, okay, yeah.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
All right. Well, my name is Austin Willisey. I am in South Berkeley, right on the Oakland border. I am one of 3 people who is here representing the Thrive Choir. To my left, and who knows what it is for you, is Joyous Dawn. And to my right is Dina Erie. Both of whom are dear friends and absolutely jaw-droppingly gifted artists in their own right. And I have the pleasure and the honor of singing with them in the Thrive Choir. Later on, either tonight or maybe in a rebroadcast or restream of this, you will get a chance to see Remember Me, which is the lead single from our EP that will be coming out this fall. The video dropped a little bit less than a month ago, and we are thrilled and really excited for you to have the opportunity to see it. Technical situation that's going on right now. We're going to jump straight to the live musical performance that I'll just say before I kick it off to Joyous, who's going to be starting us off tonight, that the Thrive Choir is a group of really diverse artists, activists, educators in the Oakland area. Do a real, like the family tree of the work that we collectively do is really vast and beautiful and also deeply rooted in community. And in social justice principles in beloved community. And we are a part of Thrive East Bay, which is something that before they sing. So I will pass it to Joyous now. You'll be hearing from me later and Dina later. And thank you so much for the festival.
Grateful to be here as a part of this festival. My name is Joyous Dawn, and I am here right now on Chochenyo Ohlone land. The closest body of water to me that I know of is the San Francisco Bay. Unfortunately, I don't know the indigenous name for that body of water, but honoring that water and honoring this land. And just to speak to Thrive East Bay that we're a part of, Thrive East Bay is a community that's rooted in love and action and systematic change. And so we are we sing monthly at this event, and actually I'm wondering if people on the Zoom can mute in that way. Okay, yeah, thank you. So Thrive East Bay is a community that pre-COVID was meeting monthly to have like thought-provoking speakers and just time to build with community, people who share principles of just like loving deeply both community and also wanting to see the world be what we want it to be and create that ourselves. And so right now, everything has moved virtually, so you can check out thriveeastbay.org for more information about the virtual events we've been having. I'm hosting like a lot of artist performances. So that's a little bit about the Thrive Choir and Thrive East Bay. And since this is the Waters Life Festival, I am really grateful to get to share a song that I wrote several years ago about water. And it's what I'm going to start with. And we have sung this as a group. So as you're listening, I invite you to just imagine 10 other people singing this with me. And you can sing along too. Let the water come. Let the water come. Let the water come and wash away. Let the water come and cleanse. Let the water wash away. Let the water wash away. Let the water move the black edges. Let the water come and cleanse. Water is their body. Water is their heart. Water moves his spirit. Give to rest on the waves. Let the water wash over them. Let the water wash over them. Let the water move the black edges. Let the water come and cleanse. Oh, give to rest on the waves. Give to rest on the waves. Give to rest on the waves. I hope that water song rippled out just some love and healing your way. This next song that I'm going to play is one that we have also done with the choir, and it's a cover. It's a song by Ben Harper. It's called I'll Rise. And I dedicate this song to everyone out there right now in the world who is playing a role in liberation for Black and Indigenous people in this country and globally. This song is for all of us folks. You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me down in the very dirt. Still like dust I'll rise. Does my sassiness upset you? Don't you take it awful hard. 'Cause I laugh like I've got diamond mines pumping in my front yard. You may shoot me with your words, you may cut me with your lies, but all rise, all rise, all rise, rise, rise up from the shacks of history's shame, up from a past rooted in pain. All rise, all rise, all rise, rise, rise. Ooh, 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 ooh. Now did you wanna see me broken? Head down and lowered eyes, shoulders falling down like teardrops, reaching by my soulful cries. Does my happiness upset you? Don't you take it awful hard, 'cause I laugh like I've got a diamond mine pumping in my front yard. You may shoot me with your words, you may cut me with your eyes, but all rise, all rise, all rise, rise, rise out of the shacks of history's shame, up from a past rooted in pain. All rise, all rise, all rise. Ooh. All rise, all rise, all rise, rise, rise. All rise, all rise, all rise. Yes, we are rising. We will rise. All right, I think I'm gonna do just one more song. Quick tuning. So it's funny to tune and talk. It's hard to do, but this song is a song that I wrote. It's a meditative song. It's called Shower Me With Your Love. And so I just invite you to soak it in and receive whatever love it is that you're needing right now. And you can just visualize that and imagine it showering you. Thank you, everyone. So grateful to share. Again, my name is Joyous Dawn, and I am thrilled to welcome our next singer from the choir, Dina. Give it up.
Hi, thank you so much, Joyous. I really needed that, like that shower of love. Hi, bonjour tout le monde. Nom c'est Dina. Hi, I'm Dina Yuri, and I hope everyone's feeling magical this evening and super held and loved at this moment. I'm currently in Petrolia, California, which is Mattole land, and the watershed is also, I would say the closest body of water, which is right outside, is Bear Creek. And it's a really big joy to be part of this water festival because we know water is important, and it's breaking my heart to see how we're forgetting how to take care of the earth. But I'm grateful that we are all still the warriors of water and of the earth and of the fire. And, so I'm going to sing a song to call in our ancestors, and it's in Creole. So it's called Nulive. And join me in calling in all your benevolent ancestors that mean you well. Oh, if you hear farm animals, it's because there are 2 ducks, 2 geese, 2 horses, all the things. It's Noah's Ark here. So enjoy the more than human life that exists on this planet. Nuive andalakua mapema de sipage gamuno andalakua Nuive andalakua mapema de sipage gamuno andalakua. Bonjour maman, bonjour petit tout. Bonjour papa, bonjour petit touna. Nous vivons dans la cour. Ma pemade si pas gamuno dans la cour. Nous vivons dans la cour. Ma pemade si pas gamuno dans la cour. Bonjour maman, bonjour petit tout. Bonjour papa, bonjour petit touna. Nous vivons dans la cour. Ma demandé si pas gamuno dans la cour. This song calls in the ancestors to come and be with the descendants that are we. And in this song specifically, it translates to, we've arrived in your yard here. I'm asking if my ancestors are here with me. I invite you all to call in your known and unknown ancestors and know that this time is a healing time for me, for you, and all that's to come and all that's been. Nuive andalakua, mabemode si pagegamuno andalakua. We say good morning, mama. They respond back, good morning, child. Nuive andalakua, mapemode si pagegamuno andalakua. Bonjour maman, bonjour petit tout. Bonjour papa, bonjour petit touna. nous rive dans la cour, m'a demandé si pas gen grand mouno dans la cour, dans la cour, dans la cour. And the second verse in that song that goes Bonjour Maman, that part reminds me that if I ask, they will come. Good morning, child. There's an immediate response. Good morning. Good morning, child. Good morning, mother. Good morning, father. And so if we are open to our ancestors, if we're open to the benevolent ones, they will do good in our lives. And yeah, a quick reminder to be very specific about what ancestors you call in. So make sure to call in the well ones, the ones that wish you well. So thank you so much for allowing space for everyone, everything to be here. Yeah, and so I'm feeling really grateful that I am in human form and have had a really beautiful life and have been part of Thrive Choir for 3 years now. And we've sung at many locations with many beautiful people that are really, that have a deep intention to take care of the earth and take care of this world. And so one way that I exist on this planet is I travel a lot, and I wrote this next song, which is called Behold, in Thailand on a boat. And I want to totally invite you to close your eyes and picture yourself on a boat on a calm beach surrounded by Thai mountains and smelling the Thai spices, filling up the air at night and under the stars. And on this boat, you see towards the horizon a few fishermen who walk 100 yards to the middle of the ocean, and still the water doesn't go over their head, looking for octopus and shrimp or whatever they're needing. And then I, or you, who's visualizing this, peer over the boat and see phytoplankton lighting up where the water is disturbed, which phytoplankton are bioluminescent little creatures in the water that glow like little stars in the water. And that was on the island of Koh Samui, and this song emerged from that magic. Hold me, water, I've come to be a fish of the night, a bird in the morning, deep as the sea, a seal in its yearning to be held, to behold you, to be held, to behold you. Mold me, earth, I've come to be small as a plant, supple like a tree, grounded as sand, shaped by the sea you always hold. Let me hold you, you always hold. Let me hold you. Behold, oh, here. I am free to be held. I am holding you to be held. I am holding you to be held. I am holding you. You always hold. Let me hold you. I don't like to think of myself as a songwriter anymore since I've heard the word catching songs, because I do feel like it's a cosmic conversation with the universe. And so I'm really grateful for this song that Life Force has shared with me, because it is such a beautiful reminder in really challenging times, which is right now, and life in general can be a very challenging time. And remembering that I'm held and that I'm always loved. And yeah, that this song is a prayer to know that no matter what's happening externally, that I'm always held. I can't go anywhere because of gravity. So I'm always held to the root of the earth. And yeah, so thank you for being in that prayer with me. And this last song is a community song, so I need you to sing with me. These are the words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., translated and turned into a song by our choir director and a choir member, Kyle Lemley and Jesse Sachs. And it's a song to remind us that freedom is important, not only important for us all, but my freedom depends on your freedom, and your freedom depends on my freedom, and no one is free unless everyone is free. And how important it is to go beyond our individual lives and to see how connected we are, whether we want to be or not, you know? So please join me in singing this song. I'll say the words and pretend that I can hear you. So it goes, I can never be who I ought to be until you are who you ought to be. And you can never be who you ought to be until I am who I ought to be. One more time, and I'll sing it this time. I can never be who I ought to be until you are who you ought to be. And you can never be who you ought to be until I am who I ought to be. I can never be who I ought to be. I can hear you. Until you are who you ought to be. And you can never be who you ought to be until I am who I ought to be. Second part, this interrelated reality, this inescapable mutuality. Your turn. This interrelated reality, this inescapable mutuality. Okay, so you got it? Okay, that's good. You sound good. So I'm going to sing a verse, maybe just the bridge, but we're going to sing this together. I want to see y'all moving. So I can never be who I ought to be until you are who you ought to be. And you can never be who you ought to be until I am what I ought to be. This interrelated reality, this inescapable mutuality. One more time. I can never be who I ought to be until you are who you ought to be. And you can never be who you ought to be until I am who I ought to be. This interrelated reality, this inescapable mutuality. While our feet are tired, our tires are worn, we dream in step and dance as we mourn. No lie lives on, let us not despair. Hate's an illusion, gone in a prayer. I can never be who I ought to be until you are who you ought to be. Come on, you can never be who you ought to be until I am who I ought to be. This interrelated reality,
this inescapable mutuality, this inescapable mutuality. One more time. I can never be who I ought to be until you are who you ought to be, and you can never be who you ought to be until I am who I ought to be. This interrelated reality, this inescapable mutuality. Well, all I'm really saying is that you are my relation. Better love up on creation. What it all boils down to is that you are my relation. Better love up all creation. All I'm really saying is that you are my relations. Better love up all creation. What it all boils down to is that you are my relation. Better love up all creation. Last time, y'all. I can never be who I ought to be until you are who you ought to be, and you can never be who you ought to be until I am who I ought to be. This interrelated reality, this inescapable mutuality. Yes. Oh, thank you so much for being here. I can hear you singing. I can feel you praying. I can feel you knowing that water is life. So I'm going to pass it on to Austin, this beautiful, beautiful, amazing choir director that we have of Thrive Choir. And wait till you hear his voice. He's a magical being and a wonderful friend. So now it's your turn.
Thank you so much, Dina. And also want to give some love to Joyous for starting things off. It's so beautifully. I am really, really honored and grateful to be here. I am in South Berkeley at the Oakland border, which is unceded Chochenyo Ohlone land. Nearest water body in terms of what y'all might have heard of is the Oakland Bay, the Oakland-San Francisco Bay. Berkeley has a lot of underwater creeks. And the nearest one to me is called Temescal Creek, which comes from Temescal Lake. It has been sort of redirected as other sorts of buildings and stuff have been built. But that is where I'm coming to you from, and I'm grateful for the invitation to go back to water and to remember water and to celebrate water as the essence of life. So this first song that I will play is a song that I wrote a few years ago, inspired by a friend of mine named Julia Butterfly Hill, who for some of you probably know that she went up and lived in a redwood tree for about 2 years. Went up sort of a brand new activist and came down sort of a really highly celebrated activist, wrote a really beautiful about Luna, the old growth Pacific Coast redwood that she lived in to keep it from being cut down. And she said, "We keep talking about throwing things away. Where is the way?" So this song kind of speaks to that, and I think is a bit on theme for tonight. So it goes like this. And for those of you who are wondering if I'm going to yodel a little bit on this song, this is about as country as I'm going to get tonight. So get into it. It goes like this. It's called Waiting for Someone Else. We keep throwing things away, but we don't know where that is. We don't even feel dismay. Think it all just disappears. Let to slow the fall, but it's hard to pave the way. We won't agree to follow your protocols. Let everybody wants somebody else to save the day. We're all too busy doing something else to change your ways. The world's a fancy restaurant where we don't have to pay. So water up and wait for someone else. We are only thinking from the cradle to the grave. That's just part of why it's broken down. Trained to blind ourselves to messes that we made. We can't see it, it's not there, it's not there, it's not in the air we breathe. Let it it's too hard to face it, so we all just look away. For Superman to take our problems up a better way. Grab a seat and wait for someone else. And we are hoping some may pray that everything is copacetic. There's an angel on the way, but that's just too damn poetic. And there is so much more to say, but I worry we won't get it. But we're so good at forgetting. 'Cause everybody wants somebody else to save the day. We're all too busy doing something else to change ways. The world's a fancy restaurant where we don't have to pay. Order up and wait for someone else. Because everybody wants somebody else to say the name. It's too hard to face it, so we all just look away. When we finish up here, we'll strip mine the Milky Way. Grab a seat and wait for someone else to save the day. Thank you. It is very clear, based upon the level of engagement that is happening right now in this country, that there are a lot of people who are no longer waiting, and I'm really, really grateful for that, and to be alive at this moment and to be a part of that. The next song I'd like to play for you is a song that I wrote with a good friend named Patricia Bahia, and it is a song that was inspired by a Rumi poem. And the idea of the poem is, what is the use of doors and windows when there are no walls between our hearts? The song is called We Are One Love, and I'm very honored to say that it is nominated for a Peace Song Award this year. So I think in a couple of weeks, on the 21st of September, I'll find out whether or not this song actually maybe wins a Peace Song Award, which would be pretty amazing. So Patricia and I were at the Positive Music Awards when this one came through to us, and we were able to steward it. I'm going to teach you your part because it is a sing-along. Dina was amazing with the sing-along, and I want to offer you your part too. So in the chorus, your part goes, "We are one. We are one. We are one." One more time. We are when you sing that part, I'll do. If you just sing that part, I'll do everything else. So just gonna tune because I care. Okay, so it goes like this. Between our hearts, and no walls between our souls. Where you begin and where I start, who I am and who you are. Oh, we are one. We are one. We are. Without an end, one love, no us or them. And though we seem different, we're more the same. Children of the light that never fade. Oh, we are one. We are one. We are one. And I discovered that somehow in the middle of that song, my video disappeared. So hopefully I'm back with you now. And thanks for bearing with me. Never had that happen before. And I think that I have, I'm being let know that I was at least heard, which is great. So I got time for one more song. And I think that I want to do, this is another one that I wrote with my friend Patricia. And this is one that we wrote sort of during the shelter in place, connected to just what's going on in the US right now around the value of Black lives, anti-Black police violence, and my and our belief that we will get through this and be better on the other side of it. So this one is called Light at the End of the Tunnel. And is also known as Better Days Are Gonna Come. Currently the longest song name that I've ever, of a song that I've ever been a part of breaking into form where it's shared by humans. Anyway, so thank you so much in advance, and this goes like this. And I've been living in a world of hurt. I got to remember beauty blooms from the dirt, 'cause I know better days gonna come. And when darkness rises up. Give me the strength I need to trust. I know that the light at the end of the tunnel gonna shine on me. Oh, shine on. Oh, shine on me. Oh, shine on. Shine on me. 'Cause I know the light at the end of the tunnel gonna shine on me. And I've been face down in the dust, and all my tears have turned to mud. But I know better days gonna come. And though I know the odds are stacked, oh no, I'm never turning back. 'Cause I know the light at the end of the tunnel gonna shine on me. Whoa, shine on. Please, oh, shine on me. Whoa, shine on. Shine on me. 'Cause I know the light at the end of the tunnel gonna shine on me. As I know the light at the end of the tunnel gonna shine on me. Better days are gonna come. Oh, 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 better days are gonna come. Better days are gonna come. Better days are gonna come. Oh, yes, they will. As I know the light, the end of the tunnel gonna shine on me. As I know the light, the end of the tunnel, I know the light at the end of the tunnel. I know the light, the end of the tunnel, gonna shine on me. Thank you very, very much. Austin Willesee representing the Thrive Choir. Thank you so much for tuning in, for being with us tonight. And before me was the incredible Joyous Dawn, the heart-blasting Dina Erie. And, oh, hey, here we are. The gangs are back. And also want to say a big thanks to Dewan for helping navigate all this amazing tech stuff to make sure that the sound came through. Thank you, and I hope that you have a beautiful night. And I think that we're going to get a chance to screen the video now. That's what Dewan said.
less blindness, more kindness, more life, even more life, less blindness, more kindness, more life. Oh, I want more life, less blindness, more kindness, more life, even more life, less blindness, more kindness, more life. I want more life, less blindness, more kindness, oh, more life, even more life.
This grandmother tree of a dream is in season. It's us now. We are its earth now. This grandmother tree of a dream is in season. It's us now. We are its earth now. This grandmother tree of a dream is in season. It's us now. We are its earth now.
Remember me to the earth, mama. Please take away all the hurt, oh mama. Remember me, remember me, remember me. 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 Oh, remember me. Oh, remember me, remember me. Remember me, remember me, remember me. Oh, remember me, remember me, remember me.
Yay!
Thank you for watching our
We
video.
saw our music video.
Stay in touch, follow us, drive fire. Thank you,
Feel
Others.
free to share that video as widely as you'd like if you like the video. If you love the
Yeah.
video, share it even wider.
Hmm.
And thank
Yeah,
you.
it was a beautiful process, and we're so happy to share it with you. And we just pray that you felt resonance with it, the isolation of COVID. That was the inspiration. But yes, yeah, share it. We are so grateful that we had this time with you. Please remember that water is life, and yeah, it's running in our bones. And yeah, keep going. Good night.
Good night, everybody. Thank you so much.
What a day, huh, Janan? Looks like
What's
my
happening,
video.
Duan? Are we live?
I think my video is disabled. There we go. Janan, how about it? What a day, huh?
Yeah, absolutely amazing, amazing. I can't wait till tomorrow to see if we can get some testimonials, get some feedback from people, and see. I don't know what everybody else thinks. how this virtual festival went. I think we had some amazing speakers. We had amazing musicians. I really enjoyed the indigenous art from South America. I mean, the whole thing was amazing. So I'm tired, but a good tired. So, but I don't know if you have any personal takeaways or anything like that from today, or thoughts you want to share. I just want to go over thank everybody again, all of our sponsors and everything like that, and everybody that shared their thoughts and feelings and energy and everything today. I think that it was an amazing day, an excellent way for me to spend my Memorial Day weekend. So I think that we did good. And like I said, I appreciate everybody's help and everybody's energy and everything that, was said and done. And I look forward to tomorrow. So we got a little ways to go to tomorrow. So we still have the Boat Marina and Green initiatives. We have yourself performing, Seth Bernard. We have Annie Humphrey, an Indigenous female singer from Minnesota. We have the women that organized the youth scavenger hunt. And then we have Monica Lewis Patrick again tomorrow talking about water privatization. So she's got a half hour in there, and I really want to hear about that. So, and I think that is going to be a real issue in the very, very near future. So we need to keep our eyes and ears and hearts open to how that is going to affect all of us and our neighbors, and water equity and within each of our communities. That's going to be a real deal in the near future. So I'm anxious to learn something about that tomorrow. So yeah, thank you, Seth, for being here and supporting again. And all the work you do is amazing. And Dewan, we did have a couple glitches there, and everybody handled it with finesse and everything. So it all worked out. And Thrive Choir, thank you for sharing your amazing music. That was beautiful. That was an excellent way to end the night, really kind of mellow and all that. But absolutely beautiful. I enjoyed that video as well. So continued success in your steps to bring your music to other people and communities. And thank you for supporting the Waters Life Festival. And it's like our mission, your mission just kind of melded today, and it's collaboration, and the water in the protection of water is how that we're going to make that happen for future generations. And yeah, I do think about my ancestors. They're the ones that support me all the way. And then thinking in the future, 7 generations ahead in the indigenous way, that's the way we think. And that's what one of the songs that she was thinking about, calling her relatives in and having them come and support, and, to be with us and stand with us with their hand on our shoulder and somebody else's hand on their shoulder, and all the way back for many, many generations. That's the way I look at it. So that I wouldn't be able to, they're probably standing right behind me right now. It's like, I don't even know it, but that's the way that I look at it. So we have to do the drawings tomorrow too. So I was talking to Megan Hess about how we're going to do that. So I think that they're just gonna, I believe that we had 220 people registered for the Waters Life Festival, which is amazing that we got all those people to register online. So we're going to do a drawing. We have the Tractor Supply gift bucket. We have the Home Depot gift bucket. We have a weekend for 2 at Bay Mills. We have 2 tickets to the Crooked Tree Art Center. And then we have some artwork by Tom Johnson, who is a local artist here. And then one of the elders of my community, Delita Smith, made some masks. We're all required to wear a mask now. So she made a bunch of those. So we'll be giving a bunch of those away, and they're all different, different shades of colors of water. So yeah, I'm going to be giving away, several of those too. So lots and lots of good things to come on the Sunday tomorrow of Labor Day weekend. So and I do have to go back to work on Monday, so I'll get a few hours of rest before I gotta go back to work. So, but once again, Seth, I appreciate all your help and encouragement and all those things and all the good thoughts and feelings that you share. So I don't know if you have anything to help in closing.
Thank you, Janan. It's just such an honor to work with you and to hold this vision with you, support your vision, and to be able to be included. You're so good at being inclusive and helping people feel like they're a part of the team. And this is a real coming together of people's networks, people's circles, which has extended all the way across Turtle Island and all across South America too. So it's the eagle and the condor. And one of my takeaways, I think, is just, it kind of hits it home again. It brings it home how our actions and our decisions and our way of engaging, these all have real impacts, you know. And we heard from some folks who are making a huge impact today. And I was so moved by Calvin's film, you know, being on these calls with him, these organizing calls, and knowing of his work with We the People of Michigan, and just so moving. And, you know, for white folks like myself who have been tuning in just to feel the power of our indigenous, you know, brothers and sisters and family, and to support BIPOC leadership and recognize this cultural event as being created, you know, in the name of you know, protecting that which is most sacred, is just so moving. And when we come together with these speakers and film and dance and music, it goes right into your heart, right? So it's been a moving day for me, and tomorrow's going to be incredible. Annie Humphrey is such a dear friend and award-winning, you know, Indigenous artist. She's collaborated with John Trudell and Joe Riley, who we heard from today. And yeah, so great work, Janan. Thanks for being such an amazing leader and team player. So grateful to be working with you. And big shout out to Dewan, you know, behind the curtain.
Yay, Dewan.
So positive. So excellent.
Yeah, like he handled everything with finesse. It was amazing. I was like, I don't know if I could have done that. I would have been like, you know, over in the corner pulling my hair out or whatever, off screen or whatever. But yeah, thank you very much, Dewan, for all the work that you did, and that was amazing. So we will be doing the drawings tomorrow. I will be giving a shout out. We would like some testimonies from some of the people that have tuned into the Waters Life Festival, so we can get some feedback. What are your takeaways? You know, what is your water address? Those types of things. And just kind of like taking it all in, you know, what was the part that you enjoyed the most? Those types of things. So going to be looking for about half hour if anybody knows any of their friends or anything that wanted to come in and comment, or even things that we could have done better. There's always room for improvement. That's the biggest room in the world. So, but yeah, I want to thank all of our sponsors and, you know, all of those people behind the scenes that did a lot. Megan Hess was our social media person. She did an amazing job. And she's off traveling with her kids this weekend, but she did tune in, said she really enjoyed, you know, tuning into the Waters Life. My roommate was tuned in. He really enjoyed Joe Riley's music. And I went out there and I was joking around, laughing with them, singing the amphibian song. And that really made it a lot of fun. So I didn't get it like those were you songs. I was like right there. Maybe I'm like just super young at heart or something, but it really affected me. Very, very fun song. So I needed that today. And I hope everybody stays safe and everybody gets a good night rest. And so we can go at it again tomorrow, and, you know, and then they'll have the rest of the weekend to be able to spend with their family and friends, and maybe get outside and go by a body of water and, tell her how much you appreciate her and love her and, like that. So hopefully this weekend will inspire you to do things like that. So, but that's about all I have. I'm pretty tired and I'm gonna rest up and get ready for tomorrow. More water is life. So good night.